Welcome everyone. Welcome back to Anita's Joint, hashtag extendAJoint, where every day is payday, baby. You're tuned in to another video. All right, as you see by the title, it's the NWSL 2022 College Draft. We're about to see who suits up for the Houston Dash. Okay, coming through with the bars. You know what I'm saying? Anita was trying to rap. Been trying to, trying to flow recently. But anyways, I shared the link with you all. We're gonna be watching Houston. Houston. Oh man, Houston traded a pick for some cash, and you know what I'm saying. It was interesting. Let me get out there for y'all, so y'all see I'm tripping. You know what I'm saying? So the first pick, San Diego Wave get it. Second pick, Houston. We're gonna have the sixth pick that they traded it to Courage, so they're gonna have the 27th pick. And we'll get some audio. We're gonna get some audio out there as well. But I hope y'all been well. Hope you're having a good Saturday, and we're gonna have a good day today. Oh, also, I'm gonna let me just, if you would like to join the live, I can have up to 6 people. I'm just gonna put her here. Panel. All right, yeah. So that door is open. Listen, we have to. Hopefully, good vibes to you.
Today. It absolutely will be, and because it is such a grand occasion for more from the Golden State, live from Santa Clara, Ali Wagner is also here with us. Ali, it's going to be a historic moment for so many women today, and a day that you know very well.
And also on Twitch,
the number
they're
one
live
overall
too,
pick. I mean, this is a day that must bring back so many memories for you.
Well.
Yeah, and it starts with nerves,
just say
right?
Even though I don't like CBS,
conversations with the clubs, you think you're going to go with one of those top spots. You're never entirely certain, and you can even see, look, I look a little rattled in that photo.
And I'm going to remind myself
but
that
the reality
the draft is on,
you just don't know where you're going to land. And so until you hear your name called, you're sitting a bit on pins and needles, and you're incredibly excited because you know the journey is ahead, and really this is just a starting point. But I will tell you, Poppy, San Diego got a gem with their first pick. Let's see if they do it again.
Let's see, Ali. I'm loving the hair as well. That's absolutely fantastic. Well, there's so much to get to. But before we get into the individual team news, let's take a look then at the draft rules, because there's a lot of them. The clubs may only draft from registered players. The draft order was decided by reverse order of the 2021 standings, and the new expansion sides, San Diego and Angel City, have the first 2 selections in each round, and in total there will be 50 picks made over 4 rounds. The teams have 5 minutes to announce their picks in the first round, then 3 minutes in the next rounds 2 to 4. Each club has a 3-minute timeout, and then the breaks. 5 minutes for the first round, and then 2 minutes between the second and fourth rounds. And here's a look then at the all-important draft order. It's changed so many times leading up to it today, but this is where we stand at the minute. As you can see, San Diego Wave, they've got the first pick, followed by Racing Louisville, North Carolina, Racing Louisville again, and Orlando Pride. So plenty to look ahead to.
For me, Houston has something up their sleeve.
Sure. That's the rules, that's a draft order. Let's get to one of the best things about today, though. Dreams will come true for so many collegiate players as they make the leap to the pros. And for more on that, let's welcome in our Marissa Pillar.
So it's going to be a live stream today.
What's most interesting to me about those early OL Reign trades to get more picks is that this is really indicative of what head coach Laura Harvey said. She might be approaching the draft with a different bit of an approach this year. In her seasons past, she's often traded out of the draft 14 times over her last 8 coaching years. She's traded out of the draft, and she told us it's not because she doesn't enjoy the draft. It's at that point in her coaching career, she needed players with immediate impact. Now she said OL Reign is in a place both on and off the field that they can have time to nurture these players, give them the development time they need, and actually help them become better players in turn. She said this is a really emotionally charged day, both for teams, both for players, and she wants to respect that and know if she sees potential in someone, that's because she hopes she can turn them into a real difference maker later on.
It sure is an emotional day, Marissa, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the day. I know you're going to have some fantastic interviews coming up for us. And speaking of the picks that are coming up, for more on this, let's welcome in our CBS soccer writer, Sandra Herrera, to join us now. Sandra, let's talk about that first pick then, because the favourite to go number one keeps changing, doesn't it? What are you hearing?
Absolutely. I mean, it belongs to San Diego Wave FC, right? And we're going to probably get a closer look and a better idea of how head coach Casey Stoney is going to be looking at how to build out and flesh out her roster. The expansion draft, all the moves that took place ahead of the expansion draft, sort of alluding to those things. I mean, the first player that they signed being a defensive player with Abby Dahlkemper. Are they going to go in that middle third and select somebody like Jalen Hull, or are they going to stay defensive and go with somebody like Naomi Gierman? Either one of those players are going to be a top-tier pick for them. How is Casey Stoney going to continue to build up that spine on the pitch? She's going to do it with that center back duo. I mean, also selecting somebody like Kaylee Real out of the expansion draft, having somebody like Tegan McGrady, Kristen McNabb who slot in as well. How is this team going to look? And I think this first pick and the way in which San Diego opts to select is going to tell us a whole lot more. It's either going to be Howell or it's going to be Gierman.
Yeah, no denying there's some absolute top talent in this draft. And a quick reminder, the NWSL will be available for you all season long.
Man, we have a good day today,
the first pick is coming up, so let's take a live look at San Diego as head coach Casey Stoney and co are getting their final pieces together as they will kick off today's draft. So for more, let's go now to NWSL interim CEO, Marla Messing.
Thank you, Poppy, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the National Women's Soccer League, welcome to the 2022 NWSL Draft. I'm thrilled to be with you today as 50 college athletes will realize their dream of playing professional women's soccer. Among the potential draftees, we have 190 athletes representing 36 states, 13 countries,
also,
and
if you want to come through today on the live with your girl Anita
Each of them has dedicated countless days, years, hours, training and competing to get to this point. And together with their families, eagerly awaits the moment their name is called. Let's not make them wait any longer.
They're not in the
San Diego Wave FC, you are now on the clock.
Nobody gets. It's all virtual. Like, nobody's actually here in the crowd or nothing like that. It's kind of weak, because they got it all that COVID. And like I said, they got COVID, so people can't get drafted at a certain location. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe the players are hidden somewhere, but I don't think they are, unfortunately. And that's what kind of sucks about everything that's going on. So they're just giving us the history of the picks. You know what I'm saying?
Honored and humbled to be taking up
some history of the picks. We'll be having virtual interviews.
Humbled, and I'm so excited.
I don't know. What y'all think about that virtual interviews? I already said my piece. I feel like I'd rather see the players there. It's in LA. Unfortunately, they should at least went to a neutral spot where they have people there. You know what I'm saying? That's in my opinion. But I don't even know who's been popping in college. All right, I haven't even watched the college game. Yeah, I haven't even watched the college game. They on the clock, y'all. They on the clock. Oh wait, they on the clock with 5 minutes? Okay. Oh, that's better. So y'all can see the chat too as well. You can see it's about 749 people watching, only 25 likes. So everyone that's not liking the button are probably demons. Like, how are you watching what you're not gonna like? Like that, you what the fuck? I don't get it. I'm just saying, if you don't like the content, leave. But you're just here. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying. I don't even like CBS Sports headquarters, but at least I like the shit. You know what I mean? But this is how the world. That's how they got them thinking. We lost audio. Someone says, "Yeah, man." I'm gonna have to look and see what's going on in the Twitch chat. This one, Yeah. Yeah. See, they put the what is this? Yeah, they showing the game. They having technical difficulties. It's all right. It happens. It's a live stream. It just got started. Oh, look at the clock. I look at the clock and it's 1:11 right now. Even the timer glitched. It's all right though. Already. Yeah, man. So I think some of y'all already voted. Who we got over here? Okay, what are y'all voting? Y'all say Houston Dash need a defender. Okay. Defender for Houston.
I'm humbled to be taken #1 by the Houston Dash, and I'm ready to start my professional career at such a great organization.
This is that girl Morgan Bryan.
Emily Sonic, University of Virginia.
I cannot wait to start my professional career in the Rose City.
Rose Lavelle, University of Wisconsin.
Yeah,
really
like
awesome
don't remember the days? Remember the days when we actually had crowds and shit like that?
The Washington Spirit select Andy Sullivan from Stanford University.
Look at the crowd! Like, how are we gonna cheer for them? Who's gonna be cheering for them? Now it's all virtual. We gotta go live and cheer.
With the first pick, the Chicago Red Stars select Tierna Davidson.
It's such an amazing time to be able to be a soccer player in the United States. I'm very excited to start my club career at Chicago. It's my hometown.
I'm here in Houston. We're here. I don't know if there's other people live, maybe.
For their hard work in creating a place for all of us to fulfill our soccer dreams. To the Riveters, I'll see you soon at Providence Park, and I can't wait to play in front of you.
Sophia Smith.
Definitely something I'll remember for a long time. I'm really humbled, and I'm so excited to be a part of the club and part of the NWSL.
I'm trying to think who Houston got last time.
Welcome back to the 2022 NWSL Draft presented by Ally. Incredible to look back at some of the first picks there, and the first pick is coming up. But first, here is a reminder of the draft order. San Diego Wave will go first, followed by Racing Louisville, then the Courage, Racing Louisville with the 4th pick, and Orlando Pride will round out the top 5. All right, now here's a live look in at San Diego as their coaching staff are gathering their final notes. They've already acquired some massive names in the game like Alex Morgan, and today they will add some more puzzle pieces to their puzzle, and the first pick is in. So let's go to Marla Messing at the podium.
What I got?
With the first pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, San Diego Wave FC select Naomi Girma from Stanford University.
Naomi Girma.
Racing Louisville FC, you are now on the clock.
All right. Okay. From Stanford. Congratulations. Okay, so she has to make a speech. No pressure.
So there is the MasterCard celebration camera. Has been selected #1 overall by the San Diego Wave. Your initial thoughts, Laurie?
Well, not surprising. As we heard Sandra Herrera tell us, we knew coming in it was either going to be Jalen Howe or Naomi Girma. So exciting for this player to go #1. This is a composed defender, but she could also potentially play in that #6 role. And with Casey Stoney's team, there was talk about where are the midfielders, but that is something that she discussed the next 4 to 6 weeks. They can either get college players, they can get international players, but Naomi Girma, one of the best in this draft, and no doubt can she step in and make an impact.
Absolutely, it's been so fun to watch her at Stanford play all the time, and just to see her youth national team experience will help her so much transition. But Paul Radcliffe keeps saying is she's born for the professional game. She's got all the tools. She can distribute out of the back. She's confident. She's fast. She's good 1v1 defending. So she's going to make a huge impact for San Diego immediately.
So this is a massive moment, isn't it? And some massive names have gone #1 overall in the past. Sophia Smith, Rose Lavelle, Ali. How high is her ceiling, though? Looking ahead now to what's to come with her in San Diego.
I'm going to put on my Twitch chat real quick.
Yeah, first of all, did we all notice? She's from San Jose, California, baby. we breed those superstars here in the Bay Area. No, look, I think this is a player, the right pick for San Diego. Massive upside, as you asked, Poppy. she's got a really high ceiling. This is potentially a future national team center back, and I think it's incredibly important, not just for her, but potentially the U.S. team being partnered alongside Abby Dahlkemper in that center back role, the familiarity that can evolve out of that. And one thing we know with Casey Stoney and the squad they're building, the identity of this team is they want to be able to build out of the back. They want to maintain control of the game through possession. They value and respect the transition game, but to be able to build out of the back is incredibly important to the identity.
I believe we're going to hear from the players probably along the way.
Gurma fits into that
after they're able
exactly
to,
right. And let's remember, I mean, this is a kid that tore ACL just about a year ago. So what we've seen from her still is not even the best. And I think the future is incredibly bright for her. I like this pick. I think it's a good start to the draft.
It's a great point, Ali, because we know that they've already got Abby Dahlkemper, haven't we? So this is
hilarious.
More depth to this back line, which we know is so important to Casey Stoney's vision.
Certainly, especially when you think of an expansion team coming in, being able to fill those holes, and you want to get the best players you can available at this moment. And as Ali just mentioned, this is a team that's going to want to build out of the back. They're not going to be a defensive team, but they do want to solidify that position. So then you have the players and those strikers that they've already brought in be able to do their business up top.
And let's not forget Sheridan behind them. I mean, the spine of this team now, I really think their focus is really going to turn in that midfield, because if you really look at their roster and what they've been building, that midfield is key for them. So I think in their next pick, that's where they're going.
All right, well, speaking of next picks, let's take a live look in at Louisville as they get together their final preparations ahead of the second pick. Final things coming together, and the pick I'm hearing is in. So now let's go back to Marla Messing at the podium.
With the second pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Racing Louisville FC select Jalen Howell from Florida State University. North Carolina Courage, you are now on the clock.
Yes.
Another look there at the MasterCard celebration cam as Jalen Howell celebrates being the second overall pick with her family. She's from Florida State, a midfielder. And it was between her, wasn't it, whether we would see her go number 1, number 2, but an absolute massive get for this Louisville side.
Oh, and this is a Louisville team that said, we need a number 6. We need somebody that can control the midfield and who can open up this game for us. And that is exactly who Jalen Howell is. She can spray the ball around, good passing range, magnificent in the air going forward, and she can sit in front of that back line and allow for some of the attack to be able to get in behind for transitional speed.
Yeah, she's incredible. The impact she's made on Florida State over the years, 2-time national champion. She's so good on both sides of the ball. She's going to come in as a leader too. And Louisville needs these impact and immediate players, and she's going to have a big role on this Louisville team going forward.
Well, talking of immediate impact, Ali, how much of an immediate impact is she going to have on this Louisville side?
We don't have to wait a good minute for Houston. I don't think they may be in the
this player to step into the ranks right away and grab control of the squad. I mean, when you look at this Racing Louisville side, one of the things that they struggled with was conceding a ton of goals. And if you have a player like Jalen Howell's qualities, she's someone that can help your team maintain possession, relieve a bit of that pressure that they were under. I think they were under a bit of duress most of the season last year. So maintaining possession is going to be incredibly critical for them going forward. I think the question for Jalen Howell and the squad is she needs to be challenged. You know, Florida State, I think she looked to be in cruise control. The game too easy. Watching what she can do and stepping up to this next level is going to be really interesting, and I think fun to see evolve, because she's going to go into Racing Louisville and have to take control of the reins immediately, and it'll be fun to see how she adapts to that role.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Florida State because she was a massive name there. Ali said it was almost too easy for her, the collegiate level in the end. But what have you heard about her from the coaching staff and just the impact that she had, not only on her team, but in the league as a whole? Because she was always that one to watch, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's a player that's primed to be able to go into the pro ranks already. And this is a player that took control of the college game. She took control of Florida State. She knows how to win, scored a game-winning goal in the semifinals a couple weekends ago in the College Cup. And she's going to step in and have an impact to be able to take this team and say, hey, I want to make it my own. And this is exactly what Louisville was looking for. Another Emily Fox that could come in and play many minutes, add depth in certain areas, but also start to identify this team and how they want to play, which is going to be a bit more transitional than I think we saw last year.
And fiercely competitive. And I think Louisville especially needs a player like her in the training environment to just raise the bar. So I see her coming in and just raising the standard, everything, because that's what she's done with Florida State and what she'll continue to do.
Well, for more on Jalen Howell, let's check in with our Marissa Pillar.
Jaelin Howe surely is getting ready to get familiar with the NWSL and her new teammates in Louisville, but she does know one player in NWSL pretty well. Childhood friend Sophia Smith went #1 overall back in the 2020 draft to Portland Thorns, and I talked to Sophia earlier this week about Hal entering the draft. Smith said she is so excited for Hal to take this next step in her career. They started playing soccer together at 6 years old, and their soccer careers really have crossed paths from the youth team to national team, now in NWSL. And Smith said the NWSL is getting such an amazing player, and Hal, a hard worker and somebody who really puts the team's needs first. She knows she's going to make an incredible impact. Smith said, I really can't remember the last time we played against each other, but she's looking forward to do that in 2022.
Well, someone that plays beyond her years seems to be the overarching theme with Jaelin Howe. But let's take a look now then at North Carolina as they're getting their final preparations together. When you're looking at this Courage team, Leslie, what are some of their needs in today's draft?
Well, Jeff McDonald just leaving, first of all, that's hot off the press. So they're going to need someone to fill that number 9 role. But I think when we talked to Sean, he really emphasized the importance of getting more attacking midfielders, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You lose Abby Dalton, you lose Crystal Dunn, you lose Sam Lewis. They've lost a lot of that spine, and a lot of players that have been a big part of that team, including Jess McDonald. So it's getting more depth, especially in the midfield, and getting more attacking presence.
On fire.
Yeah, and Carrier Caro also going to Angel City. So there's some depth pieces that they want to fill. And again, these are players that can come in and make an impact, but also they have time to develop. Because when you look at their current roster still, even missing some of those vital pieces, they have starters in every 11 position. So, and then 3 first-round drafts so far, barring any extra chaos that we haven't seen yet.
Well, Ali, another big theme of today's draft is, of course, the international windows that are coming up. So teams not only looking for right now, but looking ahead to when those breaks can come, and they need depth within their sides.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story for the NWSL, really, because this league continues to play through those international windows. And we saw last
I want to show y'all the
advantage of that time because they had the depth in their squad. They didn't skip a beat.
The other
and they just kept on trucking through because they had the depth. And that is something that a lot of these teams are looking to solve in this draft, potentially provide a little more competition for those starting positions. But for North Carolina in particular,
if you're not in America,
he said, yeah, we want someone to come in when Davinia's going to be gone away for World Cup qualifiers, which we presume will occur this year or this next season, I should say. So they are looking for like a 10-type player. So there are going to be looks in this draft for those voids to be filled as we progress through. But again, no pressure on these players necessarily to step in and be one of those starters, key players, except for what you would expect, I think, in these first 3 spots.
Well, we are hearing that the North Carolina Courage have taken a timeout. It's our first one of the day. We know that they're coming. But are you surprised to see them take a timeout with their very first opportunity to select someone, Laurie?
Well, not necessarily. Just in the fact that you can look to see if you can move parts around. Is there a trade going to be being made, or how do they be significant in terms of if they're going to take a number 10 or are they going to take a striker in this position, and how does that fold out with the next picks going forward, and who potentially other teams might take as well.
It happens.
I mean, it's a tactic too, right? It's putting all of us on our toes.
Well, it keeps us on our toes. Yeah. Well, we're expecting plenty more as well throughout the day. But just talking of this North Carolina Courage side, you've mentioned that they've lost several big players through their spine. They do have a little bit of depth, but they're going to need players, right, Leslie, that are going to make an impact in this season early on.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a team that's had so much success over so many years, and Sean's a coach coming in who's had a lot of experience with the youth. He's been an assistant coach, so he knows this team so well. So he's not going to make huge changes. He's kind of probably try to bring players in to make an immediate impact, but he also wants to develop. He needs depth on the lines, but he also wants to take on, and North Carolina's been a great team in history, knowing that they build players. I mean, look at some of their players, Lynn Williams, Jess McDonald, Crystal Dunn, who have just succeeded on that team and in that environment.
And they've got such a distinct style of play, haven't they? But with this new manager, Laurie, do you think that'll slightly change, or do you think they'll stick to what they normally do heading into this new season?
I think there'll be slight changes, of course. Each coach will bring in their own flavor to the team, but success, competition, that's what this North Carolina team is known for. That won't change. And in fact, that's why they're looking for these depth positions to continue to push people that are already in those positions, but also come in and can they have some subtle changes or wrinkles like that in this current team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ali, just looking at that and talking a bit, how are you expecting North Carolina to approach this new season?
It'll be interesting, right? Because this is a team that changed the NWSL a little bit by playing their box midfield. Every team had to adapt every time they faced them. But I do think that the ability to be flexible has proven to be valuable in this league, and I think that's something Shawn Niehaus has recognized, and they don't want to just be one-dimensional.
Over here. We can make some magic happen. It's just starting. We only had 2
I think
picks.
lack of production in front of the goal.
And there's a timeout.
This is a team that actually created a lot of chances, but they weren't necessarily calm and composed in taking those chances. There were so many games last year that they could have put away. They could have got results, picked up points, and they left them in the rearview mirror because they really couldn't get the job done. So I think they do need to bring in some attacking presence. You lose a player like Jess McDonald, someone alongside Lynn Williams. You've got Amy Rodriguez. But again, these players didn't have their best seasons last year. So who is going to be someone that can step into that front line and provide some consistent goal-scoring ability, not just goal-scoring threat, goal-scoring ability? And I think that is something that they have to look to bring in, absolutely.
And just talking of Jess McDonald, it's a massive story, isn't it, Leslie? I mean, we were quite surprised to see this announced.
Yeah, I was surprised. I think in the car yesterday, I was like, she's been such a huge part of North Carolina, and it's really where she succeeded, right? After leaving Chicago and going to New York and then Courage, and she's been a big piece of this team and their success, and she's also been comfortable and thriving, right? And I think sometimes when you're comfortable, you play really well. But you look back at the season that the Courage just had, and we don't know if it was her choice or the team's, but it may have worn on her. Maybe she was itching for a change. Maybe she's trying to get back in with the national team. You don't know, but North Carolina's going to miss her. I think her presence on and off the field, she was a leader and a player that people were comfortable going to.
Well, let's see how they approach this draft then and go back to Marla Messing because a pick is in.
With the 3rd pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the North Carolina Courage select Emily Gray from Virginia Tech. Racing Louisville, you are now on the clock.
So Emily Gray from Virginia Tech has been selected, just 21 years old. She will be pick number 3 for North Carolina Courage. Leslie, your thoughts on this one?
I mean, actually, Lori knows her better. She's called a lot of her games. But so, Lori, you start, and I'll go off you.
Yeah, I like this pick. And this actually, I think as we talked to more and more coaches throughout this process leading up to this draft, her name kept coming up. But specifically for North Carolina, when you think about attacking midfielder, Dabinia being gone for World Cup qualifiers, Denise O'Sullivan as well. All these players in the midfield, they have to have that depth. But this is a player that I think is a little bit of a sleeper in this. I like that she's going this early. She's versatile. She's good left foot. 12 goals this past season. I mean, she can do a lot of damage in that midfield. And with the surrounding and the depth that they already have, I don't think she's going to have to be as a two-way of midfielder as we typically have seen her at Virginia Tech. So I like this pickup, and I think she can come in and fight for a spot early on.
Yeah, I love you said a sleeper pick already, and we're at number 3. I love to see it.
I love it.
But yeah, I think she's going to bring a lot, especially we talk about that attacking role and that possible 10, and her coming in and making a difference with Dabinia being on and the international stuff this summer. So I think this is a good play from Shawn Niehaus.
All right, so there is the top 3 selections. We've got plenty more to come, though, so stay with us. Louisville will be selecting next. They've already had 1 pick already. The next one is coming up. Stay with us. We'll be back with plenty more after this.
Hey, Naomi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can.
Hi, how are you? I bet you're doing really well right now.
I can't hear anymore.
Naomi, can you hear me? Hey, Naomi?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I still can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay. All right, good. How are you doing? I'm assuming well.
I'm great. I'm so happy. This is so exciting.
I'm getting things worked out over here. This is funny.
Naomi, we're in a TV break right now, so it's about a minute and a half, and then they'll come to us right after that.
No, they're not in the TV break. We see y'all, fam.
I feel like it's lagging a little bit.
It's lagging a bit?
Oh, shit, this is funny, bro. It happens. That's why I feel like, and if it was live and we were there, I mean, if they were in the stadium, not too many of these technical difficulties would happen. You know what I'm saying? I got some things coming for y'all. Behind the scenes. Just bear with your girl. You know what I mean? Let me see. Where is this at right here? There it is. That's pretty funny though. I think it's an NWSL 3 copy. All right, let me put the browser in here. About to see some more chat. Okay. We'll make it like 300. There we go. Put that above. We're gonna remove this then. Yeah. Or we can just hide it. They glitching out over here, man. They having some problems. It's all right though. It's all right. Where should we put this chat at? I'm trying to think about where should I put this chat. Yeah.
Welcome back. So earlier, Stanford defender Naomi Girma was selected #1 overall by the San Diego Wave, a historic moment in this year's draft, and she's standing by right now with our Marissa Pillar.
Naomi, congratulations, #1 overall draft pick in the 2022 NWSL draft. What kind of emotions were you going through leading up to today when your name was called?
Thank you so much, Marissa. I was obviously nervous going into it. I was just really excited to hear where I'd end up, and I'm just so thankful to be picked by San Diego and start my career there.
Seeing how San Diego is shaping this inaugural team, what excites you the most about what role you can play with them?
I'm excited to just come in as a younger player and learn from those that are already there. Really just give my all to the team and learn from the coaches, the staff, and everyone.
I spoke with your college coach, Paul Ratcliffe, and he said your best quality is your leadership. How do you hope to transfer that quality over to the pros?
I hope to help in any way that I can and just continue developing as a leader at the highest level. Hopefully I can just carry everything from college through my pro career.
We getting some things
Watching
worked
NWSL
out.
from afar, as I'm sure you have been, where do you see yourself fitting in this league?
Hopefully as a top defender, just continuing to make plays and continuing to learn from the players that are already in the league. I think there are so many amazing players in the draft this year and in the league already who I can learn from and just continue to develop with.
The league's adding another terrific player, and you again, congratulations and thank you for your time.
Congratulations. Worked so hard for
So fabulous to hear from Naomi Girma there. We're going to talk more about that because there's been another timeout this time.
Another timeout.
But this is good because we get to talk about the #1 pick overall. So well spoken there, so excited to join the league and a lot of players to look up to. What were your thoughts, Leslie?
I want her to play on my team. She's got the attitude. She's a student of the game. You can tell she's just so excited to be part of an expansion team, but to grow and to one day play on that national team and come into that team and make a difference and learn. And you can just tell she's hungry and will do whatever it takes. And I think as a top draft pick, that's exactly what you want, character and on the field.
Yeah, and I like what you said about learning, because there's going to be two things I think we're going to consistently hear throughout the course of this draft, which is culture of a team, strong culture, and then players that are coming from this college ranks coming in and can they learn, can they make an impact as we keep talking about, but also be willing to learn and be a good part of the team. And Girma going to add both of those to the San Diego team.
Well, it's great to hear how she's feeling, but Ali Wagner knows very well how she's feeling after Ali was once the #1 pick overall. Ali, what were your thoughts?
Just absolute relief, right? And you saw that.
I didn't actually get to see what her vibe was like either.
The Naomi Girma came through and just that quick little sound bite, but one thing that is eluding all of us is look at how many of these first picks have gone out of Stanford. When they were rolling those clips when we came on air, it was Andy Sullivan, you had Sophia Smith, you had Tierna Davidson. I mean, it's been a long list. And one of the things that, you know, in speaking with Jill Ellis and the staff at San Diego is they really think that Naomi Girma is one of the most intelligent players that you could have. And let's think back, you guys, that Casey Stoney was a center back herself. So she was personally evaluating all the center backs that are available in this draft. Of course, all the center backs that are available internationally. And they have that much confidence in Girma and the upside and what she could do in the NWSL. Pretty special.
Al, biggest question of the day so far. Do you think Naomi Girma has vertical stripe pants on?
No. What I'm about to do.
I think we should get her back on and ask her to show her.
Yeah, we need to.
We can get the answer ourselves.
We gotta get her.
Wear vertical stripes.
I was about to say, Ali, vertical stripes is a theme, isn't it, for you on draft days? She's throwing back the look just a little bit, isn't she? Well, let's talk about the picks so far, though, and talk about Emily Gray. And Ali, I want to get your thoughts on her going to North Carolina. What kind of player are they getting?
I started doing my research on a lot of these players. She was absolutely one that stood out to me in just terms of her comfort on the ball. This is a player that can have two players around her and solve pressure. She can come deep to pick it up. She can play in those more advanced positions, play in a 10. And we spoke to Sean Nahas. One of the things that he said he was looking for in this draft was players that can play in multiple positions. And he thought with her, yes, she's good as a 10. She can play as an 8. Could she even possibly play lower as a 6? So I think it's wide open in terms of where they can utilize her or where they see her fitting in best to highlight the qualities of herself, but also the players around her. And like an O'Sullivan and if Dabinia is there, this is a player that I think can step in and potentially start as the season progresses. I think this is a really good pickup. And one thing too, Poppy, that we saw last year from North Carolina is they did lack a little bit of that final pass quality. Even though you think of Dabinia as being that player, Emily Gray is someone that has that stoic calmness that can deliver that final pass, has the vision to do so. So I think she fits in really nicely with this squad. I like this pick early on in the draft, even though it was considered a little bit of a curveball.
So Emily Gray is heading to North Carolina. Louisville have already had the second pick, but now they've got the fourth pick as well, and it is in. So let's head to Marla Messing.
With the fourth pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Racing Louisville FC select Savannah DeMello from University of Southern California. Orlando Pride, you are now on the clock.
So Savannah DeMello has been selected number 4 overall by Racing Louisville from California. Leslie, a massive get for Racing Louisville.
Yeah, she's that 10 player. I don't think she's been quite as healthy the last couple years as she was beginning in her career, but she's outstanding on the ball. She did have a huge injury in 2019. I think she tore her Achilles, but she's going to make an impact. She's exciting, she's creative, she's crafty on the ball. So I think this is a good pick for them, especially Louisville was looking for that crafty 10 player. So I think this is a good move.
And there was just the MasterCard celebration, Cam. I mean, she's already got a lot of background behind her, trophies, US flags, plenty more to be added to it as well.
Yeah, and she's excited. And, you know, when you're looking at Louisville, this is a team that's wanting to get some of the best players available. They talked about getting the number 6. They got that in Jalen Howell, but also some transitional speed. There's still time to pick that up. But Savannah DeMello, she brings in a possession-oriented style of play for this team if they want to have a little bit of versatility in the way they play, whether it's keeping possession. But then she also just adds depth in that position where we saw Cece Kaiser play a lot of minutes in that number 10 role. Can they push her a little bit higher along Ebony Salmon? Why Nadia Nadim is getting healthy and potentially away for the Euros. So this adds some dimension to this team that they didn't really have last year and allows them to have more flexibility in the attack.
And more versatility in the attack, Ali, absolutely key, isn't it, for this side?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think at DeMello, you get another player that is really comfortable in possession. So you look at their 2 picks, first off in this draft, and you're getting players that want to control the center of the park. I think DeMello is a player that can break lines on the dribble. She's incredibly comfortable under pressure. So I think this is another solve for them in terms of just trying to control games a bit more. As much as they do want that transitional pace, as much as you have to have it in this league, you also have to retain the ball. And I think that the first 2 solves for in this draft have been approaching that side of the game as opposed to the transition.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. Well, pick number 5 is in, so let's now go back to
5, and then I'll switch it over.
With the 5th pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, The Orlando Pride select Mia Fischel from UCLA. North Carolina Courage, you are now on the clock.
So Mia Fischel has been selected from UCLA, and here is a look at the MasterCard player profile. This is a big one, isn't it, Leslie? Because Orlando Pride in a complete rebuild, it feels like.
Yeah, rebuild is the right way you can put it. New coach, new owners. Amanda Cromwell, not surprised here. Her relationship with Mia coaching her at UCLA, where Amanda just left. But, you know, Orlando's really kind of starting over. They may have still a Marta. They might have a few key players, but they were especially looking at that midfield. And Mia's that number.
I'm coming. You're just going to have to wait for your girl real quick.
I think I'm not surprised here. I think it's a good fit.
And with the departure of Alex Morgan, Jody Taylor, who were such a threat up top with Sydney LaRue, and as you mentioned, a total rebuild, really. And when you look at, they could have gone in any line to add depth, to add some sort of player that is going to make a significant difference going into this season. But be official. And I think when you're building a team, Amanda Cromwell's coming in, you want to have that some of those players so that you can build that culture, and they have an understanding of what you're trying to do. It's a young player that could come in, but she could also be a little bit more of a slow burner, maybe not make it as an immediate impact, but still understand the concepts and the principles that Amanda's bringing in.
Well, plenty more to come on her, but one of the best things about this afternoon is Marissa Piller checking in with the players that have been drafted, so let's go back to her. Jalen, congratulations going number 2 overall. You have had so much success in the college game. How do you hope that success will transfer over to hopefully success in the pros?
Yeah, I'm psyched. I'm super excited to get started with Louisville. Obviously, I had a great program with Florida State and Mark Ricarian as a coach. I'm just trying to, take everything I learned from the game, and from my past games, and bring them to Louisville, and I'm excited to get started.
All right.
You've been described as a gritty holding midfielder. How do you hope those aspects help you specifically with the roster that Louisville already has?
For sure. I mean, I think, the Louisville has a good team already, and I'm just trying to bring, what I know to do best, and that's, be physical and then also connect the game.
Yeah, I put that right there.
Anything to do, I'm 100% in, and I'm excited to get started, like I said.
Nice.
Thank you so much for your time, Jalen. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Jalen Howland.
Y'all can hear,
Florida State and Mark Ricarian. I mean, this is a coach that's been through this process many times. He's seen so many of his players drafted over the years. What makes this program so special, Leslie?
Well, he's a special coach, first of all, and he knows a lot of his players coming to his program do want to play in the next level, whether it's the NWSL, U.S. national team, but he cultivates this culture, right? He's not only going to make them the best player possible, but he's going to create this environment to help prepare them so when they do take that next step,
they transition
as easy as possible. So building that locker room presence, having, his training sessions. We had him as assistant coach with the national team. He brought something different that we hadn't seen before. They're technical, they're grinders, their mentality, everything, all those pieces he's created at Florida State is special, and that's why he attracts so many great recruits.
And they know how to win. And I think that is the biggest thing. I love what Sandra Herrera said the other day about building teams that want rings. And you get that feeling with Louisville today. They're bringing in players that want to make a difference immediately, but also, again, coming back to the culture of the team.
All right, I think we're
Want
good.
to come in, be a team player, and can't talk less about the facilities that they have in Louisville. So they're really starting to build something special, and that starts with developing some of the players they're bringing in.
All right, well, our next pick is in. So
we got the next pick. Okay, so y'all, we got the Twitch chat over here. We got
the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft.
What?
The North Carolina Courage select Diana Ordonez from the University of Virginia. Kansas City Current, you are now on the clock. A player profiler.
Hey, she's from Texas. Let's go.
With this pick. I love it. UVA players coming out a bit early. True number 9. This is a player that can score a goal. She's proven that.
Let me make sure I got my chat in here.
And she'll come in and really fight, I believe, for a position. But when you look at the players around her, Lynn Williams, Amy Rodriguez, very different profile than Diana Ordonez, who can play back to goal, scrappy in the box, can get on the end of crosses.
Put that right there.
How much North Carolina wants to get their wide players higher up the field, send balls into the box, and she can do just that. But I also think this pick allows them to be able to mold her a little bit, because you can play behind Lynn Williams and Amy Rodriguez, learn from them. She doesn't have to come in, have a ton of minutes early on. She can learn their system, understand the physicality of this game, the speed of the NWSL, but she gives them a completely different look than I think that they've had in the years past.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the departure of Jess McDonald, but also they need to score goals.
Who did Jess McDonald go to?
Had trouble scoring. They weren't as efficient in attacking third, and that's what she does at UVA. That's what you guys do, right? Is score goals. I think.
I did it, but
yeah. Lori, you held it down, right?
Wow.
But I think that's what North Carolina's going to be looking for her to do, is be able to.
Yo, we still waiting on Houston, man. This is. Yeah, these other teams. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's great now. But I'm still rooting for Houston. You know, we're still waiting for. Let's meet the Houston Dash players.
Except in one category, which is she can score goals in the air. I mean, this North Carolina team has been one of the most dominant in the air. She's going to bring that threat. But I do like the scrappiness that she has in the 18. Someone that can just capitalize on a half chance.
What they say about the Dash?
She's a very tall, lanky player, but she's got incredible feet. The ability that she can separate in the box is something special, and then the ability to hold the ball, back to goal play that we're going to see out of her, I think will really help out this North Carolina team that is so often just been a team that wants to get in behind, stretch you vertically. Now you're going to have a little bit of that counter movement, counterbalance that will help them to advance into that attacking third.
I don't know what they're talking about. We was already in the chat.
She's got that striker 6 cents. So great pickup by North Carolina.
Yeah, she loves that golden moment. 8 game-winning goals in 2021, leading the nation. Well, the next pick is in for Kansas City. So
okay, Kansas City. Let's see. Hey, yo, Kansas City got that girl Sam Ewis.
7th pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft. Kansas City Current select Elise Bennett from Washington State University. OL Reign, you are now on the clock.
All right.
So Elise Bennett has been selected by Kansas City, the striker out of Washington State. Here's a look at her play.
All right. Congratulations. But Houston would have had the 6th pick, but we have to still wait.
That speaks volumes on itself, doesn't it? Bring it on. Yeah, I hope it's so. This is awesome. And this is a Midwest player that is from Wisconsin. It's something that's important. The Chief Hat State. Yeah, the Chief Hat State. Exactly. But this is a player that is from the Midwest. It's something that's important to this Kansas City team, to bring in local talent. But they are a team that needs to score goals as well. That was emphasized so much from Hugh Williams time and time again in leading up to this draft.
Oh yeah. They got who they got? Christy Hamilton now as well, and they got that girl Jessica Silva, but that was her first season. But yeah, Kansas City looked tough. I'm not gonna. Don't remind me that. Kansas they beat Houston, but that's good for her. So OL Reign about to come through, aka Baby Leon.
She's a little bit raw. It's going to take her a little bit of time, but she's got that height, she's got that athleticism that I think that they have a lot to work with.
All right, well, the OL Reign is on the clock, but we're going to take a very quick
break. All right, they're going to take a break.
There's plenty more picks are still to come as the college draft is underway here with the NWSL. We'll be back after this.
They in break. We all cool. Yeah. And I'm not too sure how many rounds there are. Right there. What's this shit? And I'm probably gonna be making some tea along the way. Yo, it started to rain. It was raining earlier. I'm trying to figure out where I think they got the commercials in sync now and everything. They're talking about is there an age limit in NWSL? You know what I'm saying? When I think about other leagues or other countries, if you're good, you're playing. You know, no matter what age, right? Someone said officially 18. What you think? But we haven't really seen too many young players besides Olivia play NWSL football, and you know that's because of the college system. Right? That's because of the college system. Streaming live on Paramount Plus. All right. It says OL Reign's pick is in.
Welcome to the National Women's Soccer League drafts presented by Ally. These drafts are the future of the league.
Yeah.
And we at Ally are committed to providing the support that both the players and the league need to thrive. The next generation of teams and talent will continue to elevate an already amazing level of play in this beautiful game in the United States. We're thrilled to invest in the future and be your ally. Thank you for watching and enjoy.
Oh, you're welcome. And we're not in the Matrix. Oh my goodness, it's chilly outside.
On the clock. So, Ali, let's talk about the OL Reign though, because Laura Harvey has an interesting approach, doesn't she, with the drafts? What are you expecting to be from their team today?
Oh, well, look,
It's cold outside, y'all. Hey, and I petition Laura Harvey to be the next Houston Dash manager. Houston Dash manager.
Elise Bennett, but regardless, I think with his Reign team, you have a lot of departures with the OL players that have come over on loan, so they do need to add some quality to this team, especially up top, which sounds pretty crazy because they led the league last year in goals scored. But they can bring in some front runners. As I was building out, what their starting lineup could potentially look like. Let me look at something real quick. It will not reflect what we saw last year, right? Yes, you're going to still have Megan Rapinoe, you have Bolster, but Bolster is not necessarily a player that you can count on over the course of the season. So you're going to need some rotation there. Who does that right wing play ultimately become for them? They've used Angelina there. She's been inverted at one time. It was Sophia Huerta. Now she's in the back line. So there are some different looks that we're going to see out of this OL Reign team. And I think what, Laura Harvey mentioned to us on our call is that she doesn't want these players to feel the pressure to step in and impact immediately. She does like the opportunity to develop them, and something that she had never really had the opportunity to do in the past because they needed players to step in immediately. Now you have the depth in the squad. But I think picking this early in the draft can give you the potential to find a starter in maybe a diamond in the rough and someone in this college rank. So and I'm really curious to see where she does go with this pick. They lost a defender in McNabb. They lost a sixth in Weatherholt yesterday in the expansion draft. I know both of those losses really pulled at her heartstrings, and you hate to lose those players. So they may move in that direction just to try to fill that void. But early on when we spoke to her, getting a front runner was a priority.
All right, well, let's see what direction they go in because the pick is in. So let's go back to Marla Messing.
Let's get it.
With the 8th pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, OL Reign select Janit Kajan from St. John's University.
All right.
San Diego Wave, you are now on the clock.
Congratulations. And some of them have celebration cams and some don't. I wonder why, but We got to get some more highlights. I got to start peeping. Have we been getting highlights?
From Budapest in Hungary originally. It's interesting, isn't it, to see which direction they're going to go in here.
OL Reign drafted internationally.
Yeah, Laura Harvey doesn't lie, because here's a goal scorer, 16 goals in 18 games at St. John's, and she's a goal scorer. And if you want somebody to be able to come in, to be able to fill a need, but also be able to have that time to develop under some of these front runners that you already have. Yes, Allie spoke about it. There's players that are have gone back from loan. There's some vacancies, but you still have a star player or star power up top that she can come in and still be able to learn from, but potentially get some minutes that could be impactful.
Sweet.
I like this pick a lot. I mean, this player, if you watch her, she's lefty, but she's incredibly technical.
The only thing is, where are the highlights of this player? What you would like? Where are the highlights of all the players? It's like they have only specific player highlights. It's like, what do they send to the coach? You know what I'm saying? And
this player and Kajan has the ability to be that back to goal presence, but she is a threat in the.
Let's see if we get some highlights. I mean, San Diego Wave on the clock. They got 3 minutes. Dennis 10 it says that wow, St. John, same as Daly. Shout out to Rachel Daly, getting some love in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
She has these international ties. So
yeah, the international vibes.
Has a little bit of mentality to be able to be on her own and already evolving into that professional type player that a lot of these Americans don't necessarily get when they go into the college ranks.
Well, more to come on Kajan, but first let's check in with Marissa Pillar, who's standing by with Emily Gray.
Okay, we got a player.
To hear from you. When you first declared for the draft, you said you were ready for a new challenge. What excites you the most about the chapter that lies ahead?
North Carolina picked her.
I'm just really excited to learn from these professionals like Sean on the phone mentioned Davinia. I mean, I've grown up watching her. Just really excited to be pushed to the next level and reach the potential I hope I can achieve.
With your college team this season, you attributed to half of their scoring. What was the key to all that offensive success?
I think a lot of it was like the work I put in the past 2 off seasons, the last winter and the summer. Scoring goals was something I wasn't always comfortable with, and I grew to really enjoy it this year. And obviously, my teammates helped me a lot.
Damn, so North Carolina got another goal scored. Jesus.
Enjoyable for sure. And you also worked your way back from an ACL injury. What helped you overcome that rehab?
I'm somebody that really likes, to achieve, overcome different obstacles, and that was just day to day overcoming different things. I think the people around me helped me.
Put some more light in here.
My family as well, so that was a big obstacle, but back now, so ready to attack this next challenge.
Ready to go. You graduated yesterday. You get drafted today.
Oh shit! Nice.
Celebrating tonight, and it's always good to have another Philly area person in the league. Congratulations, Emily.
Thank you so much.
Well, what a week it has been for Emily Gray. Great to hear from her.
Nice.
She just touched on she's overcome a lot already. Leslie, how do you see her adjusting to the pro leagues?
Well, first of all, her first comment, she became comfortable scoring goals and loving it. Love to hear that. And coming back from an ACL, right? That's a huge
deep
mentally. But excelling at this level and what her transition will be into the pros coming for Virginia Tech, I think this transition time for her hopefully is a small window.
I think Morgan Bryan is from Virginia, played Virginia Tech, but don't quote me on that shit. All right.
Through over a lot of issues or problems with injury, so I think this is a huge pick for them.
Yeah, and you never want to wish any sort of injury on any player, but to have to overcome injuries and then be able to deal with that bodes well going into this league, because it is a tough league to play in. There's ebbs and flows throughout the season. It's difficult, and so you need to be able to mentally be able to deal with some of those obstacles in your way. And so Emily Gray, I feel like she has good head on her shoulders. Philly already like that as well. So we're liking that pick. Still plenty more picks to come though, and up next is San Diego. All smiles in the war room at the minute. So let's see what they've got for us and go back to Marla messing at the podium.
Oh, damn.
With the 9th pick in the first round of the 2022 NWSL draft, San Diego Wave FC select Marlene Schimmer from Grand Canyon University. OL Reign, you are now on the clock.
So they're clapping there in San Diego for Marlene Schimmer as they have
All right.
her from Grand Canyon University.
German Giants.
This is their second selection, from Germany. What are your thoughts here, Laurie?
Yeah, well, this is something we talked about coming into this, about these international players coming in, playing in college here, understanding, have a little bit of nuance to their game from being an international player coming over.
We've been watching a lot of the German national team. A lot of the German league. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's up to her. Congratulations. We'll see who.
Having that experience away and be able to step in immediately. And not to mention,
we're 16 picks away from Houston's first pick.
Yep, and Casey Stoney really wanting him to be dynamic up top.
16. So it's going to be a long day here.
Surprising pick, but I like it. And talking of internationals, just Ali, what kind of a difference
she was whack
bring to the NWSL?
Offensive Player of the Year. Damn.
Marlene Schimmer is a fantastic pick. I mean, this is a footballer. I know she comes from a small school, but how many of these clubs that we talked to said, look, we're looking across the board. We don't care if they're necessarily at FSU, at a Stanford University.
Yeah.
Some of these players get overlooked because they're not at big name schools. Marlene Schimmer, you can just tell this is a pure footballer.
Yeah, it don't matter what school you come from. Can you play football?
Lines on the dribble. She's incredibly athletic. She's so comfortable, and she's got a ton of sauce. I mean, this group player can play on the left, the right wing.
That's a good thing about the international players. It's like they don't really give a fuck what school is, nigga. This is another school to them. They're like, bitch, I didn't come here to. I'm just saying they didn't come here to learn, but they came here for the opportunity.
They understand the game more. You can see it in the way Schimmer plays.
The difference from being in America and looking in, then the difference from being an international or someone that's not in America looking in. You know what I'm saying?
So I think this is a great pickup.
You know what I'm saying?
And she's a dynamic player. You guys are going to love watching this player play if she gets a lot of minutes. And I think she can step in.
All right, well, let's see how she fares in the league.
So OL Rain is next, a.k.a. Baby Leon.
Special guest. Sophia.
Sophia.
With us. It was about 2 years ago that your name was called #1
the Portland
overall.
Thorn.
What do you remember most about that
striker?
Experience?
I remember how excited I was just to finally be able to, say I'm a professional soccer player. Obviously, it was a long-time dream of mine, so I just remember being so excited to get started and being able to share that day with the people I love.
We heard a little bit of your acceptance speech earlier in the show, and you thanked the players who had come before you for everything they've done for the game. How are you now as an experienced player in the league hoping to create a better environment going forward as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's so awesome that we have this league to be able to, join after we're done in college. So I hope to just be someone that, these players that have just got drafted, someone that they can look to and just be excited about, their careers that they're about to, embark on and just continue to be, someone that they can look to and ask questions about. I'm still a rookie in this league.
Yeah, I'm like, she's still like, is this like her second year? She's still a baby.
I'm always there.
But she's good.
We hear often about
I hope. I can't wait. I mean, we've already seen her with USA. I'm excited for her.
What off the field transitions did you have to overcome?
I think the biggest one was just
all the NWSL scandals. I'm playing. Calm down.
You have to learn how to live your life around this game and learn how to prepare. And I think that's the biggest thing is it's not only what you're doing on the field, but everything that you're doing off the field, I think is the biggest thing that I had to learn.
A lot of great lessons, and you're setting a great example. Sophia, thank you so much for your time.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Brilliant there to hear from Sophia. She is a real role model and inspiration, isn't she, Leslie, for the women that are in the draft today and for those that are to come in the future?
Yeah, and like Ali mentioned, another Stanford Cardinal Bay Area. But yeah, Sophia's one of my favorite players. Yeah, on and off the field. You can see her leadership even as a young player, but ultimately how much she's grown in 2 years.
I'm trying to, let me get on Twitter. Let me see some real quick. How long Houston got? What round?
I think that player that this team is going to have for a long time and that they're going to build off of. But that's what kind of player you want. Hungry, competitive, a leader, and still wants to learn and grow.
Yeah, and I like that she talks about learning how to be a pro. In 2020, not a ton of minutes due to COVID protocols.
Excuse me. Oh, no. Don't listen to all that COVID nonsense.
Comes in 2020, makes an impact, takes advantage of the minutes that she had available when players were gone for international duty.
All right.
Lit it on fire. The NWSL allowed her to be able to get a call in with the U.S. national team, and then has not looked back.
Let me see.
And that's really the trajectory, and that's what you want for these players, to be able to come in, have the minutes, mold themselves, get those minutes that are important.
Houston acquire.
Be able to execute on what they do best.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring that up, Lori, because we talked about the NWSL being that platform for these players to evolve and ultimately find themselves in the national team conversation. Obviously, that happened for
Houston just acquired someone.
Something that I heard from Amanda Cromwell that the officials have been doing, and that was one of the
Kaylee's Hedge from OL Reign.
Set on being the starting number 9 for the U.S. team, and every day she trains like that. Every day she's asking for video sessions so she can get better. And this is a player that, like Sophia Smith, wants to come in the league, evolve, yes, but also be on the radar for the national team and really push for that. So this is about these players being able to grow in those environments. Sophia Smith obviously landed in a great spot at Portland.
Wow, look at people in the chat. Look at they're saying about Dash. Any chance that Dash will get lucky and get one of those steals picks at 44 LMFAO? This Dash is the clown of this offseason so far. Man, look at all these haters.
2023 natural second round.
Y'all love talking about the Dash.
A lot of questions still around this, Leslie, and I'm sure lots more to come. Well, it makes sense. I mean, Amanda Cromwell, we talk about Orlando, new coach, new everything. She needs to build this team, with Ashton Harris.
Hold it down.
Alex Morgan going to San Diego. She needs players. She needs impact
players.
She also needs depth. She needs players on every line, so I'm not surprised to see her trade and get a higher pick.
And you need.
I'm coming through for you, Dash. I'm coming through. We got people. We always trying to look. I hope.
Orlando Pride. Because
I'm gonna continue to show love.
Throughout these years, you've had a lot of experienced international players.
But anyways,
rookies coming in that don't have the time to develop, and there's been a huge.
They love talking. Hey, remember your haters? They give you more clout. Your haters used to be getting so much clout.
Ali, I want to get your thoughts on this because Leslie just mentioned the big names that have
left this
off-season. So there's a lot to do for them.
Let's get it.
The side that really needed a rebuild because although they
Let's
had all
get
these
it.
superstars,
Okay, Anita said, don't forget about Chicago. LOL, yeah. But they love talking. Look. The more y'all look, even Chicago getting love in the chat too. Look, the haters can't keep your name out your mouth. The haters can't keep the name out your mouth. Houston Dash.
Arena as well, so players or coaches that just didn't necessarily come.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get that. Look. I'm just saying.
And yeah, absolutely.
Everything gonna be all right.
When I was able to just touch base with Amanda right before the draft began, I asked her, what is your vision for this side? She said, well, look, I want
Orlando. It says trade.
In terms of progressing.
You see on top it says trade. What's going on, Orlando?
For is the ability to transition better. Our counter press was not good.
Pick is in.
They gave up way too many goals. We all saw that with the eye test. You can see it statistically. So they want to work on the defensive side of things and get that shored up first before they even talk about maybe how they're going to move forward, because they know they have goals in Sydney Leroux. They know they have goals or playmaking ability in Marta, even though she is obviously
Let me see.
She still has special quality. So
Orlando.
An Orlando team that, yes, they are in a way starting from scratch, but I think
Orlando, I'm trying to think who's on Orlando's side.
For Amanda Cromwell and what they're trying to go out and execute.
Yeah, Orlando's got a fresh slate.
Isn't it? Because now it puts a lot on their shoulders. Sydney Leroux, can we see her step up and really become that main focus up top? I think so. I think she proved again.
Got a fresh vibe coming through.
She had one of her best seasons yet, right? Talk about putting the ball away and getting the job done. I think there was in the middle part of the season, I was like, Orlando's going to make the playoffs up until the last minute. So I think Sydney Leroux is and grown into a leader. And I think a lot of the players, especially new ones and the younger ones, are going to look up to her to not only get the job done and score goals, but to lead on and off the field.
And I had Sydney Leroux tagged as my early MVP last year, and she started off on fire throughout the middle.
Yeah, Orlando got a fresh vibe coming through. You know what I'm saying? Look. You got rid of, honestly, yes, they did get rid of some solid players, but it's not like they were the future. They were older players. You know what I'm saying? So, you started from the bottom. Now you're here. Orlando was an expansion team, so I'm super pumped to see what happens over here in Orlando. And they got a pretty nice stadium. You know what I'm saying? They got a pretty dope stadium. What they got? All right.
NWSL draft. The Orlando Pride select Caitlin Casney from Duke University.
All right.
Sorry, one more time.
Okay, so Caitlin Casney has been selected.
All right. Congratulations.
Pride pick 22 from New York. Laurie, your thoughts? Well, sit her back. She's going to come in and hopefully fight for a spot, especially with the departure of.
Nice. Thank y'all for voting to see what type of star should Houston Dash pick first. I had to check that out.
Has those qualities, much like you think about a Florida State, this is a team that really kind of has a professional quality.
Orlando. Yeah, we didn't get no highlights right here. Damn, Rain, aka Baby Leon, on the clock again. Jeez.
You're looking for a player that wants to build out of the back. Caitlin Casney can provide you that.
Building out of the back, scoring some big goals. I think scored against Stanford, East Carolina. These are big goals.
You know what I'm saying?
So, again, probably not a player that's going to make an immediate start, but that can learn from center back.
All right, but Houston did get a new player. Kaylee's Hedge from ORA. She's a midfielder. So Dash have acquired midfielder Kayleen Hedge in a trade with ORA for the 21st overall pick in the 2022 individual draft. Also, Houston will also send $15,000 in allegation money to ORA as part of the agreement. Hedge had played 2 appearances for ORA during the 2021 regular series. Hedge was also selected number 9 in the 2020 NWSL draft. The 24-year-old was a 3-year starter at Santa Clara University and scored 5 goals and 10 assists in her senior year. So currently, Houston holds 1 selection in the God damn, Houston! Y'all only got 1 draft pick, Houston. You got it. Houston only have 1 pick so far, and it's the 44th overall. Man, I thought they had the 26th pick, but since they're making trades. All right, Houston.
What are you expecting her approach to be with this?
Yeah, and then right here, see, I thought Houston, right here, it says Houston acquired 26th pick and allegation money from Angelo City. Yeah, the Houston Dash have agreed to trade number 6 pick overall in the 2020 draft to Angel City in exchange for the number 26 overall pick. So I'm like, okay. So they got 2 picks. It says Houston currently holds 3 selections in the 2022 the draft, beginning with the 9th selection in the 2nd round, overall 21st. They just traded that one that we just read. Houston also holds the 26 and the 44. Okay, so we still should have the 26 and the 44, but we'll see how things work out. We're still on 11, all right? And we're already an hour deep, you know what I mean? So
this is a transitional league. This is an athletic league. You want to be dynamic.
Also, it says Houston acquired defender Julia Ashley from Racing Louisville. Damn, so this is the pick. So this is who Houston traded for the 26th overall pick. Some allegation money, $125K.
Do you think that there'll be an adjustment period for her as well? And what do you think that'll look like?
So how much money did they get? Damn, so really? All right, so they got $125K. Let me see what they got with
players that have been maybe used to a certain environment and now coming in from the college. It is very different. When you go to the pro.
Okay, so they both got $125K from both players. So from Angel City and from Racing. 125K plus 125K. Let's do this math real quick.
But also has learned from former coaches and former teams that have succeeded and what those differences were.
All right, so Houston got $250K in cash splash.
Yeah, certainly. I think Becky Burley.
So let's see what happens.
She's like, why am I not getting called? calls from her players all the time at 4 a.m. being like, oh, I'm happy about that. No, I think I'm extremely excited. But
damn. All right, Houston. So we got a defender and a midfielder, but we still got one pick. So you know what? Let me just tell you, shout out to whoever gets picked by the Houston Dash. Y'all coming to a legit team. You know what I'm saying?
Just trying to keep the team together, make a few changes, and now Lorna Karma can make this team her own and talks about the official coming in, understanding her principles, being able to speak to that, and then Sydney LaRue, who seems to very much to be on board, wants to lead this team. Marta with all the experience, and that just goes back down the line to Erin McLeod, who will most likely at this point in time be the starting goalkeeper.
Nice.
Moving parts, isn't it, Ali? So just speaking big picture here and all of these points.
Yeah,
How
Julia.
do you think it will be until we see this Orlando Pride being a very competitive team fighting at the top of the table?
I got to see where they go with some of these other picks, what other trades unfold, because
welcome, fam.
Right now, I'm not too hopeful that this is a team that can compete for a playoffs yet next year. But I think it's way too soon to really judge what this side is going to look like come preseason. So still so many moving parts. And I think with Orlando, what we knew was they had was not working. And now they've made some adjustments, and we will get to see what this, if you will, fresh start looks like, or the identity.
Where's the emoji at?
The Cromwell values as we go through this draft process and start to see what she's really trying to build, what she values the most. The official coming in. Good
there we go.
Can hold it up. A possession type player, Cosby, another possession type player, can build out of the back. So potentially already a glimpse at how they solve.
All right, I'm just giving everyone a warm welcome real quick.
Even though they started off last year, they were in the number one position. They were rolling. Lori had Sydney LaRue as the MVP. Play out down the line, but
she was still my MVP. Okay. She definitely was for a big part of the season, wasn't she? And to your point, absolutely fantastic. Well, they needed a change. They've made a change, and for more on this, let's welcome in Marissa Pillar.
What we got?
Something we've heard from almost every head coach heading into this draft was the concern if players can mentally handle transitioning into the pros, meaning some of these players are entering from college being the best player on their team and now they're a little bit lower on that roster. Can they mentally handle not being that number one player? And the good thing about Caitlin Cosme is she's already been through this process. When she entered at Duke, she was not a starter by any means, and she really worked at getting in those minutes. She said she had to learn that no matter what, she was going to put in whatever it took to get herself on the field. So she's already showing promise that she has that mental fortitude to transition mentally into the NWSL.
All right. Well,
all right.
So let's go back to Marla Messing.
The pick is in Orlando. Who they going to get? Back-to-back picks for Orlando right here. Let's see.
The Orlando Pride select Julie Doyle.
Julie Doyle. All right.
North Carolina Courage.
Okay.
Now on the clock.
Congratulations.
So Julie Doyle has been selected from Santa Clara University. We're just going to have to bring Leslie back.
Nice. Julie, what's up?
I mean, first, let's start off with an Allie, you got me. It's the Santa Clara Bronco. I mean, Julie Doyle, national champion, won in May in their 2020, season. I think that's a fantastic pickup. Julie is a right-sided player. She is exceptional going 1v1. She can whip a ball in. She makes things happen. I think she has a lot of the tools to be really successful. She's very dangerous. Other teams have to pay attention to her.
Okay, so we got some highlights, fam. Like, we haven't been getting a lot of highlights.
That's it. I got my Santa Clara jersey. I want you guys to know that. I think it's fantastic pickup.
Okay.
It's interesting. Doyle.
Here's some background talking.
Potentially being in California. Obviously, played her college ball here. There we go.
Ooh.
Just wanted to bring that up.
Oh, she got her jersey. She got her jersey for school. Nice.
So I think it's a great pick. Doyle, incredibly good 1v1, good crosser of the ball. This is another player that can live in transition. So I wouldn't be surprised if they convert her into an outside back. I think that not everything is, or that is on the table. So Doyle, good pickup, good footballer. I know she traveled in Europe to season off after she graduated and did actually play with an international club over there in the lower division. So she has been training And I think this is a good pickup. I'm actually surprised she fell this low.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we'll see her play in almost that right back position, and she gives them a different look. This is a player that Orlando, we haven't seen this type of player that can play specifically on the right side with balls in. We've seen a lot of central players for this Orlando team the last few years, and I think this right-sided player for Julie Doyle, and Julie, the weather's very similar, maybe a little bit muggier. You're going to be just fine in Orlando.
Yeah, she's fine. She's a Bronco. Come on.
Leslie, I can't believe you haven't brought your shirt with you.
I know.
Ali's out doing you out here. You've watched a lot of Santa Clara, haven't you, so far this season? I mean, as a whole, this is a very competitive program, isn't it? What kind of program is she coming from?
I mean, you're looking at 2 national champions right here. Ali and I back from 2001. Of course it is.
Okay. Santa Clara. That's what went to Orlando. It says 3-time all WCC selection. Okay. She's a forward as well for Orlando, so they can help. And we never know who's going to be the next USA star. You know what I'm saying, or even star for your team, star of the NWSL league, star for their country, star for our country, star. Shit, and then you know what I'm saying? I think I'm still Houston. I'm not Houston, but like. I look at I'll be watching other teams and see, you know, City, do you need to go ahead and scoop this player up real quick? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I like Ortega, see what I'm saying? My other teams, you know, we gonna see, but, you know, you come through Houston, we're gonna see how everything goes. Damn, we're an hour and 22 minutes in, y'all. I think I'm gonna need to make me some tea. I need to make me some tea.
And just from a personal level as well, Ali, it's like a maturity level, isn't it? Once you've had that break in between the seasons as well.
Yeah, and sometimes just a little bit of time away from the game can make you rediscover your love for the game. I mean, that absolutely happened for me when I went over abroad to play for the OL team. It was like being away from, I think, the American style, the American.
Oh, she got the star R-rings. That's right. She got the star R-ring because, you know, we stars, we shine. And you see, what's her name again? Shit, I forgot her name. See the star? You see the star she got on her earrings? Got the star right here too. We all stars. Don't forget that.
Orlando. And it's not just with Julie Doyle that we're seeing this. We're seeing this more and more, aren't we, Laurie? Whether it's between college or even in the NWSL off-season, players want to keep going overseas and playing and getting these minutes still. Yeah, and it's very individual in terms of what the player wants. They want to continue to play. They want to continue to get those touches. Do they need that because they didn't have many minutes with their NWSL team, or they want to go a different look? And then it goes back to what I was saying as well. It's not even just this path and taking time off. It's also, are we going to see players coming out of college? Are they going to leave? We already have players coming out of their junior year in this college. So a lot of different paths for these players, and it's exciting because there's so much football around the world now. And let's just touch on COVID as well, because that has
first of all, hey, no. We ain't talking about no motherfucking COVID, man. Fuck that shit. Listen, COVID is just another pandemic put out to the world for us to come inside so they can do what they want to do and blame the air virus that doesn't exist only in your mind, but people are actually dying because they're killing us out here. Toxicity is rising. You know what I'm saying? The planet is evolving. We're waking up in consciousness, and then they have to pull out some bullshit from the fucking thin air, and people believe it because they believe everything they read and see on TV. So niggas they like to talk about, like, I saw, bro, I watched Emma Hayes fucking blame COVID on her team's performance. Like, nigga, you can't make an excuse like that. You just won the FA Cup, and then you get whooped, and you blame COVID. Get out of here, bro. Like, what is that? And there's a timeout for no. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. It's a year later. No, we're about to be 2 years later. Okay. Remember, division is an illusion. Separatism is an illusion. But we can agree to disagree. Okay, cool. Bet. I was trying to figure out, are we on commercial so we can hit that mute button? Yes, listen. If you don't agree with what I have to say, it's okay when it comes to COVID. It's either creating our vision in detail or certificate of verification ID. It's up to you, depending on if you're living in fear or if you're living in truth or love. You know what I'm saying? Your truth. You know what I mean? Just because I may think COVID is not real because I haven't had any symptoms, and it may be real in your reality, but I don't accept it in my reality. It may be real in your reality. You know what I'm saying? And this whole fucking thing has got people hating each other, hating everything about themselves. People will wear masks for the rest of their lives because of it. Things will never be the same the way they have orchestrated this thing, and they've planned this out for a long time. You're like, who's they? The powers that keep us separated, that through religion, sex, and everything else, education. Oh, you're this and I'm that. We don't need to uh, be friends because we come from two different backgrounds and shit like that. At the end of the day, they made you think that you're better than me based upon what you look like, based upon your social status. And that's just for them to keep us bickering with ourselves instead of us coming together and looking at why did you even create something like that for us to even fight with each other? Well, we needed to keep y'all distracted. You know what I'm saying? So, if you continue to drink the Kool-Aid, nigga, you're going to get drunk as fuck and believe anything. Now, hopefully, if you put the Kool-Aid down, maybe sip some tea, you'll get the real shit. It's coming through your fucking speaker. You know what I'm saying? You'll get the real shit. Or, and the real shit's within you. So, bro, listen, last night I was playing, just beats because I was listening to some, raps. I was listening, and I was like, man, can Anita flow? Can Anita fly high? Go, flow. And I was sounding pretty good, you know what I'm saying? So I was sounding pretty good. I was pretty happy with myself. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Fuck COVID. Anyways, let's see what's going on. What's next? I don't even know. Look, oh yeah. Also, Cincy's match was postponed versus Reading because of COVID. Oh, how ironic. You know what I mean? I don't know. So I don't something. If you're in England, let me know what's going on in England. What they got going on with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, if you want a vision of, if you want a picture. Okay, this guy. We're not gonna listen to this guy, but because we saw him already on the expansion draft. If you want a vision, what does he say? He's like, if you want a vision of the future humanity, or if you want a picture of humanity, imagine a boot stomping on someone's neck forever. Remember, they want us to continue to bicker with each other. Fuck that. I ain't got time and energy for that no more. To each his own. To each his own. But I'll just let you know, when I hear some of that stuff, I'm gonna say what I need to say. You know what I'm saying? Just like they got to say what they need to say based upon the television program. You know what I'm saying? All right, final pick of the first round.
190 declared applicants, I guess you could call them, and only 12 picks so far, or 11. So yeah, no doubt, this is such a special event for these players, and a moment for a lot of them who have been waiting and working for this opportunity.
All right. Okay, so we got the 12th pick for North Carolina. I forgot who they already got, but who they gonna get? I think they need some midfielders or striker. Midfielder or striker. I think they're pretty good.
From Cal State Long Beach. This concludes the first round of the
all right. Shout out to you. Congratulations, Caitlin. Nice. NC Courage, what is she?
Yeah, well, we've seen them take their attacking players. Now they go with a more of a defensive player.
Okay, they said she's a more defensive player. All right, well, congratulations. You know what I'm saying? All right, we on the second round. The second round, Houston won't be in the second round or the third round. Bull.
Now you have a little bit more
I literally have to wait to the 44th pick just to see my team get a player. Jeez, I have to watch everyone else.
Two-time Big West Defender of the Year, right? But she's going to learn from, like you mentioned, Abby Thursday.
Listen to all their talks.
International experience, but I was waiting for this back line, adding some depth. So I like this. I'm looking forward to seeing how she does. So Anita have 3 picks now in the first round. Your thoughts on that?
Now Portland. That's right. That's her name, Allie. That's her name. I was trying to remember what her name was. Allie Wagner. I had a neighbor named Wagner. So Portland. I mean, Portland already got a superstar team. How the hell? I mean, they didn't make no trade, so hopefully, it's like you don't want to, All right, Portland. What? The clock stopped. What happened? Do they get 3 minutes now in the second round? It's gonna speed up. They said this live stream was gonna be until 5, so we're only an hour and 30 minutes into the game. So that's about what, 4 hours? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 hours. A pick an hour. We're finally on the second round. All right, that's the first pick. That's the first round recap, y'all. Let's see if we see duplicate teams. Yo, there's 12 different teams, y'all. Stanford, Florida State, Virginia Tech, all different teams. Every college was different, so that's good. Diversity. And different. I didn't see any duplicate college teams, which is good. There's talent all over the college field, right? So, and we had some internationals go. So I mean, what does that say? I mean, USA, you got international players or different players from different country getting drafted in the first pick instead of the USA players. USA player, at least 2. They got to step it up. You know what I'm saying? Second round coming through. Are they in the I bet we can mute them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it said that all different 12 different college teams. If I was right, let me just make sure. I'm gonna tweet this. Let me put that in the chat. I said it looked like all different college. I believe. All right. Yeah. All different college teams too. I'm pretty sure it was like that. It was like not all different. I didn't see any duplicates. So that's what's up. Yeah, I'm Anita's Joint in the Twitch chat. Anita's Joint. You know what I'm saying? Just put, so you know who I am when I'm live on YouTube, when I'm live on Twitch. You're like, who's Anita's Joint? Who's Anita Flying High? Your girl, right here. You see me live in the flesh. Ain't hiding behind no computer screen. You know what I'm saying? I'm live and direct. You know what I'm saying? You know where to find me. You know where to find my channel. You know what I'm saying? So make sure, if you like it, you like it. I appreciate everyone that does follow and like and, just likes the vibe. At the end of the day, we here. Part of the universe. As they say, we part of the universe. And we all stars. So with that being said, that's right. Let me start making some tea. So I'll be able to sit through a little bit more. It's chilly outside right now, y'all. Open the door. Cold. After this, I will unsubscribe from CBS Sports Network. I already be stealing propaganda. Too much propaganda on these news channels. Too much propaganda. Can't handle it. I'm trying to reprogram my subconscious. Can't do it. Can't do it. Yo, listen, I'm telling y'all, CBS is taking over football with their fucking with everyone selling to CBS. NWSL, you see all the leagues that they have. Everyone's selling to CBS. So it's like if you don't pay for the subscription, you're not gonna be able to watch their matches. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and get the audio back on for y'all.
Season, and it's an historic one as well. The 10th anniversary season. The third annual NWSL Challenge Cup will be from March to May. Then a 22-game regular season will follow, and it's the first balanced schedule since 2014. So exciting news there for the teams. The top 6 will qualify for the playoffs, and the NWSL Championship will be the weekend of October 28th.
All right, nice. Yo, I like that. So we're gonna have the Challenge Cup. So the Challenge Cup is back. Okay, nice. I like the Challenge Cup. Hold it down, the Challenge Cup. What was it? The Challenge Cup? Cup, sweet.
Going to semifinals.
Okay.
You
know what I'm saying?
At home and away. Nice balanced schedule. Just like the regular season. Sure, 2014 was balanced in that you played the teams the same number of times, but this is the first time it's truly balanced.
Because there's an equal amount of teams. Because we have 12 teams now. We're not in balance because there's an even number. That's so. You know what I mean? That's the whole. That's what that means. Oh, here they go talking about shut the fuck up about COVID, niggas. Stop it. Stop. Jeez. You know, they got to continue to reinforce you. Don't forget COVID-19 happened. Don't forget. Did you forget? Oh, don't forget. Don't forget. We're going to remind you. Don't forget we had this. Remember. Don't forget. Don't forget about it. People will be like, oh yeah, and people don't forget. Well, you know, so what happened. Listen. It sucks, right? It sucks. The matrix system. All right, we got a player. What's up, Savannah? Racing Louisville.
Kind of exchanging tweets a little bit already. Excited to meet teammates. What is your relationship like with Jalen?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Jalen since I was about 18. We were on the 20s together, and
I thought she was gonna say a little bit younger, but she said 18. That's cool. They're gonna have chemistry already. That's what's up.
Amazing. How has this moment come to be from starting playing soccer as a little kid to where you are now?
Yeah, I mean, my parents have been my biggest.
Okay, she was the 4th pick. Nice. Racing. And she's a midfielder. Okay. Nice.
I'm just super excited to get started.
It was just so great to see that reaction. That's what we love seeing. And I read that you said.
All right, we got some highlights. It says 2-time Pac-12 Forward of the Year. Damn.
What got you through that process?
Honestly, it was a long process, but just having a supportive family and my teammates and coaches, they were just all awesome throughout the whole process. Were with me through it every step of the way, and couldn't have done it without them.
You showed a great deal of versatility in college as well. What role do you feel most confident heading into the NWSL?
I love playing the attacking mid role, the 10 role.
Dude, I was just about to say the attacking mid. That's so fucking crazy, bro. Because I'm going to say she's a forward, but she says midfield. Man, I wish. Yo, I was synced up. I was going to say attacking mid when she said it right out my mouth. You're like, no, you know you were. You didn't say it. No, you don't know what's in my mind, do you, huh? No, you don't. All right. Portland on the clock.
Sydney Nasello from University of South Florida.
All right.
You are now on the clock.
Let's get it. Oh, look at all Portland. Put your mask on. Social distance. Anyways, all right. Shout out to her, Sydney. What's up, Sydney? Nice. Is she the youngest so far? Have you seen a 21-year-old get drafted yet? I think she's the first one. You know what I mean? That's what's up. It says she's a forward too. Cool. She got a forward. So Portland going attacking. Damn, she's fast too. Jeez. Simone Charlie. Nice. Yo, she scored some bangers. Damn. Yo, her goals are fucking dope. Ooh, her goals are sweet, man. Yo, y'all see them goals she was putting in? Damn, Portland. It says 2-time All-American. All right. Nice. So I think this is a good place for her. But you mentioned early on, you want to go to this team because they're so good, but they are so deep. And so yeah. Make her find playing time a little. But she can come off the bench. This is a player that does have that special dribbling quality. You look for a player that has a unique gift. That is hers. She typically plays on that left wing, likes to cut in on her right. So we'll see if this changes anything in the way that they played the last year. They've been in a 4-4-2 diamond. Do they at some point switch into? We're gonna see how long people stick around on the Twitch chat because they kind of get slow. Or she like Sophia Smith play and run the channels, cut inside, dribble, and create off of the dribble. Like I said again, we have Houston. We have to wait till 44, and probably the last round. And it said like 100 and if we have 5 rounds. Right? 5 times 12 is what? I guess I have my phone. I can do that. How many rounds are there? So having a player like this that's able to come in, be versatile, and figure out where she can plug in, especially losing Charlie and Lucy. And Christine Sinclair, I think she's going to be 39 now this year. So, dang, Christine. Yeah, absolutely. It's a brilliant point, and it was interesting, wasn't it, to speak to Rianne, and how crucial do you think that overlap in the time period was where Rianne was able to observe, and now she's got the opportunity to really make her mark on this team?
Well, it's incredibly important for her to be able to step in because as Leslie, we have so many names, I don't even know your name anymore. I can't learn any names. No, as Leslie said, though, this is a winning culture. This is a team that is okay, 60 players. If there's 5 rounds and there's 12 teams. Well, if there's 5 rounds, and yeah, we just say if every team got a pick. That's 60 picks, right? But some players, I think some teams will get more picks, right? But let me just see how many players are getting able to get picked again, because I really don't know the format. When you look at it big picture, Leslie just mentioned Christine Sinclair, but we also saw Olivia Moultrie, didn't we, make records, and she was getting... Oh yeah, that girl Olivia. Olivia's like, hold up, fam. Like, hold up, fam. Olivia's like, hold up. Don't forget about me, yo. We want to bring in some mentors for our younger players. It's no secret that was likely one of the candidates was Olivia Moultrie. And then we want to bring in some players that can learn from the vets that we have in our squad. So the Cello fits in that latter category. Can learn from some of the experience they have. But when you look up top, I mean, she's definitely not a Sinclair type player. So this is a player that's like a Sophia Smith. And there's an element of maybe Morgan Weaver, not so much. She's someone that's going to stretch the opposition more. So up top, I don't know that Nacello is going to come in and have that veteran that's going to necessarily take her under wing on the bench, showing her how to be the consummate professional, the way Sinclair has done with a lot of the players that have come in, but they are not the same quality, not the same type of player. So I think Nacello is an interesting pick for this squad. I really do, because they do have so many attacking, exciting, bright players, and she's another one that is going to have to come in a battle
And when you look at Tyler Lucy, she didn't get a ton of minutes. Simone Charlie, who started out, was in the Golden Boot race hunt. She ended up getting injured and never really came back.
Yeah, you gotta listen to all the stuff.
So if you're in that depth chart, if you're a few scratches below, getting quality minutes is going to be hard to come
Fuck around, make some lunch.
Seeing impact immediately, but down
God,
the
this
line,
boy.
dead copy. This is someone building towards the future again for Portland.
Oh!
Maintain that stranglehold at the top of the table that we usually see.
And this depth that comes into play more soon, doesn't it, Leslie, with these international breaks? And we spoke to Rianne about really her vision for what's to come over the next couple of months, but especially when several of her key pieces will leave the club.
Yeah, and Portland did a fabulous job last year during Olympic break of making sure that they continue their play, and Sophia Smith stepping up and a lot of their bench players embracing their roles, and they're going to have to do the same, but adding that depth is crucial with everything coming up this summer. It's going to be crazy for every team, but looking at Portland and how many stars, how many international players they have, and how heavy they are in that category, it's even more important for them.
And plus, Portland got they got the support of the people. You know what I'm saying? It's a football place. Like you see when we watch. You see when they fill up the stadium. You know what I'm saying? So that's something Portland has over some of the other teams in the league. So until other teams have that support or get more support, it'll be better. Come on now. All right, Washington Spirit.
Between the San Diego Wave and Washington Spirit. In exchange for $85,000, the Washington Spirit have acquired the 14th overall pick. With the second pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Washington Spirit select Tanaya Alexander from Louisiana State University.
All right, LSU.
You are now on the clock.
LSU.
All right, so we're expecting some news to happen. A bit of chaos.
Got a trade.
Very quickly, San Diego have traded their pick, of course, to the Washington Spirit. And, I mean, it's all going on, isn't it, Laurie? We're hearing so many different things, but what do you make of this trade and the pick?
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And, I don't think we expected Washington Spirit because we didn't expect to see them until the third or fourth round. And talking with her acting head coach, I guess, still, Chris Ward.
All right, we got a Ford. It says 2022 first team All SEC. All right. Washington. Oh, we got some highlights. Let's get it. We got some highlights. Okay, and we got a celebration. That's what I'm talking about. That charisma already. I like her. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, she's British? She British? She's British.
I like her. She has a lot of fire. She's an exciting player to watch, and she can score some goals in any way.
England representing. England out here.
And now her, I mean, what incredible.
Damn. Nice for Washington Spirit. Washington's like, come at us. Yo, they're going to be scary. Washington's like, yeah, we already did it. Did you forget? Damn, Washington.
If you can do it, this is my path to follow, and I can too.
Nice pick.
Where's the room for me? That's Tanaya Alexander, and I'm looking at that squad going, this is going to be competitive, and that is one of the things that a lot of these managers want. They don't want necessarily starters to feel complacent. I think Tanaya Alexander offers that. She offers depth. I'm with Lori. I think this is an exciting pick. I think this player.
Yeah, she was already excited based upon what we've seen. Not only did we get a celebration, we got highlights, and we got. Oh yeah. And she's from England. I fuck with England. You know what I'm saying? So a lioness out here. I'm telling you. Shit, will she be there in the Euros? We don't know. Will she be there in the World Cup? Huh?
This is a really good pickup for Washington, and when you look at all
Damn.
San Diego got in return, allocation money. I mean, this is a team.
San Diego got what? They got
have a lot of these coaches, a lot of these
this cat.
We're not sure about this draft class. We're not so excited about necessarily the immediate impact, but it is that long-term proposition. And now you're seeing some of the clubs jostle to move up and take picks earlier.
Wait, so what's up with this? I'm seeing. Hold on, fam. What's going on?
I think we're seeing that play out. But for Washington, big win, a player that fits their style, fits into their system incredibly well. And I think we'll get to go in and push some of those vets. And one of the things that we saw out of Trinity Rodman that did so well, was her ability to counter press, her ability to disrupt defensively. And I think this is
so now
Alexander that has that pressing ability.
Yo, so I just seen so AKA Leon, baby Leon are on the clock. Yo, so I seen.
Remarkable. I mean, everything to it. Everything they went through off the field with COVID, their ownership.
Oh, here they are again with the COVID.
They were able to get better through it, right? And you look at the relationship between Emily Son and
Yes.
the way they played, they possessed
Yes.
how great a season she had and the leader she became. And to see this team go on and win was really incredible.
Now,
the future is bright. I hope, Chris keeps that role because he's got to have a lot of credit for what he did at such a crazy time.
And you have to compliment their boldness to go after this. They didn't have a pick until the 38th pick and the 50th, and so they knew coming into this draft there wasn't a ton of needs to be filled, returning almost every starter outside of Tegan McGrady that we spoke about from the championship game.
Pretty good.
So
pretty good pick.
Already.
Rain need a timeout. We about to hit 2 hours, y'all. We about to hit 2 hours.
And Ali, we spoke about Trinity Rodman briefly, but just how well has this team done as a whole to develop this young talent?
Yeah, look, a massive fangirl over here for Trinity Rodman. I think she is out of
the Gemini. Don't forget Trinity Rodman is a Gemini. So if you don't like Trinity Rodman,
but I think this Washington Spirit team is interesting, right? Because
you don't like Geminis. I'm playing. But yeah, the girl, Trinity Rodman. When I found out she was a Gemini, I was like, makes so much sense. Me and Trinity, we already, if you're my sun sign, if we share sun signs, I mean, we're pretty awesome. You know what I'm saying? We can mob out together. You know what I mean? We can mob out together. We can flex on the other zodiac signs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And don't forget, me and Becky Sauerbrunn have the same birthday. And Becky Sauerbrunn is a Gemini as well. Don't forget that. June 6th in this bitch.
Washington Spirit easily lost that game. Washington Spirit almost couldn't put away the game against Chicago in the final, So even though it was one of those storybook runs, I do think that
oh yeah, let me get some lighting in here real quick. Because I know y'all see the lighting, but let me go ahead and Ray making a timeout.
But I think just some of the solidity on the defensive side of things. I know I'm going to get ripped for that. They were good defensively, but I think that is something that they need to pay heed to.
Oh, what a thrilling championship match it was as well. On top of that, well, for more, let's check in with our Hi, Elise. It is so nice to have you with us. Congratulations.
Yeah, this is a player interview.
Of the 2022 draft class. I'm sure that feels incredible for you. You went back to school for this 5th year of eligibility. What did you learn about yourself during this past season?
I think this 5th year of eligibility just gave me a chance to really grow into myself and take our team maybe a little bit in a different direction. I had to take a little bit of a leadership role in comparison to other years.
Oh yeah, she got confidence. I like her attitude already. I can hear her I can already hear her
I think that I'm just looking forward to
her swagger
learning
from here.
Currently, I know there's some great players, and I will definitely be learning and growing.
Oh yeah, let's get it, girl. Yeah, I felt her vibe from over there. Hey, and she got the orange on. Let's go. Why didn't she get on the Houston Dash drip? She got the orange on though.
Yeah, I think you mentioned everything. I think that I'm just so excited to be a part of the club. You can tell that the ownership and the city is backed
by that club.
Right, real shit. They got a new player, viewers. And they got some cash to splash behind it, getting a new facility and stuff. Ooh.
What style of play do you try to emulate on the field?
You know, I feel like I just try to be myself and do the best that I can with what I have. And I feel like this past year I've grown so much as a player and I became so much more confident on the ball that I'm just looking to create my own destiny and my own journey in the league.
The one and only Elise Bennett, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there. Well, Ali, I want to get your thoughts on the draft as a whole first, but let's just pick up with Elise Bennett because this is a Kansas City side that's got a lot to look forward to in the future. Laurie just something happening here in the background. But they've already got Sam Lewis, haven't they? The stadium news is exciting as well, so things are looking good.
That's that orange. She had that orange drip.
Yeah, and even just talking with Hugh Williams the other day, he said, look, it's less challenging to recruit, whether that's even been locally, but also internationally, because you now have the star quality, the star power in a Sam Lewis. You know that you've got this incredible stadium training facility coming in. Next year, they're going to be playing on the Portland KC field. So this is a team that I think is on the up and up. And one thing that we have to take heed to is last year they were on that small footprint of a field, a baseball field. They really were in not survival mode, but they were in disruptive mode. And so they didn't necessarily get to play the football they wanted with the players that they had in places. So I think we go to this bigger field. They're going to look to open things up. Of course, we don't know who that coach will ultimately be, but I think you would try to position them to be a more versatile, playing a 4-3-3 figure skate, complete possession. And you can do that when you've got a Sam Lewis, a player that can drive out of midfield. When you've got some of those players down your spine, maybe France, Desiree Scott is your sixth. You know, there are some pieces that they're adding. Of course, now with the benefits, one of those players that is that handful for the opposition, a player that can stretch the lines, get in behind. That was one of the goals of Kansas City, is get a player that can get in behind the opposition. I think they're not going to be able to find that goal scorer. One of the things they lacked was the ability to put the ball in the back of the net. I don't know that they get that pure goal scorer that's ready right now out of this draft. But ultimately, I think Kansas City is starting to find themselves in a new identity, a new blueprint, if you will, for how they want to play, knowing they're going to be moving on to a bigger pitch and ultimately in the new home stadium when it is ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Some massive news there. Sam Lewis, as you mentioned, already gone, and Elise Bennett will be joining her. Well, if you are watching us on CBS Sports Network and want to carry on with the draft coverage, then make sure you turn over to Paramount Plus or CBS Sports HQ for our continued coverage. Will be with you for a lot longer, so plenty more picks to come, a lot to look forward to, that is for sure. Well, another pick is in, so let's now go to
They said they were going to hit a commercial break. Hold on, another pick is in.
Between OL Reign and the Washington Spirit. In exchange for $85,000 in allocation money to OL Reign, the Washington Spirit have acquired the 15th overall pick. With the third pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Washington Spirit select Madison Elwell.
Okay, so Washington just traded again? Sent some cash over? Nice.
So Madison Elwell has been selected.
Madison, congratulations.
The Washington Spirit now have this pick, and this is someone that just had an outstanding collegiate career, Laurie.
Yeah, she certainly did. And she can play in a variety of roles. She can be a winger, she can be an outside mid, or even an outside back. So that starts to fill a little bit of that role that Ali was talking about, some depth in that back line potentially. Gives them some more versatility. But this is a player that Chris Ward consistently spoke about being a player that he wanted, like the attributes that she has to be able to come in. Speedy, can play in some different formations, so they'll have the ability to mix things up if they want to play a 3-back or 4-back, and she can fit into that role.
Yeah, and I like her versatility, right? She can play in the mid, she can play out in the winger. I think this is a player that is a good pickup. I know Chris was super high on Madison, so I'm excited to see her.
Yeah, he was
nice.
High on her, wasn't he? Ali, what are your thoughts on this selection?
Yeah, I think it's another good pickup for them. More depth in terms of being a player that can go 1v1, get out players.
Oh, shit.
He's a lefty. Who doesn't like lefties? I mean, if you look at the list of players that are available, I'm pretty sure at some point all the left-footed players are going to go. And LL fits that, but she's a two-footed player. So I think this is another, presence that Chris Ward is going to
There you go. Brighten up a little bit.
I think, what I liked about her when I watched her play is but she doesn't necessarily force it. She has the pace to be able to press, to be able to break lines, but she makes good decisions. And sometimes you don't get that out of players that are in college that have the ability to take the game over themselves. So, we thought she was going to go as a top 10 pick, and she dropped a bit further. So maybe surprised that she lasted this long, but I think
turn off the smoke for now.
As we said, that Ward was keen on.
And maybe with some of these new players going to this Washington Spirit side, as you said, Ali, they're probably thinking, where do I fit in to this? How much of an immediate impact do you think she'll make, or is she a longer-term prospect?
Well, listen, I think it really just depends. I mean, these players are going to show up, and I spoke about it because I really believe that there isn't just one path, but just path, because just because you're getting picked up in this doesn't mean that you can't. You have to be able to show up and perform in preseason, show your worth, what you can provide.
Oh shit! Maybe I could like.
Opportunity as anybody else to be able to perform, and I think because she is a winger and outside player, that helps because they do need those players. As Ali mentioned, Kelly O'Hara, Emily Sonnet. There's going to have to be some rotation when those players are gone. That's when players fill in. I think about an Anna Helferty who's come in. She's a third-round pick last year. Came in and was so versatile. Found herself as an outside back early on. Then moved up in the championship game towards the end. It was a striker. So we can see that.
We're gonna put myself up here.
And LL will definitely have that ability to show herself at different positions.
And another thing Chris mentioned as well, they're not going to the biggest names out there, but
there.
Players that they can mould in and really nurture through this time. So what does that say about her, Leslie?
Well, it speaks on the depth of this team, right? How many returners? 23 players. So that pressure, that emotional pressure, feeling like he needs an impact player rather than just building his team out. And how much success
there we go.
Adding some depth, but looking specifically for certain players, I think bodes well for them. And he's a happy guy, and he totally downplayed this. Not having many draft picks, Washington's making moves here.
They are.
All right, they came to play.
Well, they made moves at the end of last season as well, didn't they, Ali? They had 11-game unbeaten run to conclude the season. This is a team that finished.
I don't want to block Ali's face.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
oh, look. It says, I read that MX matches draw huge crowds. They do.
She's actually evolved, I think, over this past season incredibly
they do.
well. Annie Sullivan, of course, is always in that conversation. So you've got incredibly bright prospects for the U.S. team in this Washington Spirit side. I think with the leadership of Emily Sonnet, the grit of her, and Kelly O'Hara, you've got a really good balance in terms of the experience there that can help some of these younger players.
Shout out to the Mexican League. You know, Anita Flying Javi coming through with the commentary. We got the Tigres and some other teams. Shout out to them.
And part of that evolution is incredibly important for these young players. So when we look at these players that they've drafted, I don't expect them to come in and make a splash necessarily.
Oh man, look at my face, man. They got to make a splash, man. They got my face. Oh, we gonna have to fix that.
Shape up and solidify the full of their roster and at that center back position specifically, and then obviously Elwell can be that left back, even though she played higher up the pitch in college. So this is a squad in Washington Spirit that didn't have holes necessarily before. And
I was thinking, should I put this over here? That still block out.
Especially when you're gonna have that target on your back.
Yeah, it still blocks out Vandermount, but.
So more good news for the Washington Spirit.
Yeah, it does block out.
So let's go back to Marla.
Excuse me changing the.
Second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Racing Louisville select Charmaine Morgan from Oklahoma State University.
All right.
Kansas City Current, you are now on the clock.
So Racing Louisville have selected Charmaine Morgan.
Charmaine, hey, another Texas fam.
From Frisco, Texas.
Texas.
What can you tell us about this player?
Well, an outside back player that continues to be able to provide some even more depth on that back line. So some earlier rounds of Jalen Howell, and those players being able to provide the attack.
All right.
To solidify an outside back position. We saw Julia Ashley just go yesterday to the Houston Dash trade. So now you have to start to fill out these rosters, much like we were just talking about the Washington Spirit. You have to be able to find some players that can come in.
All right. She's a defender.
They want to develop players. So even if they can't come in and supply a ton of minutes, that's fine with them. They want to be able to bring players in, mold them into the shape, and also the way that they want to play tactically. And this allows that for them to have that depth on that back line, but also to be able to do just that in maybe a year or two time.
So that's pick 16 overall. We've got plenty more to come here with the NWSL draft. But a reminder, if you want to watch our coverage and you're watching on CBS Sports HQ, then turn over to Paramount Plus, because we're going to be with you all afternoon long. We'll be getting all of the picks. It's a historic moment in the NWSL.
What?
All right, so Charmaine Morgan there, of course, the latest pick for Racing Louisville. Welcome along for those of you joining us on Paramount Plus. Let's just talk about Racing Louisville's vision.
Wait, what? We're on YouTube, but okay. I don't even know what they talk about. So many L's. You see how...
Yeah, it's interesting because I do think that they need a huge impact. You know, I like the depth and the development piece, but Louisville did not have a great season, right? And they lost some players. They do have
it was tough.
And the came back and Emily Fox, so let's talk
Shout out
about
to Cece Kaiser. You still miss, fam. Used to miss you.
They're adding depth, they're adding developmental players, but they also need players to make an impact, to compete and get higher up on that table.
And speaking of the Orlando Pride, we mentioned so many changes in the staff and with the coach. It's a similar situation at Louisville as well, isn't it, at the minute?
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think it'll be interesting how this plays out leading up to preseason in terms of how they want to play. Are they going to make a ton of changes under their new coach? That's still to be determined. But at this point in time, it does look like they're trying to bring in players that they know that can play, get some minutes. But they are going to start to have to fill out the roster, because don't forget, Savannah McCaskill on her way to the City of Lights out west. So there are some vacancies, and I also would be interested to see what international players they start to pick up, because you do need some world beaters in this squad. You can't just be completely developmental if you want to compete and make a statement in this league.
Yeah, definitely on their radar. Well, another pick is in, so let's go.
All right, who got that Kansas City Current?
With the 5th pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Kansas City Current select Chardonnay Curran from University of Oregon.
All right.
Chicago Red Stars, you are now on the clock.
Chicago, Chi-Town.
So here's a look at the MasterCard
All right.
profile of Chardonnay Curran is selected.
Chardonnay.
What can you tell us about this pick?
She's a midfielder.
Yeah, I mean, this was someone that
Okay.
Williams was really high on when we spoke to him the other day, and I like this pick. I mean, this is an attacking that she's 8, but she possibly could be a 6, so there's versatility there. She's athletic. She breaks lines with her passes, and specifically, she can break pressure. She opens up.
Oh, we got some highlights.
This is a strong pick for KC, and there's something about her that I really like. She's scrappy.
Ooh.
She's got these quick feet.
Nice.
Look at what players do the end of these.
Yo, they celebrate so much more in college, based upon what I'm seeing, the highlights.
Yeah, we're talking about the collegiate game. NWSL is different, but she's got that.
Hey.
And then she's got a final pass. I think this is a really
Good finish.
fielder in terms of being
Nice
able
header.
to transition into the NWSL. She can handle pressure.
And what a name was Chardonnay. How can you not go against that? It says 93 games, 93 GP, games played, I guess. School record for Oregon. Nice.
He needs to score some goals, right? They laughed at the you're laughing at me, but you know that.
Yeah, Kansas City was tough last year, yo. But they're gonna be so different, bro. They're gonna be so different. I mean, you added Sam Ewis to your team. It's like, damn, like it's not fair. Sam Ewis, City needs you back.
It's in bold. It's in all caps. Goal scorer.
The Libra, the Sam Ewis, the Libra.
And he was like, I'm not lying. We need to score goals. We weren't dangerous.
And they got Christy Hamilton. And they got, like I said, Jessica Silva. Shit, that's Silva. And I'm trying to think who else they had out there in Kansas. It was looking good, man. It was looking sharp. All right, Chicago's up next. They got less than a minute. Chicago. They got that girl Mal Pugh, though. Apparently people were talking mess about them. But, you know, haters gonna hate. We gotta. All right, NWSL returns in 2022, streaming Paramount. Shit. Shit. Next year. Houston Dash. Man. All right, they ain't going nowhere. I thought they were hitting us with a commercial. Let me see something. They all right. Oh, what the fuck? Someone says, has Red Stars announced a new coach yet? What are we in? Are we 22? We're not halfway there to Houston. We still got a lot of picks to go. Hey, we're 2 hours deep. 2 hours in it. All right, Chicago's pick is in. Chi-Town. Chicago. They beat who they beat that we were like, oh my gosh. They beat Portland, yeah? And Chicago was in the final, right? Or no, it was two new teams. It was Washington in Chicago, right? Yeah, that's right. That was Washington versus Chicago. We saw Mal Pugh get hurt in the game coming back, right? That game was crazy.
The NWSL returns in 2022 and you can stream it live
on
Paramount Plus. Well, let's go to Marla Messing at the podium to hear the pick for the Chicago Red Stars.
Chicago Red Stars.
With the sixth pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Eva Cook from Michigan State University. Chicago Red Stars, you are back on the clock.
Chicago.
All right, here's a look at the MasterCard player.
All right.
Eva Cook has been selected from
Forward.
State Alley, and this is
So congratulations,
Chicago Red Stars.
Michigan State.
Yeah, look,
Forward.
Yeah, I'm not,
nice. 5'10". That's good height too.
To be fair, she is a striker forward. And one of the things that we learned from Rade in terms of things they were looking for out of this draft was goal scorers. You know, this is a team that felt good about their expected goals. They were creating chances. It was now about converting and players that could be.
And we got some highlights.
It felt like they always were scoring these beautiful goals, but they were really lacking just that fight. You're seeing a little bit of a glimpse here.
Nice.
That just throw her body at it and get on the end of something and battle to try to turn a nothing into a goal. And that was something that Chicago was after.
It says 2021 second team All Big Ten. Nice.
That profile, but I know with Chicago, they were very clear that they did not feel like this was a desperation draft for them. They felt like they had 10 of their returning 11 that played in that championship game and only losing Sarah Gordon in their starting lineup. And so they really wanted to go after some of the unknown or the unknown commodities in the collegiate game. They really value and pride themselves on being able to find some of those diamond in the roughs. And Ava Cook could be one of those players that they bring in.
She's going to be cooking defenders.
I mean, that's been the story of this draft. That teams want to bring in and they think there's a big upside for them. Ava Cook likely falls into that category. So Ava Cook selected from Michigan there. She is the latest selection. But let's go and check in with Marissa Sky with Caitlin Pelton.
All right, we got a player.
Caitlin, thank you so much for being here. It's great to speak with you. During your freshman year at Duke, you realized playing time isn't a given, and you said you dedicated yourself to turning yourself into a starter. How did you work your way into the field?
Wow. Honestly, I think the big thing was being coachable, being able to take constructive criticism. You know, shout out to Robbie Church and Paula Overback, Lane Davis, Jordan Hall. They were all very transparent and very honest with me. And at that
She
point,
giving shout outs. I like it. Representing.
On the things that you need to work on and doing anything that you can to achieve those goals to get you on the field, and that's what I did.
Your head coach, Robbie Church, said one of your best attributes is your ability to adjust to whatever the game is dictating. How did you develop that?
Honestly, experience. I have really great teammates that make my job a lot easier, honestly.
And she's the defender?
Shout out to my teammates because they've been great, and you know, it's all experience and it's being confident, and that takes time. You know, as a freshman, even as a sophomore, I didn't think I would ever play at Duke, and you know, thankfully my coaches gave me an opportunity to prove myself, and it worked out for the best, so I'm really excited.
All right.
So you're heading to the Orlando Pride. You helped anchor a really solid back line at Duke. For you, what's the key to defensive organization?
Sounds cliche, but it is communication. You know, I think that's probably one of my best assets is that I don't shut up.
All right, love it.
And look, I'm not the fastest, I'm not the most technical, but I have heart, and I want to be a leader. I want people to defend.
Is shit glitching?
And I'm just so excited for this opportunity. So yeah, honestly, I'm at a loss of words. I'm not even speaking properly right now. I don't even know if I'm answering your question.
She's cool.
I'm excited to get this opportunity. So thank you.
You're doing great. All these answers were perfect, and you don't need to shut up at all today because.
Okay, hold on. I think my screen fucked up.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Hold on.
Caitlin told me that. I mean, it's just a beautiful.
We lost ourselves.
Leslie, I think she just captured it perfectly.
I mean, that's her raw reaction. As this happens, you try to prepare for it, but ultimately, you can't really prepare for this moment. You're nervous, you're excited, you might have family there and friends and teammates. You're waiting for your name to be called. Maybe it hasn't been called as early as you wanted it to.
My bad, y'all.
You react, and maybe it's the team you want to go to. And
Yo, I lost y'all, so sorry.
So that raw reaction. But
hey, I didn't even see your messages.
Going to Orlando is probably a good fit.
What's good? Hold on, I'm coming back.
And coming into their back line and ready to grow and learn.
Yeah, and that's the better communication
Hold on.
she can bring to the table. Maybe not the most technical.
Hold on. I gotta figure this out again.
To learn, and when you're a team that's
Shit, hold on.
and continuing to grow.
Here he is.
All right, well, another
Here he is.
Let's go back to Marla Messing at the podium.
Okay, we should be Gucci.
Pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Chicago Red Stars selected Sammy Fisher from the University of Notre Dame.
I didn't even see your messages. Let me see. On Twitch, right? You were on Twitch. Hey, we got a celebration cam, man. We haven't seen those in a minute. Yes.
How about this? Sammy Fisher being selected. She hasn't found out yet, but maybe she has.
Oh, yay!
Sammy Fisher has been selected. They're amazing. This is the best thing about the draft.
Yes.
We get to see it in real time. I'm not exactly even sure if she knows who she's been drafted to, but if you haven't heard Sammy, you're going to the
All right.
Leslie, what do you think about this?
Got the Chicago Red Stars drip. Okay, so.
But this is exactly what Chicago wanted to do.
Hold on. Let me get on my.
She played 5 years at Notre Dame, having her strongest season yet. She works hard.
I was going to. Let me get up in here.
And out in the wing.
What's up, Nate? Those good to see you, fam. I forget. How am I gonna do this?
Their best year in a while is because of Sammy Fisher. So I think this is a huge pickup for Chicago.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it was a bit surprising because a couple of things that they talked about, particularly Rade coming in, was full forward that Ali talked about, and also cover and defense. Yeah. But they always continuously have that solidification in the midfield.
I need to enter this.
Or attacking midfielder. But at this point in time in the draft, you're picking the best players that are available for you. And Sammy Fisher, great pickup.
Let's see something real quick.
My former coach,
Here it is. Let me go in this studio.
So she can solve pressure really well, but also break lines, get into the attack, create on her own, but also play that final pass.
Surprised to see her not get picked up to this point. So I think a big win for Chicago.
And then talking of Chicago, Ali, it's been back-to-back picks for them. What do you make of Sammy Fisher heading to the Red Stars?
Yeah, I like what Lori said there at the end. I think this is a player that, look, she can score goals. That's obviously been the box that Chicago's been keen on checking with these first two picks. But I think for Sammy Fisher, there's more nuance to her than just that. I think this is a player
Here we go.
Comfortable dealing with pressure. She can play back to goal. And as Lori said, Swanson mentioned, she can break lines on the dribble. I think this is a player that has a lot of that special qualities of wanting to take on, wanting to assume some responsibility. One thing I did believe when I was watching some clips on her and just kind of delving into the analysis, I think she could take over games more. So, that'll be, I don't want to say question mark, but coming to the NWSL, you're not going to be that player that everyone's going to lean on. And I think she does have the capability of doing it. So does she shy away from that role, knowing that others can step up, or does she step into the light and grab a hold of potentially the opportunity that's in front of her? Regardless, I think this is a really good pickup. I think one of the things that is important in the NWSL is being able to read the second ball, pick up
I don't know what happened to the messages. It's like they disappeared.
They pride themselves on that. They focus on that. Sammy Fisher solves for that as well. I think she's got just a great instinct.
But I see y'all now. I have it up on another camera.
Subtle qualities that you can find, I think, when you're looking
So let me go ahead and
unknown commodities coming into the NWSL. You can grab a hold
put this phone on the charger.
Like that is an important piece to make you a player that ultimately is successful for your team, come a year down the road.
I think she also provides the ability for them to have some different formation flexibility. When we saw them play the diamond, we've seen them playing the 4-3-3. She can fit in. She's a similar player to Morgan Petra. Vanessa DiBernardo maybe is not athletic as Vanessa DiBernardo, but she has those same similarities in terms of those players that they like at Chicago. So I think she fits in immediately into this group, and I think could steal some minutes more so than we even saw some players, particularly in the first round.
Do you see her as well leverage fitting straight in?
Yeah, I do, especially with all the changes. Chicago, with
we synced up like mug.
Doniak and Nikki Stanton, and then Kelsey Turnbull, a player that was coming to Chicago, not coming anymore. So I think she's coming in at a good time, and like you said, Lori, I think she can put a good touch on this team and game. So I think this is a good move for Chicago, and good to see them get two good draft picks.
Yeah, so good news there for Chicago. Well, let's go back to Marla Lessing at the podium for the next pick.
Okay, Baby Leon.
Second round of the 2022 NWSL draft. OL Reigns select Claudia Dickey from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
Is this the first North Carolina pick?
Back on the clock.
Hey, we got the fam cam.
Look at the MasterCard celebration cam. We will see the reaction in a minute. I love how we're getting this a few seconds early, by the way. You get to watch their reaction live. Claudia Dickey is going to the OL Reigns.
Hey! It's like.
All right, well, let's talk about Claudia Dickey then, shall we?
Damn.
We'll come back to her because this is a goalkeeper, so an interesting selection.
Oh, okay, goalkeeper.
She did speak about wanting.
Is she the first goalkeeper?
Well, especially with Buadi going back after being here on loan, and then they do have Laura Ivory as well from picked up on Discovery, so they have another goalkeeper. Almost halfway to Houston Dash team. I want to be the number one, and I think that's what you need.
Oh, there we go. We got the celebration.
Personalities. You want somebody that's going to step in. We're seeing her reaction right now.
Aww.
Even getting into the mix. This is amazing.
The puppies are there. Even the puppies are celebrating.
One of the, I would say, the goalkeepers that is the most ready to compete for minutes out of this goalkeeping class so far.
You forgot she played basketball at UNC. I mean, we should start with that. That's incredible.
Okay, it says two-time All ACC selection.
I think that
Nice.
Reigns is getting views on this pick, and I think the only question mark would be is mentally, is she ready to step into such a great team too? Is she's going to have that transition period, how that's going to look?
But she does have that mentality, though, wanting to step in, whether she's ready or not. Yeah. She does want to step in. I think that's important in that goalkeeping position.
And one of the biggest things, Ali, that everybody seems to talk about with this selection is just the natural ability is there. It just comes easily, it seems, from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, she's one of those just pure athletes, and you guys touched on it. Some
first strengths are being good on crosses. It's funny, I just was trying to think back to Buati and juxtapose the two goalkeepers with each other. Buati was chaotic on crosses. She might come for it, come fishing, come up with nothing, come with that 2 hands. You know, with Vicky, you're going to get a little more consistency on that front, but she fits into Laura Harvey's system and her ability to play out at the back. I mean, she's got excellent distribution, not only with her feet, but in her throwing game. So she does fit into the OL style of play, absolutely. You know, the question marks for her will be, well, can she stay healthy? She's been injured a lot in her career, and then she does tend to get a bit emotional, so maybe there is a little bit of a similarity between the previous goalkeeper from Buati and Vicky on that regard. So I do think it's a good pickup for Laura Harvey, and just because of her ability to play out of the back, the comfort there, her ability on crosses to really own her 18-yard box. Outside of that, we'll see if those other pieces can steady themselves.
And I think that is important too when you think about previously them playing on the old baseball field, but now moving to the midfield, much bigger field. That is a big thing thinking about spraying balls out of the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point, Laurie. It's a massive news, isn't it, for Laura Harvey's side. Well, let's go back now to Marla Messing at the podium.
All right.
With the 9th pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, OL Reign select Rian Brown from Wake Forest. Portland Thorns, you are now on the clock.
Okay, someone says right here we got 4 total rounds, 50 picks, something like that, maybe.
Forest, another one of Laura Harvey's selections. Laurie, what are your thoughts on this?
It's a good pickup for Wake Forest, and I think one of the things about the Wake Forest program is they play a modern style of football. So these players are ready to step right in, and that bodes well really for Laura Harvey and her team wanting to play out of the back. We spoke about it. Yes, they need attacking presence up top to fill some of those voids, but really you're losing McNabb, you're lost Weatherholt in the expansion draft. You have to find players. And
nice.
You know, wants to play. They want to keep possession. You pick up Claudia Dickey, who can solve pressure out of the back as a goalkeeper. Now Brown steps in, smart, technical, good athlete. She has some versatility on that back line as well, so she can play outside back if necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ryan Brown from Wake Forest is probably their best player in the season, over the course of the season.
Okay, it says 11 assists in 67 games played. Nice. All right, 2-2-2 on the clock, and it's Portland.
The left back has stayed home a bit more. So we'll be curious to see with Ryan Brown whether or not this is someone that they allow to release to get into more advanced positions. Do they have more balanced approach with her ability, if she can step in and potentially be a starter with the loss of McNabb, which again was a really big loss to this OL Reign.
Oh, I know what I can do.
Come in and start right away, but over the course of the season, can she be that player that Laura can rely on, lean on, as she looks to potentially balance out the attack that they get from those outside back positions?
I think we've been 2 massive picks for Laura Harvey. I think she wanted 2 players like these, and she got them, and I think she's in a really good situation.
And it's been interesting, isn't it? We mentioned with Marissa.
I don't. It says Providence Poker at the end, at the other. Kind of flunked out stuff is that.
Yeah, and she doesn't want to take as emotional of an approach. She wants to bring in players that now she can develop.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Start and secure some minutes, great. If not, they can be a bit of slow burners. They can mold them into what they want, learn behind some of the players that they already have. You have Lauren Barnes, who's been in this league since the inception. Great mentors going forward, especially for some of these young players.
And she's been in the league for 8 years. So I guess you get to that point at some point, but a lot of the coaches talk about the emotional part of that, and she gets to it. And she talked about being away with the U20s and how much she missed the NWSL, and her coming back and her being able to change her perspective, especially in this draft too. So it's really cool to hear her perspective.
Absolutely. Well, Leslie, you're going to be happy with this next news, because let's go to Marissa Piller, who's standing by now with Julie Doyle.
All right.
Julie, so great to have you with us. You finished up your college eligibility in the
Julie.
spring. You went to England this fall to continue to train. What did you add to your skill set from that experience?
Yeah, it was such a great experience. I would do it all over again. I have to give the thanks to Coach Mel Phillips for London City Lionesses and the team.
All right, give him some shout outs. We haven't had too much of those.
Technically, and I found myself having less time on the ball, which really made me have to play faster.
And that's something for sure that's going to come into play as you transition now into NWSL. We've seen you play on the wing. We've seen you play as a lone striker. Where do you feel the most dangerous?
When I'm isolated outside on the wing, that's where I'm most confident.
All right.
I love taking people on 1v1, so if I'm in the flank area anywhere, that's where I think Orlando could best suit me.
You were part of the 2020 National Championship team out of Santa Clara. How did you learn to become a winner in such a long season and closing that season out with a win?
Yeah, I mean, that season, especially with COVID, we had to have some grit. And we sort of were considered the underdog the whole season. And
I think I updated it.
That really helped us be motivated each game. And so I feel like going into Orlando, I feel like there's some opportunity there. It's a younger team. So I think it'll be sort of a good transition.
All right, Julie. She's the forward.
On the show already, so I'm sure you've seen them celebrate a Santa Clara player getting drafted. Julie, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
I love mentioning Santa Clara to England there. I mean, similar climate, similar places, very similar all in all. But I'd love to hear her say that they thrived as the underdogs there at Santa Clara. You watched a lot of their season, didn't they? I mean, what was that like?
Yeah, we were their biggest supporters at every game. You know, I love any team that would have won this past year in May of 2020 would have shown your grit having to go through COVID, right? But that team, being the underdog, they weren't able to play in the fall season before.
Okay, cool. It updated. That's what's up.
Weren't able to play.
Hey, Portland asked for a timeout.
Life was really difficult. So you talk about a player having to succeed and go through what she went through and to go on and win a national championship. That's a player you want on your team. And I loved her talking about going to England, having to play faster, having to get out of her comfort zone.
All right, so she's already been playing with the Lions. She already has been in England. All right, my tea's done. So let me give me my sip on.
Those Broncos indeed. And one thing Julie can do, I'll send her a text after, is hit up Danny Weatherholt. Let's not forget Danny Weatherholt was in Orlando for a long spell, so she can get all the insight tips of where to eat, where to live. And that's the thing about the Broncos is a lot of these managers in the league do trust Santa Clara players that are coming out of the institution because they know what kind of coach Jerry is. It matters to know that these players understand the game, that they can play in different systems, that they're intelligent players. So when they do come into this new environment, they're ready to adapt because they've likely seen it before. They've seen elements of it.
All right, Portland got their pick. Damn, someone said it's 10:30 here. 10:30 where they're located.
Speed of play first and foremost,
wow.
And that is going to be a key for her to be able to have success at the next level as she transitions into this next phase of her life.
The big point, isn't it, the transition? What else is a big transition, Leslie?
Well, the speed of play is obviously way up there. I'm blanking on my thoughts.
It's a lot, isn't it? And the length of the season. Yeah. Most of these players are not used. It's a 3-month season or 2-month season in college. It goes by so quickly. You're playing multiple games in a week, and then come into the NWSL, and it's a grind. It is every single game is so competitive, and that's what makes it the best in the world. But it's also, if you're fighting for positions, you're fighting throughout the season, and you have to be able to have a short-term memory because at one point in time you could be starting, the next you might not be. So you have to be able to ride those waves throughout.
Got it. That consistency. I think that was the hardest part for me as a professional, going into the professional environment. Can you show up every day? That's the hardest transition. And also living on your own. Life, being a pro versus in your college system is 100% different. And so are you able to adjust? Are you self-sufficient? How have you been able to adapt? Do you feel like you're taken care of and you feel like you have a family or a culture? Because if you're happy off the field, that's usually going to translate to the success on the field.
Really good points. We'll talk more about that.
All right, Portland. Let's see what. Only 2 Texas players got drafted. Nobody from the University of Texas. So what's going on, Texas?
Portland Thorns.
Portland.
Gabby Provenzano from Rutgers. Chicago Red Stars. You are now on the clock.
Rutgers. All right. Sweet. Well, that's kind of weird, but anyways.
What's
up? Congratulations.
What do you feel about this
Look, she's 22. She gets picked in the second round. Pick 22, and she's 5'5". Look at all those synchronicities right there. That's some crazy shit.
Tell us about being behind a lot of the international players, and it was going to be situational though in terms of who they were going to pick up. But
all right, and we got some highlights.
Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. She has some versatility in the midfield and defense, and I think that is actually the key here because Kristen Westphal headed over.
She's a defense/midfield. 2021 Matt Kerman semifinalist. Okay.
Natalie Quigg to be able to step into the midfield at times. So they had the ability to be able to move players around. And now when you think of a Gabby Provenzano, she'll be able to allow for some of that movement.
Portland.
Back line or centrally.
I think that's a good pick for Portland as well.
Centrally for this team, you have Sinclair, even Angela Salem.
Give more freedom to some of, or she can be more of an attacking player.
Don't have to grind out and deploy players in.
Yeah, Ali, where do you think she fits in best with this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at that back line, you've got a lot of veterans, right? You've got Emily Mangus, you've got Sauerbrunn in the center of the park, you've got Klingenberg in that left back position. Those are players that are all likely, at the tail end of their career. So I think they needed to bring in some players, and they talked about the mentors, mentees. Well, this is someone that can come in and learn from those wise vets. One thing that does surprise me a bit with Gabby, good defender, like you said, Lori, defender of the year, didn't get drafted last year, re-enters.
Damn.
A player that wasn't as impressive playing out the back, and I think Portland is a player, wanting a player that is more comfortable on the ball, and maybe that's something that she can evolve into. They obviously see something, a really good quality in her to be able to slide in, but I think that it's more so that this is a player that's not going to step in immediately, someone that is a player that is going to learn from the experience that is already at hand.
So coming off a good year as well, the 2021 Matt Kerman semi-finalist. Well, here's a look then at the last 5 selections. As you can see, Chicago Red Stars with 2, OL Reign with 2, and then most recently with the Portland Thorns. Stay with us. We've got plenty more to come from the NWSL College Draft after this.
They killing us here. Chicago with 30 seconds. What is this? Need a flying high. Okay, cool right there. I guess I could change the color though. What am I looking at? Oh, there we go. There we go. We got the orange drip. There we go. Changing the name. All right, so defense, mid, defense, 4 mid. Look at all these stars. Man, we approaching hour 3. And the second pick is about to be done. I mean, the second round's about to be finished because it's 24 picks, 12, then 36. Yeah, Houston's in the last round. And there's a lucky player that's going to come be welcomed in to the Dash family. What's going on here? All right. All right. I feel like Chicago's time is up, fam.
Welcome back to the NWSL 2022 draft presented by Ally. Here's a reminder that you can watch the entire 2022 NWSL season, all available for you on Paramount Plus. So we are almost through the second round of picks. No school so far has had more than one pick, though. Let's take
yeah, that's good. I think that's great.
All the most highly rated selections that we've still got left available in the draft. What's really stood out to you here, Laurie?
Yeah, I think, one of the players that I see on this list is Lucy Shepherd, a striker out of Hofstra, international player as well, has good stature, 5'9", but she's also composed, poised finisher that I don't think you always see coming out of the college game, and so whoever is able to pick her up, I think they'll get a true finisher for the minutes that she'll play.
Yeah, and for me, I love seeing two Georgetown players, but Sydney Cummings, a few teams are looking for center backs. I'm surprised she hasn't been taken. I expect her to go soon. But a big East Defensive Player of the Year. She's 5'10", big build, athletic. She will compete. She does need to work on building out of the back, but I see her being a big asset to your team.
And then also in Ali USC and Lauren Chang. I mean, she's a very technical player, isn't she? Rated really highly among the college ranks.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think you mentioned her as a player that we should have our eye on. I think she's one of those players that's really pretty simple. I think there's another level to her game, and whether or not that can be coached at her at the NWSL level is to be seen. But I would absolutely take a chance on her. I think Izzy Rodriguez was one that I absolutely expected to go higher. She was considered potentially the top-rated, outside back in this
all right
class.
You got to trade.
Obviously, hasn't been the case. They've opted to go in different directions. But Izzy Rodriguez, an outside back, left back position, again, and lefty. You usually don't see those left on the board too long, so I would expect her to be someone that
trade coming through.
In the hands of
Houston Dash.
And we mentioned so
Shout out to
far,
Houston.
no school has had more than one pick. That's surprising, isn't it, at this point in the draft, Laurie?
It is surprising, but actually nothing is surprising at this point in time with this draft and this year. We talked about the movement with COVID.
Expect the unexpected. Everything is changing.
Early what that looks like. So, you're seeing the wealth being spread out, and there's really good players that might not be playing at the top colleges that honestly sometimes do a much better job than, better job at, finding diamonds in the rough that have the robust mentality to get it done at the individual level.
Well, the coaches that were supposed to have said they've had to expand their search so wide, haven't they, this time around?
Yeah, I think their work was cut out for them. Luckily they have, for everybody, but, they have support and help, but a lot of watching on video, a lot of players, having to send in their videos to not seeing.
Because if you're like, I'm not a professional soccer player, and I'm not a professional, I don't play football, but if you go to a well-known school, your odds, based upon going to a school nowadays, it's like, okay, you may be able to get drafted, but I'm trying to figure out what Catalina did, or how, but she was already wanted out of college, right?
Coaches in the draft as well with Freya Coombe.
But it's very interesting. But
more as well, Casey Sturgis being another one, so it's a whole other ball game for them as well.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the interesting elements of this is the staff you assemble. Because if you look at San Diego,
they're killing me right now.
It's been a long time.
The pick is in. Washington's pick is in.
Inside out, and that is so important because we talked about the idea that you need to get value out of these picks, out of your decisions, and if you lose on the end of the trade, you send someone away, they end up doing better over there, you make out on for the worse on your side, you're actually that much further behind because of their game. So you have to be incredibly strategic. You have to be thinking 3 steps ahead. And I think it is really valuable to have someone with the experience that Gunny has on your staff to be able to set yourself up and position yourself so you're thinking 3 steps down the line.
All right, I'll be back.
When you look at Angel City FC, Freya Coombe, she's somewhat new to the league, even though she was with Gotham FC. She wasn't, necessarily around all that long. And Luco coming in, obviously, brand
I'll be right back.
Her managing in England or being on a staff and running a club in England is incredibly different to doing it here. She talked about that difference, where here, it's a little bit more of an open book. You can start to craft and shape things as you will. Sometimes the clubs in England have been around for a long time, so they're a little bit more set in their ways. Harder to get change, harder to make change. in those clubs. But when you look at the Angel City staff, not a lot of those people have necessarily been entrenched and making decisions at the NWSL club level for a long time. So you are seeing potentially really different approaches to how you handle the draft, how you handle your trade, and set your team up come, when you kick the ball for the first time in 2023. Yeah. 2022, I should say.
Absolutely. We've got 2023 coming up as well, Alice. You're not wrong there. Let's take that to Marla Messing now at the podium for another pick.
A trade has been approved between the Chicago Red Stars and Washington Spirit. The Chicago Red Stars have received $25,000 in allocation money and Washington Spirit's highest 2023 second-round pick. In exchange, the Washington Spirit have acquired the 23rd overall pick in the 2022 NWSL draft. With this pick, the Washington Spirit select Lucy Shepard from Hofstra. Gotham, you are now on the clock.
Wait for it. Let's see the reaction. Lucy Shepard, though, Laurie, a player that you highlighted just coming out of this trade, has been selected by the Washington Spirit.
Yeah, I love this again. And goodness, it was Chris Ward, not lying, when he said we want to add some more dangerous players up top. We want to be even more dynamic. Tania Alexander just a little bit ago, and look at the excitement for Lucy Shepard. I talked about her composure, her poisedness when it comes to her finishing that you don't typically see from a young striker coming right out of college. Another great pickup. And I think it is important to speak to the fact that they also have Jordan DiBiase, Bailey Feist, that are coming back from injuries. I know Allie talked about it in terms of trying to figure out some depth in the back line. They have Aaliyah Martin, who they had the rights to center back from Michigan. And this is a team that could run the table in the NWSL for years to come with the players that they are continuously picking up.
The depth and making moves. I mean, I just keep saying it. Chris Ward, I mean, I love what he's doing. I think their attacking presence, that they're bringing in personalities, is incredible. And you talked about those international spots, and we got one you really like. So
Ali, another international spot taken.
I can't wait.
Your thoughts?
Bring it on, Al. What do you have to say?
You are so biased in this Washington Spirit. Just put the jersey on, would you?
I used to wear the jersey.
I know. They can run the table for years to come.
Look, they just won a championship. They have starting players returning every position. What'd you say?
Won one championship. I'm just saying it's a little aggressive statement to say they could run the table for years to come, but I like the positivity. I love it.
Hey, I remember this moment. Letting you have your Santa Clara moment. Some more give Laurie this one with Washington Spirit.
Just give it to me.
No, I like this pickup. I think it's another good selection. There was two players on my radar from Hofstra. Mary Taylor's the other one, but I think Lucy Shepard, in my notes, I mean, you go through and you go, okay, here's the skill set, she's got a long frame, she's a long body, can run the table, or it's not run the table, that's what you said, can run the flank, has good service, but does have a long throw-in, and at the bottom it says could be a really good player in the NWSL. She just has that makeup that looks like she can transition well to the NWSL, the top league. And I think when you consider she's an English player as well, they've got more internationals. So another good pickup by Chris Ward. And you said it, less sandbagging us. I mean, acting like he's only got late round picks. He's just scooping in for a lot of these players to add depth, a lot of attacking presence to his side.
Well, he really sees potential, doesn't he, there? And just looking at Lucy sitting with her friends and not necessarily her family, I mean, it's been a difficult year, hasn't it, to go back and forth between overseas, everything that's to play with COVID. But the travel's been a massive factor of it as well, Leslie.
Yeah, I mean, everything's been a factor, right? Everything has been everything. So it's cool to see the build-up and the emotion and everything for her. But I think that even watching with her family, everything that everyone's been through, and to watch her personally get this opportunity is incredible.
She's coming into a team that's been through a lot this year as well, so fit right in.
Yeah. So you've given them an early favourite, Laurie? I think that's what Ali wants to hear.
You heard it here first, Al, okay?
Well, we have got another pick, so let's go back to Marla Messing.
With the 12th pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, New York, New Jersey, Gotham FC select Kellyanne Livingstone from Georgetown University. San Diego Wade, you are now on the clock.
So Kellyanne Livingstone has been selected from New York, New Jersey, Gotham FC from Georgetown. Give us your thoughts, Laurie.
I like it. She's from Georgetown, not too far away from New York City. And this is a team that's talked about getting more local talent. So she's coming in a center back that, I don't necessarily think they need a ton of pieces either. We've seen them trade. They're going to take Christy Lewis in the expansion draft. They picked up Tucker from BYU. There's going to be Taryn Torres from UVA. So they have a lot of pieces that are already going to come in and fill out their roster. Here's a defender that can come in, tough, athletic, a decent athlete, but I think she fits the bill for them in terms of wanting to build out of the back as something they continue to hone in on and emphasize at that level. But they also want to bring in players that can push, whether it's Krista Dasco or anybody on that back line, not only elevate their team, but those individual players.
Well, yeah, and we forgot about Allie Krieger coming in, so she's going to slide into that center back role. Maybe she's vying for a position or even pushing Allie Krieger, but she's a great distributor and she's super smart. So I like this, and Yael and Gotham really expressed that this is more about development. So whether she steps into a role right away, it's all about development.
And this is a big comparison, but I've heard the comparison of Becky Sauerbrunn-S for somebody who wants to build out. And since you get this player time, then the future is extremely bright.
And that's something Gotham spoke about. They have time to give these players. Let's take a look at a war room, shall we? I'm hearing there's some ugly sweaters involved in this one. Let's take a live look in. Oh, the Christmas spirit has arrived. San Diego. Tony's got her Christmas hat on. I'm feeling like we should come out back to break with Christmas sweaters on and be, is she on skates? What is that? We did it again. Bring it across. She's on skates, so that's the moonwalk. We had a lot of fun, didn't we, with Jill Ellis at the expansion draft. Ali, did they ever send you any gear, San Diego?
Obviously they didn't FedEx it, otherwise I'd be rocking it right now. That was clearly Jill Ellis, the Christmas angel elf, flying by. I mean, I could have had my tree behind me. Man, now I'm full of Christmas sweaters. I could have had my Christmas tree.
It's pinstripes only for you, Ali, on draft day. We know this, we established this at the very beginning, but it was great just to see them move from San Diego, wasn't it? Because one thing that we haven't really touched on so far is the expansion teams and the work that they have done to get to this moment, including San Diego.
Yeah, I like the route that both of these teams have gone with. It's picking up players, making moves even before this college draft. Again, it's going to be an endless conversation because as this league continues to develop, continues to get stronger, more tactically nuanced, it's difficult for these players to come in and make such an impact right away. So how can you make the movements that you want, get the pieces that you want with players that have experience? We've seen both Angel City and San Diego do that prior to this individual draft.
Yeah, especially San Diego. Angel City got in earlier. So San Diego, originally Sacramento, getting the bid in San Diego, they really had to get things moving. And so what they built with Casey Stoney and Jill there has been incredible. It's been really fun for them to put their team together. I think it's a pretty incredible group.
And we're into those additional picks for the expansion group. So let's go back to Marla Messing at the podium to find out what it is.
With the 13th pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL draft, San Diego Wade selects Sydney Culver from Washington State University. Racing Louisville, you are now on the clock.
So Sydney Culver has been selected from Washington State by Casey Stoney, Laurie.
And here's the midfield that we have been waiting for, a defensive midfielder that's hard-nosed. And, we talked about how good they are in the attack, the moves that they made, Alex Morgan, Duniak, Jodie Taylor, those players. You can see them in their sweaters, their ugly sweaters. Where's Jill Ellis coming across the screen here? They're having some fun because they're getting the players that they want. I love what they're building. They're defensively sound. They have the attackers that they need up top. Now they're starting to fill out those pieces. And they said it's going to be about 4 to 6 weeks for them to be able to fill out the central midfield role. They got a good pickup here, a hard-nosed defender that can also play center back.
Yeah, I was going to say she's definitely versatile. She's going to add some depth, and she gets stuck in and didn't know what they were going to get, Jalen or Germa. So I think this is a good play for them.
Ali, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the needs that we knew for this team was absolutely in that defensive center midfield role. I mean, early on, there was talk of that Powell. They went with Germa. And the reality is, I don't necessarily think this is a player that steps in and is a the 6th spot, but Hoover is just a natural 6. I mean, this is a player that has positional discipline. She's good on both sides of the ball. She's good in the air. Those things, pay dividends in the NWSL. It's simple but true. And so when you got to Hoover, you get a player that is going to stay home, that is going to connect between the lines. One thing that we go back to with Casey Stoney is knowing that she wants a player that is really good at possession. She wants a team that will control the game through having the ball at their feet. So Sydney Pulver fits into the ilk of the player that I would expect out of this team. And again, we're seeing that they're sticking to a very specific style, and Sydney Pulver lands in as expected.
And they've got some good picks overall, haven't they? With where they've ranked, they've made 3 so far now. Of course, they have the number 1 pick overall, Naomi Gurma, then Marlene Schimmer, and now this one. It's been a good draft for them, Laurie. You've been impressed, haven't you, with what you've seen?
Yeah, I think it's important from an expansion team to know exactly how you want to play, especially as you mentioned, Leslie, not a ton of time or runway leading up to these picks and in the off-season movement. So to know exactly the player profile that you want, their network they have with Jill Ellis, Casey Stoney coming in, Rich Gunny from Portland, they have a plethora of knowledge of what it takes to be successful at this league level, but also an understanding of what the college players are going to add to the depth of the squad.
Yeah, I would say from Thursday in expansion to today, you're really starting to see this depth and the identity and the style of play. It feels just more real. Like, let's go, right?
Yeah, let's talk about Casey Stoney then and Jill Ellis, because they've got 2 completely different backgrounds, haven't they? And it's interesting now to see Jill Ellis in a completely different role.
Yeah, it's exciting though. This is what you want. Women in these positions, and as well as obviously the long-time from the national team head coach that won 2 World Cups, so the amazing resume, and for her to be able to step in to the president role and understand at every level what it takes, having a college experience as a college coach and then working her way up. So that knowledge is incredibly important for these players, but then also to spread the network that I talked about, because you have it globally as well, to be able to bring players in. If you want to fill holes, you have good connections overseas as well. It really continues to get better.
All right, we back. What's going on? Second round, 26 pick. Hold on.
Yeah, now you're talking some sense, all right? But the expansion team's going to run the table.
Racing Louisville got their pick. Oh, Sydney, 2021. Oh, 2021 All Pacific. Something. What's the next pick? Oh, yeah.
With the 14th pick in the second round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, Racing Louisville select Jordan Bloomer from the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
And this is who Houston.
The second round of the 2022 NWSL Draft.
So, of course, that Angel City had traded away their selection to Racing Louisville, and they have selected Jordan Bloomer. Leslie.
Okay, goalkeeper. A goalkeeper.
In this draft, and Louisville needs a goalkeeper with Michelle Betos not returning.
Nice.
She's really athletic. She's great in possession. She's good one-on-one. She can make some game-changing saves.
San Diego Wave on the clock.
And this is a massive pickup for Louisville.
And hey, look at their celebration.
For this long, and look at this reaction.
Right.
I love seeing a fellow Wisconsinite celebrate.
Well, it's a lot of the coaches in the league talked about needing to fill out some depth in their goalkeeping position, and there's been a lot still on the board here. We talked about Claudia Dickey being the most ready currently.
Yeah.
She is with her feet, but Jordan Bloom, I do feel
I like it.
Overall, on her ceiling.
Great celebration, ladies.
Goalkeeper available, as you mentioned, and I think when you think about they're going to be their starter, they do need to add some depth and got a player that can slip in and fight for some minutes. And then also learn what it takes to be a true goalkeeper at the NWSL level, because you have to be a good 1v1, mentally tough, and you have to be a good shot stopper.
I mean, this is 2 goalkeepers already going in the first 2 rounds. Usually a lot of the teams say we want to wait until the 3rd or 4th round to pick up our goalkeepers. We don't want to take them early. And there was speculation that you might have to move up earlier to grab one. I know that Bloomer was high on KC's list. This player, we saw them play against Santa Clara in the playoffs. Really good, quick reaction saves, quick off of her line. Not the biggest presence, not the biggest size, can be a bit erratic and emotional. So So that is something to pay attention to as she steps into the NWSL and tries to fight for that starting spot with Mark.
All right, well, round number 2 is in the books. Let's take a look at the top available prospects heading into the last 2 rounds. Sydney Cummins still in the mix, so is Lauren Chang. Izzy Rodriguez, we've got plenty more to come as well. So
all right.
Stay with us. We'll be back with more of our NWSL draft after this.
I wonder if Houston's going to get an international player, or are they going to get someone in USA? And I think when I think about Houston's team, I think they do need a midfielder. I would say I would like a box to box player that could play, that's solid defensively, but also can help get forward. I guess that's the number 6 player. I'm not too sure, but for me, you need a box to box player because you did lose Mewis. Sophie Smith's getting there old. We got Gabby Seiler. Who else is there? Seiler. Who else? There's another one. Old girl that got hurt. Ogle. She got hurt, and she was solid. I enjoyed her. And then we got Stevens. But I feel like a midfielder or a striker. Because, I think midfielder or striker. And actually, they did get some midfielders. They got a midfielder and a defender already. So we're just going to have to see how everything plays out. Well, San Diego Wave. Let me see something. I'm going to go ahead and I say midfielder. No, okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Am I able to close the poll? I can close the poll, not end the poll. That makes sense. Yeah, so we've been live for 3 hours today. 2 more rounds to go. As L7 said, Houston still haven't got I think everyone else has gotten the pick. So Houston's the only team I feel that haven't got a pick. I think everyone else has had an opportunity to select somebody. So let's get it. The pick is in.
Well, here is a look at the second round picks.
All right, look. Any teams with the same?
Still yet to make a selection, both Angel City and Houston. But what stands out to you, big picture so far, Laurie?
Nobody from the same team.
In this round, and Allie's going to give me a crap for this, but 3 picks for the Washington Spirit that I think that they really wanted, and they were bold to step up to get more picks higher up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jen Cooper is back with us now.
All right. Okay, so Angel City.
What have you got for us? What stood out
Houston.
Well, I've been in my corner compiling all the fun facts. There's some great ones with these first 2 rounds. Okay, and my favorite one, this is the second year in a row that the number 2 pick is the daughter of a former pro player. So you guys have to Google if you want to figure out who their dads are. But Trinity Rodman last year, Jalen Howell this year. So number 2 is the unofficial pro dad pick.
I love the family tree.
Yeah, I also love that we have 26 picks, 25 schools represented. We've never had such breadth in the picks. It shows you how strong soccer is getting, not just with those top tier schools that we all know.
Right. That's what I like too.
Throughout the country, seeing first ever pick from Grand Canyon University.
Nice.
Cal State Long Beach. I love that. 4 international picks already, the record for one draft. is the international pick, so I bet we will pass that. Two players already from your home country, Poppy, so that's going to make you happy.
Well, they've been giving Santa Clara and UVA a shout out, so it's only right that I get an England shout out.
And I need to give one UVA shout out for Lori. So Stanford and Virginia at this point are the only schools that have had a pick in every NWSL draft.
Wow.
Can you repeat it one more time? Virginia and also Stanford are the only schools that have had a pick in every NWSL draft. If Penn State gets a pick in this draft, they'll be better, but those are the only ones that have that streak.
Well, I almost went to Laurie with Virginia State, and that didn't
No,
Virginia Tech. Oh, Virginia Tech. That was it.
Whoever, somebody else. It wasn't Virginia.
Yeah, but I got it right in the end. That's all that matters. Exactly. All right, let's check in for more.
She fucked that up. She fumbled the touchdown, nigga.
You had said the NWSL draft was something you've dreamed about since you were little.
All right, Sydney, two-time All-American.
Compared to what you thought it would be.
Portland got her.
I definitely didn't think I would cry. But it was just honestly so surreal, and to have the people that got me here and that supported me along the way is honestly what brought me to tears. And just the fact that my dream is now a reality is something that's going to take a little bit of time to taste.
That's amazing. We love hearing all the emotions that go into draft day. Your college coach said they feel bad for any defender who has to guard against you. Where do you get that attacking flair from?
I grew up in a soccer family. My dad's a national champion. He played college soccer. His grandfather played college soccer. My sisters played college soccer, and my little one's looking to play college soccer now. So it's something that we bonded over at early age.
Damn.
We're super competitive growing up.
Everybody played college soccer.
So I took that very seriously going against my siblings who were defenders, center backs, and outside backs, and my dad who was an outside back as well. So I kind of took pride in beating them 1v1.
A little bit getting into that defensive mentality.
It was written.
Sure, yeah. We're so excited to have you in the league. As you know, Portland has incredible fans. What do you want them to know about you as a player?
I'm going to give them absolutely everything I have. Like you said, this has been a dream, and now I have the opportunity to be great. So now it's just time to go chase the dream, because I know it's not going to chase me back. And I'm super stoked. The roster they have is people that I have literally looked up to in the game.
Dang, Portland nabbed her?
Some of those veteran players and learn from them and try to implement their style of play to my style of play. And now I get to literally play with them every day and compete for championships with them in the Rose City. And I could not be more stoked about it.
Who specifically have you tried to emulate from Portland?
Christine Sinclair.
The Gemini go.
I'm not sure, but I remember the moment when I realized I wanted to be a professional. And it was when I watched her against the United States in 2012, the Olympics. She scored a hat trick that game. Unfortunately, the United States end up winning with an Alex Morgan late goal. But watching that emotion in her getting that hat trick, breaking records, I knew that
was a good game too.
And the younger generation that she inspires, I find inspiring, and I want to have that role one day.
I'm sure she's going to love hearing that story as well. Sydney, congratulations.
That was a great game too.
Absolutely, it's brilliant, isn't it, to see players reflecting on moments like that, and now they have their opportunity to create their own. Well, for more, let's go to Marla at the podium.
All right, San Diego Wave coming through with a pick.
Of the 2022 NWSL draft, San Diego Wave select Belle Breed from Stanford University. Angel City, you are now on the clock.
Angel City on the clock, but we got.
So San Diego has selected Belle Breed from Stanford University.
Breed.
Yeah.
She's a forward midfielder.
I like this pick. She's super solid. Stanford Cardinal. She's smart. She's technical. She's not overall athletic. She's very good, though. I think she'll fit into the Stanford. I know how San Diego wants to play. She has some special qualities, and she's been an integral part of the Stanford team and the success that they've had.
I think we forget sometimes about some of the youth experience these players have. Bella's had U17, U20 experience. That helps coming into these professional environments, just understanding what it takes to compete. Different level than it is in college, different level than it is in NWSL. So to be able to have that experience only proves well.
All right, Ali, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Belle Breed's an interesting one, right? Because she didn't necessarily start a lot of the games for Stanford this year. She started before, didn't have consistency in minutes, and maybe that was part of the decision-making too for San Diego coming in. Of course, you're getting a quality footballer. One of the things I like about Belle
is her ability to find space on the field. I think she's just really good at making herself available. I do like that she'll run in behind. She likes to break lines with or without the ball, so that's important. She is versatile. She can play an 8 or 6. But one of the things about the NWSL is being able to play a transition game in midfield. Can she offer that? I think she does solve for that a bit. But the one thing with not starting this year is that you're getting someone who's already dealing with a bit of adversity. And in the college game, if you aren't that go-to person, you've been in a bit more of a highlighted role, suddenly you're not, you now know whether or not this is a good team player. And I'm sure those conversations have been had with Bell, with Ratcliffe, the coach at Stanford, and you understand the kind of character you're getting outside of just a good footballer. So it's a good solid pickup. Again, we're talking about rounding out a roster for San Diego. That was one of the things they wanted to accomplish in this draft, and they are getting depth in different positions. So it's a good solid pickup. A girl that's going to be comfortable staying in California, and maybe will even like moving to Southern California, San Diego. You know, you can't go wrong with that.
You can't go wrong, can you? And talking of rounding out rosters, let's
all right, Angel City got they player. Who they got?
With the second pick in the 3rd round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Angel City select Hope Breslin from the University of Illinois. Orlando Pride, you are now on the clock.
All right.
So Hope Breslin has been selected for Angel City. Leslie, this is their first pick. So
Angel City got a midfielder.
I know we haven't talked Angel City in a while, which is unusual, but
they saved the best for last, aka Houston Dash.
She works hard. She's committed to the team. She's also versatile. In college, she played center mid, but her coach did say in the pros that she might be able to play out wide. So again, this is a player adding depth
from Illinois,
and could be a good one.
Yeah, and something that Coon talked about, which is finding some left-sided players to come in that can either play in the back, play in the wide areas. But just looking back to what they've done in between the expansion draft and now, but also in the expansion draft picking up Danny Weatherholt, still looking to find some more playmakers in the midfield. Hope Breslin could occupy that spot as well. You know, much like much like Louisville that I talked about, same with this Angel City team. She'll add a depth role in the midfield, but there's still a world beater aspect I think they need to continue to look for.
All right, well, let's check in with that Marissa Pillar now.
Yeah, so they look. NWSL has an age limit problem, and then as you see, as Rosa says, in the Netherlands, players age 16 or 17 in the top women's division, nothing is special. Yes, so that only way right now is to sue the league. The age limit wasn't established by the league.
They know from their playing career. Some people are celebrating by themselves, but it's just been so amazing to see how each and every one are appreciating this opportunity to get selected and given this opportunity to continue to grow as players. So it's been really fun to communicate with all of them, and I hope you've been enjoying hearing all of their perspectives. So we definitely it's been one of the highlights of the show so far, hasn't it? Watching all of the players react with their families, with their friends, wherever they are, and it's a moment that you remember well, Laurie.
I do. I mean, I was actually not at home with friends, but I was at the actual draft, and it was exciting.
I wish there was an actual draft.
So long, and to be able to celebrate these moments and know that there's a ton of work ahead. But it's the little things and excitement about the journey.
It is what it is.
And again, the journey. You know, when I was a senior graduating from Santa Clara, we didn't have a draft. There was no professional team. So how great NWSL is celebrating their 10th year, right? And we are going to have a draft, hopefully in person next year. But again, for my class and players my age, it was either hopefully you're on the national team, and if you're not, you're going overseas, you're trying to play semi-pro, you're trying to have multiple jobs to make it work. And again, the pathway looks so different than it does now.
And now talking of the league in this 10th anniversary season,
right? You got Anita flying high coming through.
Heading into this new season with the 2 new expansion sides. I mean, what are you most looking forward to, Laurie, with what's to come for the future of this league?
With the competition and more opportunities for some of these players. I mean, we talk about the competitiveness of this league, how difficult it is to make a roster spot. Now the rosters are expanded. There's more availability there, 2 more teams. But what I'm most excited about is Angel City and San Diego. It's difficult for teams to come into this league and be competitors early on. But as we mentioned, these two teams really learning from previous expansion teams, so they're able to put their teams together, put the pieces in place that they want to, and already looking at across the board of these teams have some competitive players and could make a statement early on.
Yeah, and last year KC and Louisville, the ownership groups, right? How committed with the resources and the money and the support, and now looking at San Diego and Angel City and what they've done in an incredible short amount of time, and how Angel City specifically is changing the game, how much they're community driven, their sponsorship opportunities, how they're giving back to players, and they've already had 13,000 season ticket holders. So that bar continues to be raised, and hopefully for the expansion teams next year, whenever
they got the cash to splash. All the celebrity influencers that are behind Angel City.
So excited to be joined now by
So,
and not only
if
are
another
you an NWSL original, you're
another team, I know Serena Williams is with them. You know, Serena Williams is the GOAT, man. Serena Williams is the GOAT.
That Washington Spirit has been on this season that culminated with
who is this? Okay.
It was an interesting journey. I think, a lot of it was.
Oh, it's like this is
social media. A lot of people knew what was going on.
A winner.
And there were some unfortunate circumstances. I think through the fall, though, we really
Tori Houston, NWSL champion now. Washington Spirit
kind of spoke for itself at that point. We know sustained success in this league as a player is never guaranteed. You've had it for quite some time. As more players are coming into the league right now, what advice would you give them to continue to succeed, not just in this first year, but for years to come? Yeah, I think, coming in for some of these college players, coming fit and healthy. I think that's really important as you want to hit the ground running through preseason. It's a long season, longer than they will be expecting and that they've experienced in the past. And then I'd also just encourage them to be coachable. A lot of the coaches are going to look for that right off the bat, and then there's some veteran players in this league that can really show you how to be consistent. And I think working hard, definitely always work hard. You're also the president of the NWSL PA. How can players' voices continue to be amplified going into 2022? That's one thing that I'm extremely excited about with this new rookie class coming in. Whether they come in through the draft or the other pathways that there are, we're really looking as the NWSL PA to support them in a lot of different ways. Financially, even you guys saw this week that we put out a fund for players to use. I think that's extremely important to us. We are stronger than ever. The collective group of players has a very loud voice, and we're excited to welcome this class. Everything about that sounds amazing, Tori. Thank you so much for your time. Everything about that sounds amazing. Great to hear from Tori there. It's important to talk about players making their voices heard and really coming together, and we've seen that in this past season like never before. Yeah, I mean, probably the most important thing that came out of this past season, Lori, besides Washington Spirit winning, was just that the players finally felt like they were being heard, that they finally were able to unite and provide almost a platform to make their concerns voiced and acknowledged and to take heed to. So I think when you look at last year, it is going to be historically looked upon as the inflection point for this league, in which the players took back some of the control that maybe they didn't have. I mean, even a draft like this, a lot of the players, don't have control over where they go, and that's not the way it's done around the world. So there are elements to what these players went through.
We're the only,
obviously that weren't right, that needed to be addressed.
We're the only system that has college system in place. Other countries don't have colleges, and they don't even think about going to college if they want to play professional sports. They're like, what? Only in America.
Extend yourself into a much better place each ensuing season that we have. Absolutely, it was a big point, big year. Yeah, absolutely, Ali, and well said. And we'll talk more about this because I want to get everybody's thoughts. But first, let's go back to Marla because the trade.
But the colleges are funded.
Another one.
They got big donors. Big donors.
Between the Orlando Pride and North Carolina Courage. The Orlando Pride received rights to Diane Rose. In exchange, the North Carolina Courage have acquired the 29th overall pick. That pick With that pick, the North Carolina Courage select Haley Stockpole of the University of Mississippi. Racing Louisville, you are now on the clock.
All right.
So a lot to talk about there with the Orlando Pride. So let's talk about North Carolina and them acquiring Haley Stockpole.
Yeah, well, I think this is, I like this pick because this is another midfielder, great engine, can play on both sides of the ball. I had the fortune of calling some of her games when she played at Mississippi this past year. A bit similar to an Erica Timrack, but a bit more influential than we typically see with Erica Timrack in the final third. And again, she can play as that number 10. That would be her true position, but could also fall a little bit deeper into that 6 role. So it gives them, again, some more depth. And
hey, I like that. I like that they put North Carolina's 2021 season. I like that.
For North Carolina.
We haven't seen that yet.
Ian Rose going to Orlando.
That's
from
good.
The University of Florida, was with North Carolina. Now gets to go back and talk about local talent when you get into the later rounds. Yeah, another good pickup for them.
It's an important thing, isn't it, Ali? A theme that all the coaches have mentioned, that they want local talent in this draft.
She says two-time All-American. Oh, so two-time All-Southeast Region selection.
She played in the 10th position there, but likely to see her as a winner at the next level in the NWSL. This is someone that he's incredibly keen on with her.
Damn, North Carolina got 4 picks. They had 1 midfielder, 1 forward, 1 defender, and 1 mid and forward. The tallest player they got, 5'11". Nice. My height.
Environment. She is someone that is incredibly disciplined and wants to come in and get better each day. Those are really important things and elements when you start to look at how you're rounding out, your draft class.
And we got highlights.
Sheppel fits into that incredibly well. I think she can work on both sides of the ball, likes to press. We know that's always been an important piece to how North Carolina wants to play. I would assume it's how they're going to continue to want to play. But ultimately, this is a player they know well. This is a player they know the character of, and she does have that value in the final third to deliver that final pass.
Nice.
I love seeing the homegrown talent, right? The local talent, even Hugh from KC really prides himself on and really wanted to draft some local players. You're seeing Sean at Carolina doing it. You're talking about expansion teams bringing players home to LA, to San Diego, because when they are home, and it's so important to have that pipeline of youth and having homegrown players. So I'd love to see it.
And we've seen it
right.
That's where with North Carolina.
That's where Houston got to build. We got to find some gems in Houston. Houston's fucking big. There's some talent in there.
Academy, and just having the understanding of the local talent with the youth and be able to see them grow as players.
They need a system. They need a system.
Go off to college and then be able to potentially, or with some cases with Haley Stockpole.
And the University of Houston's out there too, you know what I'm saying? They got a university out there.
We see that throughout the NWSL as well. New coaches.
And that's the way the colleges are supposed to work. The college in your state is supposed to produce a pipeline of players. If you can.
It'll be interesting to see how all these teams fare next season.
And you pick players that play for their hometown. They don't got to pack up too far. You know what I'm saying? All right, racing team.
In the third round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Racing Louisville select Jenna Menta from Wake Forest University.
All right.
Orlando Pride, you are now on the clock.
So Jenna Menta
has been selected
from
nice.
Wake Forest, the striker, and she is heading to Racing Louisville.
Racing?
Yeah, she certainly is.
I like it.
But a player that's played 4 years at Georgetown, finished her career at Wake Forest, another one of those players, though, that can come in and have that tactical understanding. A flank player, good dribbler. Again, it gives them a little bit of a different look. We saw a lot of central players for Louisville last year. Now you have
says 2020 East Big East Offensive Player of the Year.
To be successful, so can they find
a
position where she can drop a little bit deeper, maybe to get on the ball and be able to run at the opposition? But she's going to have depth out wide.
Yeah, and Louisville's such a good team for her to step into with that adjustment, adding depth outside of attacking personalities, which Louisville needs to have.
Yeah, they're gonna. Louisville, I like what they got so far. I like racing. I enjoy racing. I enjoyed watching them play last year. They're the new team. I'm still not sold on the two Angel City and San Diego Wave. I'm not sold on them.
From the 2022 NWSL draft still to come.
They were able to buy their teams. But you know what I'm saying? They're able to buy their teams. But anyways, you know, it is what it is. That's the name of the game right now. But so that's why I'm not really sold. They're gonna have good crowds though. They're gonna be able to compete. That means they're gonna have they should have finals there at the two stadiums, and we'll see who has the biggest turnout on the first opening matches. You know what I'm saying? Angel City or San Diego, and then at the end of the day, who do you enjoy watching play? Do you like the way Angel City plays? Do you enjoy watching them play? As a neutral, because I'll be a neutral for the teams. Excuse me. And who do you enjoy watching more? Angel City or San Diego? Whose colors look the freshest on the field? You know what I'm saying? A lot of things go into it. Visual. How are the supporters? How they be looking? You know what I'm saying? How the stadium look like? What the stadium look like? All that shit. So we're gonna see who has the best season between those two. They're the rivalry now. They're gonna be fighting each other. So, but I'm Houston Dash for life. So, and Houston, we got about 13 picks until Houston's pick. So we almost there. We almost there. And we ought to be at 3 hours and 30 minutes in. We almost there. Man, I said almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. And look, we're on the third round, 31st pick. That's some fucking crazy shit, bro. Ooh, I'm coming through with the bars. Oh, there's a timeout now. Woo! You got a timeout from Orlando. Thanks, Orlando. Man. Shit. Says, can't believe Lord Chang ain't picked yet. I don't know who this Lord Chang is. I wonder what team she plays for. What position she plays. I bet a lot of people, it's been a long stream, so to watch it live, you gotta be free, you know what I'm saying? How long are these timeouts? Dang, bro. Listen, yo, they're live. Almost 1,000 people are live on the YouTube CBS Sports Network. 900 people over 900 people. You don't have only 75 likes. They're talking about that girl, Maria Sanchez. They said NWSL put out a list with her name on it when the protection list got released by accident. So it's 99% confirmed. And it says, I had not seen that yet, Emily. Someone said that. But we'll see. Hey, I'll see you. But we'll see. I mean, I hope Maria comes to Houston. We can really use her talents. And I already been able to watch her. I mean, with Tigres. So I mean, it's not. She already scored her first goal with Houston. So I mean, all right, Orlando, your pick is in. Let's cut to the chase. Come on, Orlando, your pick is in. Let's get back out there. Ay. They be killing me out here, man. They be killing me.
The NWSL will return in 2022.
They're like, Anita, we coming in. Calm down.
Stream all of the matches live available for you on Paramount Plus. And welcome back to the 2022 College Draft. Orlando Pride are on the clock. Let's quickly talk about them again, Ali. Because
what do you mean? The pick is in, fam. What are y'all still talking about?
So much movement from this team in the offseason so far. How would you evaluate where they're at right now?
With the Orlando Pride specifically, I just feel like it's a difficult one. I do like that they picked up the rights to Deanne Rose. I think that's a potential massive player for this Orlando team. We've seen how good she's been for Canada. A young star in the making, really. So that's a good move. When I was looking at just how they've fared in this draft, Official, Cosme Doyle, really strong pick. I mean, you go with me, Official. This is a player that can come in and impact immediately. You hope she can, especially by the way Amanda speaks about her dedication to the craft and improving and becoming that consummate professional.
Why didn't we have a break if they were going to say all this?
You'd assume that she can transition quicker with such dedication. Julie Doyle, again, a player that got exposed to a bit of a quicker pace abroad. So she's going to come in, I think, in a better position had she just come out of college, like many of these players are going to do going into their NWSL new club environment. And then Cosme, just a really solid center back. So I think they've made good moves. I think from what I hear, from what they're trying to do, what they're trying to build, it fits with the style that Amanda Cromwell wants to execute. But I still think there are definitely missing pieces to the puzzle for them. I mean, they still need to make sure that they are really solid defensively. Deanne Rose can solve for that if she plays in the back. But there's still some things that they
she's still talking, fam. She's still talking.
Well, they'll have to win. So let's go back to Marla at the podium.
With the 5th pick in the 3rd round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Orlando Pride select Jada Talley from the University of Southern California. OL Reign, you are now on the clock.
All right.
So the Orlando Pride have selected Jada Talley. They're sponsored by MasterCard. Here's a look at the player profile, a USC product, Leslie.
Yeah,
let's get it, Jada.
She works extremely hard both sides of the ball. She's a great finisher.
You got
super fast. So
a forward.
I think she can make an impact
for
on
Orlando
the team inside. Looking for some youth and energy alongside or ahead of Marta and maybe Erica Timrack up top.
Yeah, and one thing I really appreciate about how they're building right now with this Orlando Pride team is they're bringing in some different profile players. I think in the past they've struggled in particular in midfield because a lot of those players were a similar pace, a similar style in terms of possession. They didn't have a way to break teams down outside of if you're going to go over the top with their athleticism. But now we're starting to see with Doyle in particular, that can play on the right side, she can cut inside. You have Official up top that will give a different look in the attack. So now if you're building these pieces and wanting to develop these players, you're starting to find some diversity. But I agree with Allie, you do have to start to find some players that are going to be able to take control of some games right away.
And that might happen post-draft. You might find players, non-U.S. Women's National Team players who have that experience who can come and start and make an impact.
It's pretty crazy too, guys.
We are 12 picks away, y'all, to Houston Dash.
Tall draft class.
We've
seen a lot of those.
We've almost got single digits.
Interestingly enough, Amanda Cromwell will have.
All right, I like that. Orlando started off on fire, right? In the front of the first in the season, and then they just lost the gas after the Olympics. Yeah.
A player that can stretch the opposition. Someone like a Cindy LaRue who likes to run in behind. She has those qualities. Can be hot to press. All those things that we talked about being important in the NWSL. I think this is a player that has some of the raw ability that can be molded at the next level, especially when you're going into Orlando Pride team that has some of those vets that can show you the way.
Oh, Jada. Okay, 3-time all Pac-12 selection.
But I think this is another good pickup.
Nice.
Well-rounded, absolutely, as Lori said, and we went through some of their picks that they've been drawn to in this draft class. Callie of a different profile player, so different variety, different balance within the squad. But I like this pick for that. Again, not an immediate impact player.
Well, let's talk about Orlando's attack in general then, because
how do you know that?
They've got Marta, they've got Sydney LaRue. How are you expecting that to look this season, Laurie?
Yeah, well, in the past, it's been a little bit complex because there was a times where they tried to build out and play make, and they're pretty methodical in their approach early on under Mark Skinner, and then they realized that wasn't quite working, so then they tried to go more direct, looking to see if they can flick on from Taylor Korniak and utilize her height, and then that became too predictable. So it goes back to what I was saying in terms of versatility and diversity in the player profile. So I think they'll have a few different ways that they can attack in possession, probe, and then look to see if they can go. They can be direct with Sydney LaRue, potentially with Mia Fischel as well, being able to hold up some as well. And then you add in Jada Talley, who's a good finisher, get her into the box. And, as Allie said, she could be a role player, but that's somebody that you can bring off the bench and who can score you some goals late in the game. And
I love me some goal scorers, y'all.
Amanda Cromwell is we're talking about how what a challenge this is to bring over or overturn this team, but that would be a welcome challenge, and it is a great time for Amanda Cromwell to put her stamp on this organization.
Well, and she's such a huge advantage in this draft coming from the college game.
All right, Baby Leon's team pick is in. Baby Leon's team pick is in, y'all. Baby Leon's team pick is in. All right, let's get it.
With the 6th pick in the 3rd round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, OL Reign select Kaylee Halverson from Santa Clara University.
All right.
OL Reign, you are back on the clock.
So here's a look at the MasterCard player profilers that
all right. Forward midfielder
from Santa Clara. I mean,
forward midfielder.
Broncos love it.
Did you say she's from Honolulu, Hawaii?
I think OL Reign is going to be happy with
But
exactly what they're going to get from her. She's super speedy up top. She's scrappy, very athletic. Maybe one of the most athletic players I've seen in the game.
And she's young. She's young. She's 21. I haven't seen too many 21-year-olds. I think I said 2. Oh, and we got some highlights.
In May for this team and making it to the Final Four here.
It says 2021 All WCC selection.
A player like this, she can destroy you, and so much potential.
Oh, Reign got this, Baby Leon.
And then they plan on a much bigger field. Bring Kayla Halverson on at the end. Good luck. I wouldn't want to go against that.
Yo, that's OL Reign's new nickname for me.
Here in May, and so and I think when you look at OL Reign, they brought in Nikki Stanton to help close out games prior to the expansion draft in that number 6 role. And this is another player that they can utilize, gives a little bit of a different look in behind for them, but also you don't have to have her play it right away.
And talking of players that you can utilize off the bench, Ali, there's not many better, is there? She's already got her jersey. Than a player that can attack one against one. Talk to us about this pick, Alex. I know it's a player you know well.
You guys are way underselling Kylie. First of all, Kylie, and I know because she babysits my kids. So.
Well, you gotta hype your girl that babysits your kids for sure.
You got it right. I mean, besides the fact that I'm incredibly biased, not as biased as you, Lori, but besides that fact, I think this is.
She babysits you.
This is a player that I have had the privilege to watch come in and change every single game that she touched the blade of grass. this is a player that was potentially, Jerry Smith is going to kill me, but was potentially underutilized for the Broncos. Her pace is incredible. Her ability to press off the charts. And when we talk about raw talent, the ability to mold a player to be an impact player in the future, I think Kylie fits that bill to the
Gotta hype your girl. Gotta hype your girl, Allie. Give her some gas.
Athleticism alone is off the charts. I haven't seen anything like it.
Give her some gas. All right, Allie. We see you. We see you.
And the commitment to defend. I think if you provide some structure for her and give her very clear roles and responsibilities, there is a big upside for her to be a game-changing asset coming off the bench.
Nice.
Ali, you just mentioned this is a player that you know so well. So tell us, where is she right now? Where will she be watching this draft? Have you texted her yet?
I know she's watching. Actually, before it all kicked off, she's like, "What channel is it on?" And I'm like, "You're asking the wrong person. I just show up and put my earbuds in."
She's not in the other room?
I know she's watching it. I got to tell my kids. They're going to be excited. Oh, now she's texting me. Okay.
Oh,
she said I'm a big liar. No.
LOL.
You know what? We're just ending COVID protocol, so I think that was.
Oh, COVID. Oh, COVID.
I'm interested to hear more. Tell us, what was she thinking coming into it?
Yeah, great question, Poppy. She wasn't even sure she should enter, honestly.
Wow.
And, that's one of the interesting things about, I think, a lot of these players is maybe they feel undervalued or they don't even realize that
their
they
potential
can transition to the next level. And in my mind, it was a no-brainer. It was put yourself out there. And I think the fear of failure is massive for some of these players, right? The idea that you put your name out there, you put yourself out there, and you make yourself a bit vulnerable, and players don't want to not get picked. So when we talk about some of these players, we're celebrating them get picked. There are players that aren't going to get picked, but those players have to remember that there is going to be opportunity for them. I believe, Lori, you spoke about that at some point, they're going to be able to go into preseason camps and prove themselves. But the reality is, in life, what is the reoccurring theme? It's put yourself out there, take a chance. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, and
you better jump off the cliff and you're going to learn how to fly.
Incredibly proud and excited.
You know what I mean? You're going to learn how to fly.
As soon as
if you don't take the risk, you won't get the rewards. Anita flying high.
And she's going to go and play
coming through with y'all.
Now, though, Ali, how do you see her fitting
you know what I'm saying?
with this style of play with Laura Harvey? Because even just listening to you talk about put yourself out there, that sounds like something that Laura Harvey would say.
You gotta hype your girl, Laura. You gotta hype your girl.
And she's gonna go up there and have a little bit of a comfort zone because you've got
gas her up.
Huerta already, thriving under the tutelage of Harvey now. But with Laura Harvey, I think we've also
I like Laura Harvey too. I already said.
But
she looks like she's gonna stay with the old Rain, aka Baby Leon.
Going to be the U20 coach, realizing she just needed to get back on the field day in and day out. She needed to feel the stress of having to compete and get her team ready week in and week out. And I think Laura Harvey is one of the most celebrated coaches for the attention to detail, the clarity, the way she handles her players. When so much about tactics, technique, we talk
gotta
about
hype your girl, Laura. Hype your girl.
Player manager makes all the difference in the world. If you feel valued, if you feel like you are growing, you have the possibility of growing, that even on your worst day, they still believe you're going to find the sunshine. That impacts your development, that impacts your productivity. And I think what we hear from everyone, that Laura Harvey is that type of manager. So she's going to go up there, and I think she's going to be in great hands in terms of teaching Kylie the roles and responsibilities that she will be asked to carry out. But also she's going to know that she has someone that believes in her and that is going to want the best for her and try to get her there and know how to get her there ultimately.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I agree with all of that, Ali.
Everything that she said and more,
valued. It's so important in this league, especially with the competition. And then when you see, we're talking about the draft picks, obviously, because this is the draft, but the movement for some of these other players as well is so important because, it really does.
Bro, Baby Leon's met. Oh my God, their pick is in, fam.
And you get a chance with another, able to step up and
the
show
pick is
your
in, fam.
value somewhere else.
Well, yeah, and she didn't have the minutes that, maybe she could have, but Laura saw something special in her and taking a chance on her, and now it's up to Kylie what to do with it. So, go Broncos.
And now Ali's going to need a new baby.
All right, the pick is in.
Sounds like. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to Marla at the podium, and then we'll hear from Ali on a babysitting problem.
With the
7th pick in the 3rd round of the 2022 NWSL draft, OL Reign select Olivia Vandergott from the University of Washington. New Jersey, New York, Gotham FC, you are now on the clock.
Yo, we haven't heard from Gotham.
So Olivia Vandergott has been selected.
All right, Olivia.
They've had
Congrats.
back-to-back picks, and this one a midfielder, Laurie. Yeah, midfielder, good connector from the Washington area. You start talking more and more about local talent, so feeling comfortable. Player that can come in, not afraid to battle. Talking about Nikki Stanton is that number 6 role, going to get stuck in. Another player, and you're starting to fill out the roles.
And we got some highlights.
Exceptionally well for Laura Harvey's team. Get some good picks later on.
Yeah, she wanted that depth, especially in the midfield. She's so good on the ball. Olivia is going to help them, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just looking at these highlights here, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we spoke to Laura Harvey and we just talked about how wide this search is for her, and how she said this is really an opportunity this year more than ever to look at schools that we don't normally have on our radar. Yeah, and that's tough, and it really comes down to what we talked about having the network, understanding what you're looking for, where you want your program to go. And, I think we're going to see very similar to what Laura Harvey had built at the last part of this season. But then
it says 88 games played.
Them a different look over the top. I think Megan Rapinoe
school record.
She can do the running for her at this point in time. So
nice.
There's going to be a lot of movement. And when you talk about, again, players leaving for international duty, you have to find spots for these players. And Laura's been high on developing players.
And being the U20 coach, even if it was for a short stint, her having, looking at all the youth players and bringing in players, so.
I love this pick. I'm sorry, Laura's going to send me a check in the mail because I'm riding high on this pick. The way you were for watching Jared. I really like this player.
Gotham's pick is in.
So I think
Gotham's pick is in.
Mark Carson's like, do you know their player?
She be giving us her speeches, fam.
Either way, this is a 6 or an 8. This is an athletic player. She can break lines on the dribble. I think this is a really exciting prospect for the OL Reign team. When you think about the players that they lost, and we should even list them there, a player so good on the dribble, a player that would like to slice inside and have that dynamic ability with the ball at her feet. I think Olivia Vandergott can provide some of that ability. She's good in the air. I think she's really well-rounded, and it's one of those players that obviously kind of a diamond in the rough, someone that's not on everyone's radar, but I think this is a player that can come in and really make a difference for the OL Reign side. So I like this pickup. I think the last two, and Kylie and Olivia, well done on you, Laura.
So Ali is happy with Laura's picks. Then you can see 88 games played, school record. Go on, Ali.
I know Kylie's in Hawaii. She told me she's in Hawaii. That's her home. So that's where she's watching from. We don't feel too bad for her.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay. She's
at home. Hawaii.
Nice.
I mean, sounds like she's got a couple of nice places to live in the world. Well, the next pick is in. So let's
all right,
go back
Gotham.
to
Let's see what you got, Gotham.
With the 8th pick in the 3rd round of the 2022 NWSL draft, New Jersey, New York, Gotham select Hensley Handcuff from Clemson University. Chicago Red Stars,
Clemson Tigers.
are now on the clock.
Right. A goalkeeper. 10 shutouts in 46 games.
So goalkeeper
career games.
Handcuff has been selected from Clemson. 10 shutouts in 46 career games. They're high commodity, aren't they, goalkeepers at the minute? Your thoughts on this one, Leslie?
Yeah, I love this pick. I mean, she had a stellar season.
How tall is she? We haven't got that little thing,
so
that glimpse, but not yet.
Obviously intimidating with her size. I think consistency.
Damn, fam, she's 6'3".
A backup goalkeeper.
Nice.
She does have a tendency to put herself in some uncomfortable positions, and she's decent with her feet. So I think it is going to be a little bit of a project, but she's got some national team experience. So it's a good little pickup for Gotham.
Yeah, certainly 6'2".
Yeah,
a big frame. We talked about the athletic ability.
It says 6'3".
To have, and
Lori.
Underneath the tutelage of Ashlyn Harrison, they just picked up Kaylin Sheridan going to San Diego, Didi Herachich off to Angel City. They needed a goalkeeper. Great pickup when you're thinking about the future, and to be able to have that experience again under Ashlyn Harris, who has played at every level and is going to.
Yo, I'm telling you, these tall goalkeepers.
This is a player that Siri Molnick's goalkeeper.
We all got to see.
Raw talent, still a work in progress. But with national team experience, her desire to play at the next
the girl we just saw.
Those are all the tools that you need to set yourself up to be able to push some minutes and then learn from Ashlyn Harris.
She's taller than Sam Ewis.
Many picks so far, have they, Ali? But it just shows how important goalkeepers are for them to
what's
get
old
back
girl?
to Ashlyn Harris.
Yeah, and I guess I'm a bit surprised at this because I don't think she's as good playing out with her feet. You know, those are the areas of her game that she has to prove. Gotham FC typically such a team that prides itself on building out of the back, but in terms of shot stopping ability, you know, she had one of the best stats, I think, of all the goalkeepers available. We talked about post-shot expected goals. That's like after the shot is released.
All right, Chicago's pick is in, Pam.
And she was one of the ones that was in the positive category, so that bodes well for her. But I do think that she's going to have to evolve the other areas of her game to really step into that starting role. But as you guys said, I mean, you're going to be learning from Ashlyn Harris, someone that's been there, done that in terms of how to train like a professional and show up every day.
And we talk a lot about the players on the pitch with this side and kind of a rebuild, it feels like, with all the players that they've brought in, but also the front office, Leslie, with Yael Averbuch coming in. There's several big names that have now joined the organisation too.
I love what Gotham's been doing since last summer. Yael Averbuch, former player, president of the PA, everything she's done stepping into this position, and the injection of Scott Parkinson from Chicago in the impact he had and the influence on how they played, and also locker room culture. You know, we look at Carly Lloyd departing, but some of their big moves with Ashlyn and Allie coming in and Christy Ewis, you're starting to see how this is all going to tee up for this season. And their marketing, their branding, everything they're doing, really Gotham on and off the field, I think is tremendous.
Yeah, Beviana is in the assistant coaching position.
LA teams now, New York teams now. Come on now.
In these coaching positions, incredibly critical.
LA, New York, they got money.
Because you want those players to understand what it takes and what it means to these players.
They got the bigger market because New York is more appealing.
Pick is in, so let's go back to Marla at the podium.
With the ninth
LA is
pick
more
in the
appealing.
third round
All right,
of
let's see
the
what Chicago
2022
got.
NWSL draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Sarah Griffith from Purdue University. Angel City, you are now on the clock.
So Sarah Griffith has been selected from Purdue University.
Congratulations.
Chicago Red Stars, another striker here, Leslie.
Yeah, and somewhat local, a Purdue player, Big Ten forward of the year. You know, Sarah's a good player. She's really good on the dribble. She can hit and score goals from distance. She can play wide. She can play up top. So it sounds like there's some versatility there, but I think this is a good little pickup for Chicago.
Yeah, certainly a wide player. And again, it comes down to they lost a lot of players in the pre-expansion draft trades that Chicago made. So where can you make up the ground for that? And we're seeing them look for some attacking players.
16 goals in 2021, school record.
Now you have a lot of players that can serve balls in, whip balls in, if they want to get expansive in their shape in the attack. So again, it's just another player that they can bring in that will push for some time.
Chicago got 2 forwards and a midfielder. Nice.
They've brought in attacking players, haven't they? They've had 3 selections so far, 1 midfielder and 2 forwards.
Sarah Griffith, you get a striker, you get a 9. Yeah, she can play out wide and at the next level, but because she doesn't necessarily have that size and strength for a back to goal play. But
and we got some highlights.
Think that she's good at combining to get out of pressure when she is being that outlet back to goal. You know,
ooh, how you see she took that girl all the way. That's a good goal right there, Pam. Damn.
She's got a smaller frame, but she's a good dribbler of the ball. So I think this player has good qualities, and you're seeing.
Ooh, what a nice shot right there.
She knows how to find the back of the net, and that is one of the things that they're hoping to solve for. And it's like if you go out and press the wide net, right?
Damn, goalkeeper bad spill, fam.
Hopefully one of these 2 of these, maybe 3, maybe you're lucky, you know, maybe they pay dividends. But if one of them gets it right and adjusts well at the top level, you know, you're sitting in a good spot because Chicago, again, was comfortable with where they were coming into this draft. And now it's about developing these players and maybe getting some productivity out of them, but not necessarily leaning on them early on.
It's been a theme.
Chances left. 8 picks left for Houston. I want to hear them talk about my team, Houston.
Defensive line, if they can have a striker that can come in, they'll give a chance to, and maybe off the bench can make an immediate impact, Laurie.
Yeah, I mean, you want to score goals. You want to win games. You want to score goals. You want to be dangerous going forward, and you can find those players. I think it's sometime I'm going to get I'm sure some mentions here about defensively, but I think it's an easier transition for defensive players to come in. get minutes in this league, and it takes a little bit more time in the attack. But if you're a Chicago team that wants to develop players, then you're going for the attack, because then you have time to be able to work with them on the little nuances that you want to bring in.
But Chicago did give up a lot of defense. I mean, they do got, what's her name? Davidson, right?
Then why not have them play under Malpew and some of the other forwards you have?
But a forward's less pressure, Leslie, for a manager to bring in and to put in straight away than more so a centre-back or a goalkeeper.
And it depends where your team sits, right? Like, if you're not scoring goals and desperate for that, and you bank on someone to come in, but if you're like, hey, this player's a bonus or a project, we're doing okay, then that's less pressure. But Lori, I don't know if I agree with that comment. We need to talk about that later, because I'm not quite sure I'm with you.
We'll get to that, because I'm hearing there's another pick in, so let's go back to Marla at the podium.
With the 10th pick in the third round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Angel City select Lily Nabit from Duke University. Chicago Red Stars,
Duke.
You are now on the clock.
Chicago back on the
So Lily Nabet has been selected by Angel
midfielder.
City. They haven't had too many selections, have they? But this is the one that they've chose to go with. And midfielder, Laurie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, she's a really well-rounded midfielder that can sit in front of the back line. What I like about her, she's going to be a connector.
Hey, look, you see the synchronicity? The Duke.
A team player.
And then right here, the Duke at the bottom.
Just link up, allow some of the other flashy players to get into the mix. And right now, when you're finishing and building out the rest of your team,
two-time ACC academic honor roll.
My only concern about this
is she got the brains
at the next level, especially if she gets isolated in that number 6. If they do play the double holding mid role, I think she'll be fine.
Well, yeah, and especially talking to Freya, we don't know the status of Julie Ertz, when she's going to return. So it was very important getting either a backup or like the dual role not. So she may have to step in. She's going to get experience from Julie Ertz. This is a good pickup.
And another local talent, Ali, for Angel City.
Yeah, you said it, right? So this is an LA girl that they're bringing in. I like this pick. I do. Defensive center mid in that 6 role. Interesting, Lori, that you say that, because in my remarks from just watching her, I thought she had really good quick feet. She had good closing speed. I really liked the way that she snuffed out plays and was able to put the fires out. So I think she has good ability. Yeah, and of course they can play in a double pivot or a single pivot. I think they want that versatility. And maybe, as you said, she has to play alongside someone. But I didn't necessarily think that was going to be an area that she struggled with. I think this is a player that processes the ball quickly. I did not see a massive range in her passing game, maybe playing a bit more safe. But not to say that she's not capable of breaking lines. I think she has that in her. It's just a matter of whether or not, Freya fosters that, nurtures that, or is that something she wants it all out of her 6? Because Ali Long is definitely not that, or was not that for her in Gotham. Out of 6, she wanted a safe player, a ball retainer, someone that processes it quickly and would just shuttle it about. So I think in that ilk, she fits for what potentially ACFC is building out.
Well, talking of Angel City's midfield, let's talk about Julie Ertz then, because obviously she's a massive piece. But as you mentioned,
Chicago's pick is in, so why are y'all going to talk about Julie Ertz if Chicago's pick is in?
Come the beginning of the season.
Yeah, you saw it in Chicago. I mean, you talk about a leader, a captain, her presence on the field on both ends of the ball. How dangerous she is on set pieces. She's a goal scorer. She's a massive part of the team, but she was not with Chicago. She got hurt against Portland in their first game, and look what Chicago was able to go do that season. So I do think that teams are adaptive to not having Julie Ertz and her major presence. However, I do think Angel City is really hoping that she is available, because Julie is a player that you build a team around. She is a quarterback. She's a disruptor. She's a goal scorer. She's everything. So I think Freya, when we talk to her, is going to handle this right. They don't know her timing, so they're going to plan that she's not going to return on time. However, you want her on that field.
And let's talk about Angel City big picture then, because they just announced that they'd sold over 13,000 season tickets. And when the Kristen Press news came out, I mean, Freya Kuhn said herself, this stadium is going to erupt on the first match of their season, isn't it, Laurie? It's going to be a special atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And they're planning
We'll be looking forward to it.
We talked about the runway that they've had.
I don't know when their season starts.
To prepare for this, and a lot of their stuff has been with their design, getting out in the community. And Aluko, who's their sporting director,
that girl, Annie,
the emphasis they want, getting the fans engaged, having them involved, and so we're seeing that, and that's exciting that is what is drawing these fans to the season ticket holders.
And plus it's LA, you know what I'm saying?
I'm ready for it.
Yeah. And that exciting, electric part of Angel City, now they have to bring it to the field because that's what the fans are going to expect, right? So they have their second pick. Let's go back, though, to the podium with Marla for the next
one. All right, we got Chicago's pick.
With the 11th pick in the third round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Kayla McKeon from the University of Arkansas.
All right.
Washington Spirit, you are now on the clock.
I want to know if we're going to have any more celebrity
so
cam.
Kayla McKeon,
hey, we got a Texas in the building.
The Chicago Red Stars.
Texas.
Laurie, what can you tell us about this player?
Yeah, well, more of a defensive midfielder, disruptor, so it's going to get stuck in, not afraid to. This is an Arkansas team.
Let's get it.
That is high-powered. They want to be direct. They want to battle. She's 5'10". She has a physical stature to come
midfielder.
In. Honestly, when you look at the midfielders that
four-time SEC
so
selection.
Different profile players, they're mixing it up with this one, and I like that because
for
they
Chicago.
haven't really had a true outside of Julie Ertz this entire past season, a disruptor, a number 6 that's going to sit in there and control the midfield in front of the back line.
No, it's been more of a collective midfield with Caprice Didasco and Morgan Gautrat, and how they battled in the midfield. It was their presence collectively. So I agree with you. Ali, how do you see her fitting in with this team?
A lot of, how do you say?
I guess I've always been critical of Chicago.
A lot of, of course, a lot of them it's group. How do you say group thing?
Kind of that same ilk, right? Of the same profile.
You know what I mean?
I think with Morgan.
I've been watching some lawyers, and it's a little different, but
very similarly in terms of what they could accomplish within a game. I think
I don't know these players like them.
Absolutely, but
I haven't watched college. I watched
that is of a different profile.
Other leagues though.
Important for them. And yes, maybe she is a bit of a 6, a bit of a blow up type, the play type player, but I think they still need, to add some dynamicism in their 10 spot.
Washington's pick is in. Yo, we getting so close to Houston.
They are well-seasoned vets, but you also are going to want
6 picks away.
Players to come in and challenge them, make them be better. We've seen injury problems in midfield for Chicago. Well, we've seen injury problems for them all over the pitch. I mean, I think by the time they got to the final, they had 5 or 6 starters out. So the depth is important, but also having different profile players, I think in midfield will be a massive asset for them going forward.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Al. I just think that, that's going forward, but I think we saw a lot of players playing out of position. I think Morgan Gautrat had to play a little bit deeper, typically, because of not having a Julie Ertz that could sit there in front. So this player, not that she's going to make an immediate impact and come in and be able to be that disruptor or that Julie Ertz-esque necessarily, but she is going to alleviate some of that defensive responsibility that Colaprico and Gautrat and DiBernardo had to pick up when Julie Ertz went down injured.
All right, well, the last pick for this round is in, so let's go back to Marla at the podium.
Last pick for this round.
The 12th pick in the third round of the 2022 NWSL
Washington
Draft,
Spirit, the champions.
The Washington Spirit select Audrey Harding from the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. This concludes the third round of the 2022 NWSL Draft.
So Audrey Harding has been selected here in the third round of 38
nice.
by the Washington Spirit from UNC Wilmington, Laurie.
Damn, Washington picking on some more forwards.
Here we go. I mean, they have some depth on that front line, but this one, 5'10", going to give them a bit more of a back-to-goal presence. I have written here in my notes a bit more of a sleeper, but she can score some goals, and I like that because you're going to have a different look. We saw Ashley Hatch, obviously Trinity Rodman, their ability to get in behind on transitional moments. But can you have a bit more of a lead player? They relied on Ashley Sanchez. But Ashley Sanchez, a bit of a slider player. So now can you have a forward that can play a bit more back to goal, has good vision, good feet for her height, and then connect players and then allow for the Trinity Rodmans or the Ashley Hatches to get in behind, not off of just a direct pass, but off of more of combination play.
And you just mentioned it as well. It's a good point to bring up because the height in the attack has been something that's been key today, hasn't it, Ali? And we just saw that. She's good on set pieces. Yeah, it's shocker. We're going with more target players that are good in the air.
players that can battle. It's interesting, right? You guys, they're like Washington Spirit. We know what they're doing. They're just looking for players, throwing anything that may stick in terms of attacking presence, especially as we get later in the draft. But I'm looking at my list of players and how many mids have not been taken. We've had center backs, we maybe had a few outside backs, but mostly attacking players, wingers, and I would say center backs. And you really don't have a ton of midfielders that a lot of these college coaches are willing to grab a hold of, that believe in and develop for the most part. I think that has been probably the most hard part of this draft class. But I think with Audrey Harding, yeah, of course, another player that can try to push some of the starters ultimately and give you a little bit of a different look up top. She is that back-to-goal presence, but let's consider the fact that you're going to be missing Hatch, you're going to be missing Rodman, you're going to likely be missing Sanchez and some Andy Sullivan, of course, but your attacking players, you are going to be sending out when the U.S. national team calls for them. So good depth, good potential, role player that can push others on. That would be my thought on this pick.
All right, so that is it. Round 3 is in the books. We've got one more round still to come, but let's take a look at the last 5 selections before we head to a quick break, because Chicago, they have just had 2 picks in the last 5. New York, New Jersey, Gotham FC, Angel City, and the Washington Spirit also. Stay with us, though. Still plenty more to come, and the Houston Dash will have that first pick coming up. That's all next.
Let's go! Houston Dash. I'm just telling you, whoever gets picked by Houston today in this draft, just know, Houston Dash, you got chose over everyone else. We were like, we chose you, and we and hopefully, I don't know who's involved. Well, I guess Clarkson. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to peep your energy and see. I have to Google you real quick. But we're gonna welcome you with open arms. Welcome to the family, the Houston Dash family. You know what I'm saying? Everything's bigger in Texas. I don't care what they say about LA and New York and all them other people. And hopefully we get some more supporters out there in the BBVA Stadium. You know what I'm saying? We need some more Mexican League players, I swear, because they showed up. They showed up for Tigres. All right, but Angel City's pick is in. We're almost there. I'll be right back.
The NWSL returns in 2022, and you can watch all of the matches live and on demand on Paramount+. Will Angel City have the first pick of the 4th round? And it is in. So let's go back to Marla Messing at the podium.
With the first pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, Angel City select Miri Taylor from Hofstra University.
All
San
right.
Diego Wave, you are now on the clock.
So Miri Taylor has been selected from Gillingham, England.
We got a forward,
and she's heading to Angel
21-year-old, and she's British.
A goal scorer, another international player. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about the midfield for Angel City after they're solidified their back line and trying to pick up some midfielders in this draft. But, you know, it's been pretty quiet outside of Jasmine Spencer that they picked up in the extension draft the other night and Kristen Press. So this is going to add.
Hey, we got a celebration.
Forward that get in behind, that like to play on the back shoulder defenses. Mira Taylor probing in the box, good goal scorer in and around. So I think gives them a different look. Great to see her as well there with the family.
2021 Herman Trophy semi-finalist.
In England, we had another one from Worcestershire earlier on today. I know that's another pronunciation. There's often sometimes difficult over here, but what do you think of this pick, Ali?
Yeah, I really like this one. This girl can score goals. You know, she's a striker, but in her youth career, she can play, or she did play as a 10. She could play as an 8. So I'd be curious to see where Angel City thinks her best position is. I do like her. I mean, this is a player that has good passing vision, has good technique, has that footballing IQ, and I know, Poppy, I'm gonna, give you kudos here, but typically, comes from England, you know the game, you know the football culture. And so I think she has a lot of those qualities. It's interesting because when you think of Angel City, and when we spoke with Annie, a lot of what they want to do is, make the global game be reflected on their roster. And this is a player that is likely going to fill one of those international spots, right? So in my mind, was thinking they were going to go out and really sprinkle in some big name internationals that picked up Claire Elmsley in the expansion draft. Now you've got Miri Taylor. So it's going to be interesting to see what else they do in the international market. But in terms of just a striker, I like her ability to play make with 4 others. So that's important when you think about the style of play that Angel City really probably wants to implement. So
and I do like Houston. They're going to be the 4th pick in the 4th round, and it's the 44th pick, so they're coming through on the 4s. So I do like that synchronicity for Houston.
Shows how Angel City have got these eyes overseas, keeping an eye on this talent, especially young talent coming through the ranks, Leslie.
Yeah, you bring in Freya, you bring in a former English star, international. I mean, you're going to get that. I think it's good for the game. It's good for Angel City. It's evolving, and it's the way that it should be. It's opening up opportunities. So I love to see it.
I still think, one thing that Annie talked to us about is they will go to the international market and get some of those bigger name players. Because you say, this is a fan group that's going to expect some pizzazz, some entertaining style of soccer on the field. And so I think outside of a Kristen Press, Sarah Gordon, Julie Ertz, who we've all mentioned, they will go out and get some other attacking player that will bring that flash.
All right, well, the next pick is in, so let's go back to Marla at the podium.
With the second pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, San Diego Wave select Kayla Brewster from the University of Georgia. Kansas City Current, you are now on the clock.
All right.
So San Diego has
Kayla, what's
Kayla
up?
Brewster. Ali, I'll come to you with this one first here. Defender. Right. The San Diego, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, great U.S. youth player, good passer, good range, center back, good in the air, powerful type of player, strong. What I liked about her is that she steps in well. She reads the challenge. She steps in at the right time. I think she, has a great positional awareness. I really liked her. I think she's a very good player, and she has the ability to break lines on the dribble herself. So I think this is another good pickup.
Thanks for everyone that's been rocking with me.
And when you're looking at how they're
appreciate y'all. We've been live.
Center back position looks good for them. This is more versatility, more depth in that role, and potentially, who knows? Maybe this is someone that you could convert into a 6. So, I'm not exactly sure where their head's at with this pick, but in terms of her role or responsibility, come kick time. But I like this pick. I think this is a really
Casey, you can take a breath now. Your first NWSL draft is over.
It says two times all SEC selections.
This was your first time doing these.
Yeah, listen, it's chaotic, isn't it? We've spent months doing this, and I've been really lucky. I've had an incredible team around me. We've brought in some people that have done it before, and I've been educated every single day.
And Casey Stoney is a Virgo, so
we've done our planning. Every decision has been made with an awful lot of thought, rationale, and diligence.
No, is it? She's a Virgo or she's a Taurus?
About the
I think she's an
checklist
Earth
you
sign.
had for any player that you're bringing into this team.
No, Jill
what
Ellis is a
attributes
Virgo.
were you looking
That's
for?
right. I think she's a Taurus.
So I think, all players need to be comfortable on the ball. All players need to be prepared to work hard, and we've done, due diligence on character and the people that we're bringing on this journey. And it's a massively exciting moment for these players, but it's also a huge moment for us as a club.
Where's your satisfaction level with how everything laid out?
I'm really, really pleased. I think we've done really well in this draft. We've added some depth pieces, and things are constantly moving at the moment. So, the way things look might not be the way they seem. So, we know that we've got 6 weeks until pre-season. We've still got time to build out our roster. We've got lots of different ways to do that, but this college draft was a big part of that.
That's a very interesting choice of words you just had there. Definitely got us intrigued for what's to come. Now that everything, at least for this weekend, is set and over, the expansion draft, college draft is now behind you. What impression do you hope you made about San Diego?
I think that we're going to invest in young players, that we're going to look after our people, staff and players, and that we're going to do things the right way.
Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your first season.
We'll see.
It's
going to be San Diego way versus Angel City. Who does it better?
Ali can have one sneakily, can't she, over there? No, but great to hear, isn't it?
Houston Dash.
She's just concluded this draft. Ali, overall,
Houston Dash.
What do you take away from what they've done so far?
I want to go join her with the bottle of wine.
Me too.
But Houston were the first team expansion in the NWSL. Remember that? So we were the first.
She said incredibly diligent in the work they did.
All right. Now these other teams, they have the opportunity to look at it and stuff.
And I think they got what they needed. So I think they're going to go home and have maybe more than one bottle because they'll be happy about this.
Well, Casey Stoney certainly can have a glass, but for us, we've still got work to do, and Marla is at the podium with another pick.
With the third pick in the fourth round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Kansas City Current select Jenna Weinbrenner from Texas Christian University.
Hey,
Racing
okay.
Louisville, you are now on the clock.
Not the University of Texas.
Has been selected to go to Kansas City. She's from Kansas City. This is a big local talent, Leslie.
Yeah, she played 4 seasons at Notre Dame and then transferred to TCU. A lot of experience. Her positioning is phenomenal. I like this pick. She's quick. Doesn't have a whole good, or her physical presence isn't that strong, but she has a high soccer IQ. She can dribble out of the back and distribute. I think this is a huge pick for Casey.
Defender.
Exactly what
2021 All Midwest Region First.
Will be happy with this pick.
Yeah, and this
Region
is
First what, fam?
Much like Chicago, Hugh Williams has been very
Region
vocal
First
about
team.
getting
Okay.
local talent, continuing to build and draw fans that way from having players that have grown up in the system, have gone off to college, and then come back. And I like this pick for them. She has a lot of experience that will add some depth to them. And
2 picks for Houston almost
as well. That adds that to this team and something they can fit in well.
Yeah, and look, we know with what they have coming in with Alex Loera coming into that center back position, there's going to be competition there. And with Weinbrenner, you actually have a player that can be an emergency pick as well. So that versatility is key, as you guys said. Her being a local player matters. I wasn't overly impressed with her ability to distribute under pressure. So that is something that she's obviously going to have to refine to fit into Kansas City system the way we think they want to play moving forward. But I do think that overall, good physical presence and someone that Hugh Williams was thought would slide into their group, knows the character of her, and will do well in that regard of being, one of those depth round-out players.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So a big move, isn't it, for Kansas City? And we've talked about what's to come there for them this season. They've got a big addition with Sam Lewis as well. So they're picking up some big names, aren't they, Leslie, outside of this draft as well?
Yeah, and Ali just mentioned Alex Loera, Santa Clara Bronco, who will be joining them. She played her 5th year, whatever you call it, and lost in the Final Four. But
again, she could play the 6, she could play center back. So now you're talking about a KC team who is on the upside, who has some depth, who has some options. So I like what I see. I think Sam Mewis is going to be such an integral part of this team moving forward, and building around her, and Edie France in the back has been so smart.
Well, Sam Mewis, the training facility, the stadium that they're building, a lot of talk around this team, and it's something that Hugh Williams has said. We need then to start to fill out those pieces and be a more exciting brand of soccer, especially with all of the pieces that are going outside of the game.
And this is a team that you feel like it is going to come together for, Ali, because we were talking at the tail end of last season, and sometimes you felt like the performances weren't really reflected in the results and the points that they finished the season with.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the resounding theme from every manager we spoke to. Going into Kansas City, playing Kansas City was always a difficult task, and a team that probably left points on the board when they could have picked up more. But it was actually a positive statement about the quality that was there, the way that they were put together, given the roster makeup, and that they were competitive. But now you're looking at them a little bit of a restart and picking up incredibly key pieces. They talked about 3 buckets under Hugh Williams of players that they wanted to have, players of the likes of a Sam Mewis, Edie Branch, those international players that have that experience. Then you're going to have the NWSL starters, a Desiree Scott, those players that are just going to start for you, be consistent players. And then the 30-year players you want to be fighting for a starting role, that are really pushing the envelope, players that you can develop, players that may surprise you. And so I think when you start to look at who they brought in the offseason, the trades that they've made, the players that they've acquired, and then you start to add in some of this draft class, I think Hugh Williams will be happy that he's setting his new manager up for success. Elise Bennett, a player they can run in behind, Curran, coming in. She can play in the 8 or the 6. Linebrunner now is center back. So depth in each line with the 3 picks that we've seen out of KC.
So this draft class now, we're in the 4th round, we're halfway through it. I mean, what is the approach and the mentality from the coaches at this point, Laurie? Because we're getting down to the very last pick for each side, aren't we?
Yeah, it's about getting the players that fit into the identity of your team. We've heard all the coaches say, and it makes it easy when you know what you want, and then you can start to fill in those pieces. And honestly, the 4th round, sometimes that's when you get some of the players that have the most longevity, the robustness to be able to withstand the pressure and the athleticism of this league.
All right, let's see who's next and go back to Marla at the podium.
All right, racing.
With the 4th pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Racing Louisville selects Sydney Cummings from Georgetown University. Kansas City Current, you are now on the clock.
So Sydney Cummings has been selected by Racing Louisville, a defender. I mean, this is a player that we spoke about coming into this draft. Leslie, are you surprised that she's going this late on?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the experience she has, I think the season that she had for Georgetown, she was tremendous. She was a leader, 5'10", great center back profile. Additionally, she was really good, very good in the air. Yeah, I thought she would go higher, but I think this is a strong pick for Louisville, as they're going to need a strong center back option. So I think that this is going to be a good fit for Sydney and have an opportunity for her to get some minutes.
Yeah, Ali, what do you think?
And we got some highlights. We got 2021 Big East Defender of the Year.
She's athletic enough. I think maybe one of my criticisms was, and she'll learn very quickly at the professional level, not assuming the worst with her defensive positioning, because she is so athletic and able to make up for potentially not thinking 2 steps ahead. So that is an element that she's absolutely going to have to adjust, adapt to at the next level. But she was sitting in a center back system and a 3-back usually. So she's, had the ability to be aggressive in her stepping. Things like that matter when you're going to maybe.
Can you smell a Houston Dash player coming? I can.
So it'll be interesting to see how she translates to
the got,
am I surprised?
Kansas City Current team.
This late in the draft?
Their players picked.
Possibly, but overall,
the players picked.
Look at the depth of this draft. I don't know how much difference there is, from maybe 17 to these later rounds. So I think you don't know what you're going to get, whether these players can translate to the professional game. And I think Sydney Cummings really has the ability to be something in the NWSL. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not she gets the time to do it, and if she puts in the work to really hone in on the technical side of things, and also just that positional discipline.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that she has dropped this, because she was on a number of coaches' lists, mentioning that she could step in athletically. But I also think good positionally. When you look at Louisville, this is going to allow them to have some pieces to play with. You have Jim Bonner, who has typically been one of the starters, and then they had some rotation in that center back position. So can Cummings come in? She's good at stepping in and helping circulate the ball. So can she do that and read the game quickly enough at this next level? That's still to be determined. But I like the pieces that they have available for her, and I think it's a good position, a good organization for her to be able to step into and fight for some time.
All right, well, the next pick is in, so let's go back to
all right. After this pick.
With the 5th pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, Kansas City Current select Izzy Rodriguez from The Ohio State University. Houston Dash, you are now on the clock.
All right, the Houston Dash are on the clock. Well, let's check out
Izzy Rodriguez right quick. Presented by MasterCard, a defender here, Ali for Kansas City, that just had a pick not too long ago, just before the last one that we've just seen, and now another defender going to KC.
Yeah, and I think, one of the needs for KC, outside back position with the movement of Pickett away to North Carolina, but this is a left back. This is a true
left. Man.
I did like her ability to get forward. We've heard from other coaches in the draft that this is, one of the best all-around options. She played at the U20 level with Sophia Smith.
Yeah, let's get it.
With Pickett, with Naomi Girma. So the pedigree
check
is
her
there,
out.
And now it's going to be about getting
Houston's on the clock, y'all. Houston's on the clock right now.
Engine, the impetus to get into the attacking third, has the ability to serve in the box. All of those qualities, obviously become incredibly important in the NWSL at the next level. You want to see those outside backs with good engines, ability to run the point.
Like I said again,
surprised she fell this low.
Houston coming through, 4th round, 44th pick.
Let's talk about a team that hasn't had.
Talk about them. Let's talk about my team, Houston. Houston.
And Houston Dash are finally going to make a selection. I mean, Leslie, what can we expect to see?
Let's go. Shout out to Houston.
I'm like, are they awake?
Bro, first of all, hey, we are woke over here. Come on now.
And there's so much you're
trying
to move and shake without having to move and shake, and now it's your opportunity. So I think talking to the Houston team, it's really about losing Kristen Lewis. So finding a left-footed player, a midfielder, and attacking person.
Damn, their pick is in.
That attacking third to make up for Kristen Lewis. But I think for them, they're going to find depth. I think he talked a lot about getting some international talent, whether it's from this draft or whether bringing somebody in. But again, I think it's really that creativity, attacking-minded player after the loss of Kristen Lewis.
Yeah, and they kept their backline intact from that extended draft.
That's what I liked.
Chapman up for grabs, but we're able to stay at home at Houston. So you have that back line. Joel Anderson will come in. Was picked last year, didn't play, played at Pepperdine for another year. Will come in, provide that attacking ability in the midfield position. But again, somebody that's going to be a difference maker. You think of Sophia Smith that could potentially be gone for Canada. Somebody that could fill that holding midfield role as well. Gabby Seiler could potentially fall into that place. But just some more rotation, somebody that can help in there with Shea Groom as well. Some players that are going to provide some goal scoring out of the midfield.
Yeah, that's something James Clarkson said, isn't it? He always wants a goal scorer. Ali, what are you expecting here?
I'm just waiting for the manager that says I don't want a goal scorer.
I know.
Actually, if they led with me, I want the best 10 in the world. I'd be like, I'm buying whatever you're selling. Let's go. I think one of the things that they may need to look at is a backup goalkeeper as well. Think about it. Jane Campbell often is going to be gone with international duty, so they might need to have fill some voids there. But ultimately, you guys hit the nail on the head. This is a team that has some players coming in that are a little bit off the radar. Joelle Anderson played at Pepperdine.
Yeah.
I think she can translate.
Got some fingers crossed. We got some internationals coming through.
She has that creativity.
Let's see who we get in the draft.
Their needs, we saw that they needed a little more depth in those winger roles. They rotated Latsko, they rotated Vasali on the right side, someone to back up Michelle Prince. They're adding that and Julie Ashley and potentially the other player coming in. So do they look in the center of the park? Is that something that
I would want a midfielder.
They really need to address? I don't know. They can play 2 low, 1 high. Be curious to see where they go with this, but it could be international, like you guys said.
All right, well, the pick is in, so let's now go to Marla.
Let's go. All right, Houston, who y'all got?
With the 6th pick in the 4th round of the 2022
and they're number 6.
NWSL draft, the Houston Dash select Ryan Garice from the University of South Carolina.
All
North
right.
Carolina Courage.
Ryan Garice. Let's get it.
So they have selected Ryan Garice from South Carolina. Here's a look at the MasterCard player profile.
Welcome.
A striker, just what they want to have. Some depth in that wing position. Typically plays on the left-hand side, speedy winger. Really good 1v1. I called some of her games this past season. You know, my only concern is a bit one-dimensional, but I think working in this Houston Dash organization under James Clarkson, once she comes in, she'll add that little diversity of the little.
Okay, and we got some swag. Come through, and she did. Hey, have you seen? Let's get it. Y'all see her flexing? Y'all see her flexing? Y'all see that shit?
Not just that one look over the
all right, 2021 all Southeast region. What else? Region team. Let's go.
Another player that could fill.
I like the vibe she was pushing off already.
That's just got tons of personality.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw it there.
Yeah.
And her moves, she might be able to teach me a thing or two.
That's what we like. We don't want no boring player. What are you talking about? This is Houston. You either go big or go home, fam. Yeah.
What round are we in? I know.
Let's get it.
I know. We're in the final round, and this is a big moment, though, isn't it?
Yes, for Houston.
It's massive.
Yes,
this is
massive.
Had a really successful collegiate career at USC.
Yeah, I
hold it down.
We talked about bringing in attacking personalities to play with Shea Groom up top.
That girl Rachel Daly. Let's see.
And, you know, again, the departure of Christine Lewis, it's a big loss. Rachel Daly, let's talk about her and how phenomenal she'll be. So
right.
She can play underneath Rachel or with her up top. But again, you're starting to see the pieces. Jane Campbell, Rachel Daly, the foundation of this team. But again, Houston not having a pick for so long, you're just happy to see have
finally
depth on their roster.
And she was one of the most consistent players throughout this last season, wasn't she, for USC? And this is really big picture, something that Houston will be looking at because they need that consistency.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, having such a late
Damn, I didn't see how old she was.
You're not going to fill Christy Lewis's shoes in this.
And they really pushing Christy Lewis heavy.
I expect them to make their allocation, getting 1 or 2 players. They picked up a lot of money from Christy Lewis. So off of that, then you start to fill in the needs that you want to. And this gives a player that you can add in some time, but could play some pivotal minutes.
Yeah, but they're also bringing in heads, right, to help fill those shoes of Christy Lewis. So I think that is an important acquisition. I don't know that they didn't do that in the draft class. And I think the intent is pretty clear out of Houston. You know, they are trying to get some balance and depth in those wide areas with this pick with Ryan. You know, she does have that pace. So we know the game that Houston wants to play. You know, they need those pace in those winger roles. So I think this fits in nicely to what we've seen out of James Clarkson in the past.
I like
another
the forward.
True lefty, Ali, something that I know you like.
And she's a lefty.
For the next pick.
Nice.
So let's go back to Marla at the podium.
With the 7th pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the North Carolina Courage select Marissa Bova from Purdue University. New Jersey, New York, Gotham FC, you are now on the clock.
Yo, so Houston finally got their pick.
So here is Marissa Bova has been selected
a goalkeeper,
University to go to the Courage. I mean, Ali, another tall player, 6'2".
Damn, she's 6'2".
What can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you is that
North Carolina, that's who Casey Murphy plays for, right?
Their goalkeepers.
Yeah, they got another tall.
Casey Murphy.
Yeah, look, Casey Murphy, 113 saves in 2021. Damn, son.
Love this.
Yeah, she's 6'2", man. What you gonna do? Try to get past her?
That you can actually craft into a goalkeeper. I mean, I think that was really one of the fantastic things we heard from John Nahas was just that Casey Murphy's growth over the past year has been by leaps and bounds, and he really credited their goalkeeper coach with that development. So this is a player that they see the raw tools in, and someone that can likely step in and follow in the footsteps of a Casey Murphy. You're seeing great, action saves there where she's in full stretch. So raw
talent, absolutely, and someone to come in and provide that depth at the goalkeeper position where they really pride themselves in their ability to develop goalkeepers.
And it feels like in round 4 we do get to this raw talent, don't we? But one of the silver linings of this is these players are coming in, they've got no expectations of them, have they, from the managers, from the coaching staff. And when we talk to the coaching staff about getting this late in the draft, they're looking for just talent, someone that's going to come in and really show them what they've got. So a real opportunity here, Leslie.
Yeah, and I think a big piece of that is coaches looking at their character too, talking to their college coaches and really finding out who they are, knowing that they might not contribute a lot of minutes, right? And they might be a backup or even in this case, maybe third goalkeeper. So who are those players that's going to boost that sideline and that locker room, right? And so I think that's when the character builds. And so how Allie touched on is she might not play that much, but I think that that's such a huge piece of bringing in someone like that.
I think historically in this league too, we've seen some names that come to mind. I mentioned Anna Helferty earlier. We see Danny Weatherholt make her way to Angel City, McNabb to San Diego in the expansion draft. All of those players, late round picks that are still in this. Anna Helferty a little bit younger, obviously last year was her first season, but these are players that are having or playing pivotal roles on these teams. So just because you're in the third, fourth round, a lot of times it is those non-negotiables that teams are looking for that allows these players to develop and have more longevity in this league than sometimes when we're seeing some of the unique qualities that the first round picks get.
Yeah, and Ali, when you look at this with the big picture here, these draft picks that are going late on in the fourth round, I mean, they'll just be absolutely thrilled for this opportunity, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of that vote of confidence that they see enough value in them to bring them in the draft process, because they're going to reach out to all the players that they had on their radar that they didn't ultimately draft and invite them into preseason camp. But when you do get that vote of confidence of being picked in these later rounds, it means that perhaps that door is a little bit more open for you than others.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
for
the
sure.
pick is in. So let's go back to Marla at the podium.
Especially for a team like Houston who
With
only
the
picked one
8th
person.
Pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL draft, Gotham FC select Raleigh Lohman from the University of Michigan. OL Reign, you are now on the clock.
So Raleigh Lohman has been selected from the University of Michigan by Gotham FC. What can you tell us about this player, Laurie?
Well, I'm going to go off a little bit of what Ali said a second ago about Ali Long not being one of the most mobile players, but great distribution. But this player, Riley Lohman, box to box, 9 goals, 9 assists this past year. Good injured, covers a lot of ground, and that's different than what they have. I mean, you see that a little bit in McCall Zaboni, but also getting in the latter part of her years. This starts to give a player not only depth, but she looks different than these other players. She's going to give you an engine in there that's going to be able to
9 goals and 9 assists
to make up for some of those other players that are possession kind of
solid
connecting type players that they already have in the midfield.
Yeah, I like Riley. I think that's a good pick for Gotham. I think she's going to push that midfield. You talk about Ali Long and
3-time all Big Ten selection.
So maybe she's just going to push them. Maybe she'll get some minutes, but she's got a great engine, and she contributed 9 goals and 9 assists. So great college season at Michigan.
She's contributed throughout her season as well, Ali, even when she was a freshman up until now. So another consistent player too.
Yeah, and someone that is a bit different. She's not necessarily a destroyer, but she's someone that has vision and they can play those forward passes. So it is important to have that variety in the midfield. McCall Zaboni, Ali Long, they talked about, bringing in players that can learn from the veterans in their system and start to groom the next generation. I think she fits the mold in that category, but I also think she does offer something a bit different. I think she is more forward thinking. And so it will be different. McCall Zaboni likes to blow up plays. She can still connect, of course. She's a great center mid. Ali Long, we know she's got that range. But I do like Lohman's ability and her range of passing, but specifically to play forward under pressure in some of those more tight moments. So I like this pickup late in the rounds, absolutely.
All right, well, we've still got 4 picks to come, but let's take a look at the best available selections that are still up for grabs and available, because we've been talking about names for weeks now, haven't we, Laurie? And these are some at the top of the list at the minute.
Yeah, one of the players that stands out to me is Molly Belisle for Georgia. This is a player that led the nation in goal scoring last year, has the ability to get in behind, just wants to take players on, be aggressive in the box, has a knack for finding the back of the net, but also doesn't get enough credit for the work rate that she does on the other side of the ball that allows her to be able to put teams under pressure And, I think she would be a really good late pick for any of these teams that are looking for Allie goal scorers that we know a lot of these teams want. So, it could be a bit of a hidden gem that we talk about in the 4th round.
Yeah, for me, it's Daisy Cleverly. I think she had an outstanding season at Georgetown. What are you laughing at? A New Zealand international, so she played in Tokyo. She's got that experience. She's all over. Santa Clara played Georgetown this year, so I got to watch her. But she's just a worker bee. So if someone's bringing in to need some more depth in the midfield, I think Daisy's a good pickup. And with that international experience, I think that's only going to help the roster.
All right, well, let's see if any of them are taken, because the next pick is in. So let's go back to the podium.
With the 9th pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL Draft, OL Reign select Marley Canales from UCLA.
All right.
Portland Thorns, you are now on the clock.
So Marley Canales has been
congratulations.
selected. Ali from UCLA, close to home for you, and she's heading to the OL Reign.
So baby Leon?
And I think this was going to be an interesting pick. She's an older player. She's been in school a while, 24 years old. With Marley, good with the ball at her feet, technical player. I think the question for her is going to be, does she have the engine to get around the park? We talk about the midfield being so neat, the necessity of being mobile in the NWSL, and I think that will be, one of the questions of whether or not she can
two-time all Pac-12 selection
for, to be an impact player. But with Marley, she's always been, one of those players that everyone knows is a good footballer, and with whether or not the upside is going to be there for her to take, absolutely.
I think one of the things that we talk about a lot, Allie, too, is finding the right spot for a lot of these players and being on the right team. And for somebody like Marley, OL Reign, they want to keep possession, they want to build out of the back, and they have the ability to go long if they need to. But so for Marley, I think that is a good fit. This could be the right spot for her in terms of not having those, kind of extra qualities athletically, but wants to connect, wants to possess, wants to find those little pockets of space. So, this could be the right team. And for such a late pick for OL Reign, a really, another player that can make an impact going forward for late.
Yeah, and just overall, OL Reign have had 6 picks, Leslie. So it's been a busy night, hasn't it, for Laura Harvey, someone who typically didn't always love to choose from the draft?
Yeah, it's been really busy, and talking to Laura and her really emphasizing her taking the emotional side out of this and really looking at, yes, some depth players, yes, filling some needs, but really developing players and how fun that is, and how she wants to create an environment, and with all of their star power there, that players will develop. So I love to see it. I think that they've come up really strong in this draft thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And exciting news as well for them coming up this season. Let's turn our attention to Portland then, Ali, because they've got the next pick, and we know that they're just an all-star team as it stands at the minute. So how are you expecting them to approach this one?
Well, everything they told us yesterday was they're going international. They're really keen on internationals. And look at them, they're laughing at us. Like, yeah, we definitely aren't heading in that direction whatsoever. So I would expect them to potentially, pick one of those players that they feel is ready to transition to the NWSL level, being from outside of this country and already making that jump. But we've been surprised, I think, to this point. When you look at the Portland Thorns, there are some needs there. Do they solve them in this draft? I don't know. Do they solve them late in this draft? Likely not, but we know Angela Salem, she's been clear about retiring. They're going to need backup in that 6th position. They lose a lot of players to the international game. And so where are they starting to find, the next Olivia Mulcher, if you will? I don't know that we're going to see it out of this pick, so it'll be interesting to see if they pick an athlete and just someone they think they can mold for the future.
Well, Ali, you mentioned that it's been all surprises from them so far. They've taken a time out, so we've got plenty of time to talk about this Portland Thorns side. But Leslie, just big picture here. This is a Portland team that historically comes out the gate so fast in the league, don't they? They won the Challenge Cup earlier on this season, and then it seemed to just keep getting better. They were back and forth with the OL Reign for most of the season, battling for that top spot.
All they do is win trophies, right? Crystal Dunn, I remember her saying that all we do is win, win, win. But it's true. Yeah. And that's why players want to go there, for the environment, but the culture of winning, mentality, the players. I mean, it's an environment and a team that you want to go play for, but knowing that it is cutthroat and that you have to be a winner to be able to survive and grow, but they also develop. And I think Rian, being a former player, and Karina LeBlanc now being the GM, they're bringing a lot of their experiences as internationals playing in our league, NWSL, and it's only going to help them going forward. I think Rian has big shoes to fill under Mark Parsons, but I don't doubt that she's ready for the task ahead of her.
Yeah, and I think when I think of this Portland team, I think of balance. I think of they have an incredible experience, and then they also have youth at the level as well. So you have some players that can, withstand the season and the grind of the length of it, and then you also have some players that can withstand it as well because they understand how to manage themselves. So to be able to be in an environment like that, I do think that they could add some more midfield abundance, I guess I would say. Kiara Ritchie-Williams is one of those players that is still on the board that is available, and she is an international and fits the mold of what Rian Wilkinson has been talking about and how she wants to foresee her team continue to play going forward in this league. So that could be a good pick.
Well, it was great, wasn't it, to hear from Sydney Lacello earlier on today. Ali, I want to ask you, though, as a former player, when you are going to a team like Portland, obviously you've got all these big names there, but can that also be quite daunting at times, stepping in to the locker room, going out to train with the likes of Christine Sinclair that you've been watching for years and years now?
Yeah, and honestly, Poppy, it's up to those veterans to create the environment that is either welcoming or intimidating. So it depends from club to club what you're going to find as a rookie coming in. One of the things that Brianne touched on when we spoke to her the other day was that she knows her locker room. This is a known commodity. She knows what she has. She knows the characters they have. And last year, this was a team that looked like they really came together. They bonded. They took pride in the culture that they had developed. And so it's interesting that they took a timeout, because my question is the player that they wanted potentially not on the board anymore? Do they not want to pick someone that can come in and disrupt that, or is it merely that they are jostling for someone?
They've been putting us to sleep with all this conversation.
I'm surprised actually that she hasn't been selected already in this draft from LSU. But having said that, I think with Portland, I think they almost don't want to.
We've been live for a long time.
And sometimes that's a precarious position to be in for a club, right? Because you always have to be evolving for the future. So
I think this is like the second to last pick or two picks left
right now, and the fact that they did take a timeout, because it's not like they had a ton of picks during this.
Fam, the
draft.
pick is in,
so
fam.
Is behind the scenes going on with trades, maybe wanting to trade out.
Well, let's find out, because Marla Messing is at the podium.
All right.
With the 10th pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, we got 2 more picks left.
2022 NWSL draft. The Portland Thorns select Natalie Beckman from the University of Denver. Chicago Red Stars, you are now on the clock.
So Natalie Beckman has been selected, Leslie, from Denver, and they've opted to go with a striker.
Yeah, they have. Forward, she had 18 assists her senior season.
How many? 18 assists?
In her career. She's a goal scorer. She can play make.
Wait, yeah, did she say 18 assists?
Season at Denver.
That's nice.
A little bit of an unknown, a little surprised by this pick and why they needed a timeout to figure it out, but...
Laurie, your thoughts? Do you agree?
Yeah, and I think, but also not totally surprising either, just in the fact that, again, it's something that Rian Wilkinson talked about is they want players, they need players. Knowing that they're going to lose them for international breaks, how can you find players that can fill every single line on the field? So they're going to look for the best player available that they think can come in and mentor or step on the field.
Ali,
Portland!
You were expecting them to go down?
Well, it's not international. But, when I'm looking at my notes on her, I mean, this is a player that is in that left wing, but my notes are she's lived in the half space. Good feet, she's shifty, she makes really smart decisions, she has the ability to break lines on the dribble, but she likes to connect more. So I'm wondering if this is a player that maybe played a bit higher on the pitch in college, but someone that they could see filling a role if they do opt to continue with that diamond formation.
Chicago
we've seen them
got to
utilize
pick
different players
2-time Summit Offensive Player of the Year.
The engine to go box to box. I look at her as a playmaker type, as opposed to just a 1v1 get in line
and try to cross the ball into the 18. She wants to cut inside and get crafty in that regard. So this player, I think, is a good pick. I liked her. I mean, I definitely start her in my notes as someone that I could see making a positive impact as a squad player, I should say. So good pick by Portland, not international.
Yeah, not an international. We'll see what is to come with Portland, of course, after this draft. But let's talk about the Chicago Red Stars then next, because they have got their final pick coming up, Laurie.
Chicago.
What are you expecting their approach to be for this very last one?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go a bit more defensive. You know, we've seen them take a few midfielders, which is surprising in the fact that, you know, they have some depth there. We did talk about bringing in some players that look different than the current profile of the midfielders that they've had and have had for the past few seasons, but they've gone pretty heavy in the attack. So now can you start to, you know, you lose the Iron Woman of Sarah Gordon off to Angel City, so you have to start to make up some ground in that area and just fill out that back line. But at this point in time, you're providing depth. You're providing somebody that's going to fit the athletic profile that you're looking for, which can sit next to Tierna Davidson and learn from her.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they're not losing too much, except obviously Julie Ertz and Sarah Gordon, which is massive in the back line. So I do expect them to go defensively on this pick. But again, it's really about finding local talent, youth or developing players, and adding depth. Because again, during international break, they're going to be missing some of their star players as well.
Well, we talked about Portland wanting to go internationally. Ali, do you think that we'll see Chicago try to stay locally here?
I do. I mean, that was one of the keys to how they draft, especially later in the rounds, is they talk about the development of squads. They talk about, you know, bringing in players that are comfortable sitting in that role and pushing the starters from a developmental perspective. So they
what were you expecting these last two picks? They were like, oh my goodness, I waited and I got picked.
I would be surprised.
You know what I'm saying?
To venture outside the area too far. So I think that'll be, I would absolutely think that would be a strategy on their behalf.
All right, well, let's see what selection they have made, because Marla is at the podium.
All right.
With the 11th pick in the 4th round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Jada Hilton Falea from Arizona State University. Washington Spirit, you are now on the clock.
All right.
All right, so here is a look. Jada Hilton Falea. She's been selected from Arizona State University from Ontario. So, Ali, not entirely local, as we would think so. But what do you make of this pick?
Definitely not local pick.
Got some Canadians.
You know, you guys spoke to it pretty well in terms of just needing to bring in some players at that back line. What we've seen out of Chicago in the past is they actually have developed a lot of their back line through draft picks. You look at Sarah Gordon. In the last final, you had, I'm drawing a blank on her name right now, the outside back. You had not Aaron Wright, the rookie. You guys are trying to help me with that. Well, you had Kayla Sharples. You had Tatum Malaza. That's the one that was eluding me. So you had a lot of young players that they've brought in and that they've developed, and players that they see an upside to. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is another one of those project players that they think has a really bright upside. They've talked about how well they know the local game. Rade, the guy that's in charge, or the gentleman that's in charge of trying to put together this draft list, he was also recruiting for college for a long time. So he knows a lot of these youth players. He's been able to watch their development over the course of their college career. And so he understands, how much they've grown or how much more they have the possibility of growing. He's been able to see that trajectory. And I think that's incredibly important as we get into these later rounds for value picks. And I think she's going to fall into that category of someone they see having, the leaps and bounds in her.
Yeah, and Jada having some national team experience playing for the Jamaican national team. I think that also Chicago's going to look for some experience as well, too. So.
And just to close in on Chicago, this was their last pick, Laurie. So how do you feel they've done overall in this draft?
Yeah, they achieved what they wanted to do, get some more attacking presence up top. We talked about the depth in the back, and then they even added some midfielders that I don't think any of us really expected for them to go after. So, when you think about developing players, that's exactly who they brought on, but they've also, filled some specific needs.
Yeah, what will be interesting is them hiring a coach and figuring out who that coach will be, because
now they're coming into all these players to manage.
And just talking about how difficult is that when, you know, you're coming in as a coach, but all these selections, the vision has been created without you.
Yeah, especially in Chicago, you had a coach that was there for 9 years, and that was a general manager as well. Fortunately, Arnim Whistler, who's been the owner of this team, has been around and still heavily involved, and that helps to have that consistency. But it's always hard as a manager coming into a team and you don't get to pick your players. And so I think that's the hardest part. And there's a couple of teams in this situation. You look at Casey as well with Hugh, who's been involved in the team, but that's definitely a tough spot to be in. And you can't really prepare for it, you know?
Well, we have arrived at the 50th minute of the day. It is here, and Marla Messing has it now for us at the podium.
With the 12th and final pick in the fourth round of the 2022 NWSL draft, the Washington Spirit. Jordan Thompson from Gonzaga University.
All right, Jordan.
This concludes the 2022 NWSL draft. Congratulations to all the draftees.
So Jordan Thompson has been selected from Gonzaga University, the very final pick. Laurie, Washington Spirit, she's heading to. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I love the quote from Chris Ward. She is a little spitfire, obviously only 5'2", but she will tackle anybody.
Got a defender.
Really you would expect.
Gonzaga, 23 for Washington.
You talk about needing to have some depth in those outside areas for the Spirit. She could provide that. This is a player that's going to get up and down the field. She's going to work. And when you think about character as well and culture in these later rounds, no doubt will this player come in and have some energy and excitement to that locker room.
All right, well, it's been almost 5 hours. Yes. And we're going to wrap up everything that we have seen with the NWSL draft today when we get back from break. So stay with us. We'll be back after this.
We ain't going to go nowhere yet. We're going to let them finish out. What is this? Remove that. All right. Man, what? We started at 1, about to end at 6. 5-hour live stream. Houston Dash got a pick. Okay. I'm saying, I think our pick had the best swag. Some of the best swag. She had some flavor on her. You know what I'm saying? And before we end, we gotta check the poll. I think 5 of y'all voted. Okay, 5 of y'all voted. All right, that's what's up. So I want to know what y'all voted. Somebody had the majority. Waiting on commercial still. All right, I think they're coming back. Let's get it. Let's wrap this up.
Welcome back to the 2022 NWSL Draft presented by Ally. A reminder that Paramount Plus is your home for the NWSL and you can stream all of the matches live on Paramount Plus. And welcome back to our Florida studios. It is so good to have you with us as we wrap up what's been a fantastic day. 5 hours later, Ali, 50 picks later. That concludes today's draft.
We did it, everyone.
What most about today?
That I'm so grateful there weren't a lot of timeouts. Thank you, managers. Thank you, clubs. You got your work done ahead of time. No,
yeah.
I think the thing that stood out for me most was most of these teams set out on a mission. The things were pretty clear to us, and they got it done. So I think a lot of these teams are going to walk out of this draft and feel like they checked their boxes. I think when you look at the big winners, I think San Diego had a great draft class. I think Kansas City can check their boxes. They're going to feel really good about where they were. I think, of course, OL Reign picked up some really interesting prospects. I think they had a great draft class. I know Lori will kill me if I don't throw the Spirit in there, but I think if you look at the other ones, I'm not leaving them off because they didn't have great draft classes, but I am merely saying they checked their boxes, they got it done, but I think there's some really sleeper talent in the ones that I mentioned.
And a big moment as well for you, Ali, with Kylie Halverson. We'll give her a shout out as well. Santa Clara, Ali's babysitter. She's been drafted today. It's just a magic moment, isn't it, Laurie? That we were so looking forward to coming into today. Dreams coming true for these women.
Yeah, that's what really stood out. It's a huge congratulations to these players. I mean, this is a big moment for all of them. Yes, the hard work and the journey starts after this, but it is a time to celebrate. And congratulations to the teams as well. I mean, I'll just piggyback off of what Ali said. I mean, they had a lot of these teams, all 12, had a really clear identity of what they wanted, the profile of the players that they wanted, and they got that done. And yes, Ali, Washington Spirit, I also throw North Carolina in the mix. I really like the players that they picked up. I think, they're going to pick up right where they left off and score some goals next year. So, but talent ahead.
Well, we've had a great time in the studio.
I did too.
But Marissa Pillar, she has also had a pretty awesome time today because, Marissa, you have got to chat live to these players that have been drafted and their lives have changed forever today.
Such incredible reactions from players all over the country, but I also was able to chat with some coaches. I got a comment from Washington head coach Chris Ward, and he said he easily gives this draft class a solid A. He's extremely excited about who they're bringing in because he sees them not just as role players, but could potentially become real significant players for his Washington team. And heading into tonight, Ward said this 2022 season is really about transitioning from being that team of destiny they were this past year into carrying themselves as reigning champions, which means holding themselves to a high standard and not messing with that chemistry too much that's in the locker room, because ultimately that's what helped them carry through to becoming NWSL champions.
Brilliant stuff, Marissa. Fabulous stuff all night. It's been so great to hear from the players themselves. Well, Jen, let's get your final thoughts then, because you are the NWSL encyclopedia. You've been bringing us fun facts throughout the day. You've been keeping us up to date with all the latest. How is this compared to drafts in the past?
Oh, it's all about the numbers, and they are such great numbers, Poppy. We had 39 schools represented. We've never had anywhere near that number. So, again, showing you the breadth of talent, so many schools producing good players. We had 6 international players taken in this draft, setting a record for this draft. 3 schools getting their first ever draft pick.
6.
Long Beach, Grand Canyon, and Gonzaga with that final pick. And of course, my hometown club finally getting a pick in that 4th round. We've got to give a shout out to Chicago, the all-time picks leader. They're up to 54 picks all time.
Ooh. Wow, go Chicago. Well, for more on today's draft, let's welcome in our CBS Sports soccer writer, Sandra Herrera. Sandra, I know you've been watching from afar. There's been many headlines to come from today. What's the biggest one for you?
Well, I got to shout out Jake Cooper really quick for giving that great Chicago stat. But I think the biggest thing that sticks out for me, my winner of the draft is going to be North Carolina Courage. I really like what they did today. I thought in that first round they really addressed every single line with a player that could maybe come in and compete, possibly crack a starting 11. And I'm picking them as my winner today. And I am in agreement that with all of these picks today, it's sort of showing a little bit of a new era for the draft moving forward. With expansion comes more opportunity. And I'm excited to see all the players who got selected today.
Yeah, it feels like a new era all around.
It is. We're in a new shift. We're waking up out the matrix.
Shout out to their hometowns because it's exciting news for Santa Clara today with the drafts that have come from it, and also for California with the 2 new expansion teams.
Yeah, it feels more like an expansion draft, and then today all the work that both San Diego and Angel City have put into this, and now they have a team to work off. Yes, they still have moving pieces, but The two teams for me that I think that I'm most impressed with are Washington, of course, Lori, but I think Louisville did also a nice job providing depth and where they're looking to compete this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And a reminder for the season that is to come, 2022, you can watch the NWSL
I think that's it, y'all.
All season long, available for you on Paramount Plus. You can stream every match live and on demand.
I think that's it.
So what a day it has been.
That's
so
it.
Much talent today ready to make
that's
it in the league, and it all starts tomorrow as we turn the page to look ahead to the new season, the league's 10th anniversary year. It's been a pleasure to have your company today from myself, Laurie, Leslie, Ali, Marissa, Jen, and Sandra. It's been so good to have you with us. We'll see you very soon. Good night.
All right, let me fix something real quick. Oh, I'm back. My bad, y'all. Oh, right. That's right, Nate. We just gave it out the Matrix. Sorry. But yeah, guys, that was the draft. Oh, and I gotta figure out. Let me make sure I end this poll real quick to see what y'all voted. I want to thank everyone that happened to tune in and came through and stayed, said hello. Well, no, Nate, shout out to you, Nate. You're the only one really that said anything. But those that came through and watched the thing, appreciate. And all those that hit that like button, I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? You may not have said nothing, but you did come through in other ways. Okay, so I asked what type of Houston Dash player should they pick. They only had one pick. I thought they actually had more, which was crazy. Come to find out, they had multiple trades. But 40% said midfielder, 40% said defender, 20% said striker. Nobody said winger. So we ended up getting a striker. So whoever voted that, win it. But anyways, y'all, long live stream, 5 hours. We got Ryan Gillis, and she had some swagger. So I'm gonna upload that video that I got with the draft pick. So welcome her to the Houston Dash fam with open arms. But again, once again, thank you for tuning in to Anita's Joint. #extendAJoint, where every day is payday, baby. And I'll see you on the next one. All right.